Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Li Zhen stared at the information displayed on his retinal interface, feeling a mixture of joy and disappointment. He was pleased because all of his spiritual roots had stabilized at the low-grade level, and he had gained a new low-grade Thunder spiritual root, Thunder 19, thanks to consuming a high-grade Thunder elemental spiritual material. However, his optimism was tempered by frustration. Despite devouring multiple wood-type spiritual objects, his wood spiritual root had only increased by a mere 0.05. In total, 6 spiritual materials, 11 magic tools, and numerous unknown items had been absorbed by the Dragonheart space. The result? Only slight improvements to his water and gold roots, still within the bounds of low grade. It had become clear. Enhancing spiritual root quality was no easy feat unless one acquired a vast number of first-level elemental materials or a rarer second-level item. Progressing past the low-grade threshold seemed nearly impossible. The difficulty was enough to give anyone a headache. But Li Zhen was no longer the clueless beginner he had once been. Thanks to his studies and insightful conversations with Han Wenqin and Yu Nan, descendants of 2 of the 4 great clans, he understood the rarity and immense value of second-level spiritual objects. This is already a huge improvement, he reminded himself. Were others to see his spiritual talent now, they would be stunned. Fortunately, the immortal country's spiritual root secrecy law kept such things hidden. If anyone learned that he could enhance his spiritual roots, they might write off 1 or 2 upgrades as lucky encounters. But continual improvement would invite dangerous attention. After all, spiritual root aptitude is a cultivator's greatest bottleneck. Those with false roots struggle even to reach mid-stage Qi training, while those with low-grade roots often stagnate at the late stage. If word got out that Li Zhen could improve spiritual roots, many cultivators would stop at nothing to seize that power. Focusing inward, Li Zhen shifted his attention to the talismans stored within the Dragonheart space. Until now, he had never tried letting it devour talismans, mostly because he hadn't had many. The mid-grade ones he kept were his trump cards. However, he wasn't planning to take out the Dragonheart space anytime soon. So, he decided to experiment. He selected a mid-grade fireball talisman and issued a devour command. Immediately, the talisman was enveloped by a strange force, and the fireball rune embedded within it was extracted and pulled toward the wall of the Dragonheart space. The rune glowed faintly as it affixed itself to the surface. To Li Zhen's astonishment, his mind linked with the rune, and a wave of insight surged into his consciousness. It was the condensed understanding of the talisman's creator, someone whose mastery of the fireball technique approached the threshold of the Xiaofar realm. Li Zhen, who had never learned the fireball spell, now possessed a comprehensive understanding of how to perform it. Even though the heart of the Chaos Dragon had already given him unparalleled talent across all spell elements, this shortcut dramatically reduced his training time. Excited, he continued feeding talismans to the Dragonheart space. One by one, spell runes appeared on the wall, each bringing with it the full casting knowledge of the spell it represented. By the end, he had acquired a diverse arsenal. Fireball technique, Vajra technique, Ice arrow technique, Earth spike technique, entanglement technique, light body technique, light cloud, and rain technique. For a junior monastic student, even in the high school class, this mastery was unprecedented. While these low-level spells were easy to learn with time, spiritual root compatibility was always the limiting factor. Without the corresponding spiritual root, casting spells drained more energy, reduced power, and slowed learning. Most cultivators wisely avoided incompatible spells. Li Zhen wondered if the Dragonheart space could help him bypass this limitation, but he might never find out. With 5 elemental roots and the Thunder root, plus potential alien roots, his spiritual attributes already covered nearly everything. Scene shift, Public Security Bureau, Yunxi County. The atmosphere in the conference room was grim. The director's expression was stormy as he addressed the group. Security in Yunxi County over the past 2 months has deteriorated drastically. Compared to last year, serious crimes have tripled, and the trend continues. This is unacceptable. Director, we've been doing our best, Sheriff Shang explained calmly. Rumors about the Jotian Group's auction are out of control. They say the breaking acupoint pill, and possibly even a foundation establishment pill, will be up for bid. It's drawn a flood of late-stage Qi training cultivators into Yunxi. The Public Security Bureau simply can't handle this alone. The director's scowl deepened, though Sheriff Shang's words had soothed him somewhat. Shang was always the best at navigating these tense moments. No more excuses. If we're understaffed, demand support from the 4 great families. If we're outgunned, deploy the fighter armor. Should we warn the ghost market, sir? Shang asked, smoothly shifting the topic. The director narrowed his eyes. I'll handle them. Focus on preventing public disorder. Don't let any outsider cultivators cause trouble. Just then, Sheriff Shang's ID bracelet began flashing. He checked the alert and his face hardened. Director, 2 violent incidents just broke out in East City and West City. Deploy monks from the 4 families. Form a special operations team and keep them on standby for rapid response, the director ordered. Scene shift. Yiqian Hall, Sunday. The next morning, Li Zhen arrived at the Yiqian Hall and was surprised to find the normally packed training grounds nearly deserted. He looked around until he spotted Han Wenqin and Rong Honghu entering. Team Leader Han. He greeted cheerfully, nodding at Rong as well. Li Zhen, you're here early too, Han Wenqin replied with a smile. They rarely crossed paths here, as Li Zhen typically trained alone in his private room, due to his unique pace of cultivation. Why is it so empty today? He asked. The Public Security Bureau requested patrol support, Han explained with a shake of her head. A lot of troublemakers lately. But don't worry, it doesn't concern us. If Li Zhen and Rong weren't so young and relatively inexperienced, they might have been sent too. After all, they'd received Han family resources. Some contribution was expected in return. Lu Zichen and Tong Si were supposed to be here too, she added, but they've already been deployed. At that moment, Rong Honghu spoke up, her tone tinged with envy. I heard you're being personally mentored by Director Zhang now. That's incredible. Director Zhang was a respected elder of the Han family and one of its most powerful members. Gaining his mentorship was an honor. Han Wenqin already knew about this arrangement. She had recommended Li Zhen herself and had been rewarded by the boom. A thunderous explosion tore through the air, shaking the ground beneath their feet, just as Li Zhen was speaking with Han Wenqin and Rong Honghu. Reacting instinctively, Li Zhen stepped in front of the 2 women, shielding them as he turned toward the direction of the blast. The distant horizon shimmered with smoke and spiritual energy fluctuations. Han Wenqin lowered her gaze and tapped quickly on her identity bracelet, her fingers moving with urgency as she requested a status update from her family's intelligence network. A node in the city defense formation was destroyed, she reported quietly after a few seconds. Rong Honghu's face paled. That's impossible. Every node is under tight protection. Li Zhen said nothing, but his heart sank. He understood the significance all too well. The city defense formation was Yunxi County's greatest safeguard, monitoring all high-level spiritual fluctuations and alerting the authorities to any major threats. Normally, the formation ran in partial surveillance mode, passively monitoring spiritual energy across the city. Only when a cultivator at the late stage of Qi training or higher entered the area would the formation fully activate, alerting the Public Security Bureau to their presence and position. A destroyed node wasn't just sabotage, it was a declaration of intent. Someone was planning something big, something dangerous. A storm is coming. Training's off today. Be careful out there, Han Wenqin said grimly. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left the Yiqian Hall. Li Zhen didn't hesitate. He raced home. On the way, his identity bracelet buzzed, messages from his parents, anxious for his safety. When he arrived, relief flooded him. His parents were safe, but he didn't waste time. Mom, Dad, I think something serious is about to happen in Yunxi, he said gravely. What did you hear? That explosion just now, what was it? Father Li asked, sensing Li Zhen's worry. A node in the city defense formation was destroyed, he answered. Father Li drew a sharp breath. Mother Li's face stiffened with fear. Come with me, Father Li said suddenly. He led them to a storage room on the first floor. At the far corner, he kicked a particular brick 3 times. With a quiet rumble, a portion of the floor rose, revealing a hidden entrance. This is our emergency shelter. Not even Mei Yun knows it exists, Father Li whispered. They descended into a small chamber, about 15 square meters, lined from floor to ceiling with neatly stacked supplies, spirit rice cakes, and purified water. These provisions could sustain the 3 of us for a year, Father Li explained. The walls are lined with companion stone. It can block spiritual sense detection. This hideout, painstakingly concealed from even their smart butler Mei Yun, was a last resort. If Mei Yun were ever compromised, hacked, or overridden by someone with higher authority, their only sanctuary would be this room. Li Zhen was quietly awed. His father's foresight and preparedness had reached a level even he hadn't realized. Scene: Archives Bureau ruins. At the edge of a smoking crater, Sheriff Shang frowned as he stood before the wreckage of the Archives Bureau's main building. The destroyed structure had once housed a critical node of the city's defense formation. Now it lay in ruins. The Archives Bureau was no ordinary facility. It was a vital administrative center with its own security team. But due to recent unrest in the city, the Public Security Bureau had reallocated that team elsewhere, leaving this location vulnerable. Had that security team remained, they might have delayed the attack long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Instead, the saboteurs had walked in, destroyed the node, and vanished. How bad is it? Shang asked, turning to a cultivator emerging from the smoking debris. The man was a low-level formation master, one of the few remaining in Yunxi County, which had long struggled to retain its top talent. I can't fix this, the man said with a bitter smile. It's too advanced for me. You'd need at least a mid-tier formation master. But it's just a node. We have spare parts. Shang protested. It's not just damage, it's contamination. I suspect they used a formation-breaking bead. It didn't just destroy the node, it corrupted it. The spiritual energy here is in chaos. Shang fell silent. A formation-breaking bead, even a low-grade one, was a high-value item equal to a first-grade magical weapon. Under normal circumstances, someone might brute force damage a node with sheer firepower. But a waste a bead like this? They clearly wanted to ensure it couldn't be repaired. Start repairs anyway. I'll escalate this to the higher-ups, Shang said with a sigh, then contacted the director. When the call ended, Shang frowned deeper. Is someone targeting the Jiuqian group? He murmured. It was a possibility, but unlikely. Despite rumors that both the Breaking Acupoint pill and the Foundation Establishment pill would appear at this year's auction, the Jiuqian group always arranged formidable protection for their assets. The Breaking Acupoint pill, a rare item allowing mid-stage cultivators to break into the late stage, was enough to ignite bloodshed. The Foundation Establishment pill, even more coveted, could drive late-stage Qi-training cultivators into a frenzy. Still, the cost of destroying a defense node with a formation-breaking bead far outweighed the usual gains of street-level robbery. This wasn't just about wealth. Soon, a disturbing rumor began circulating. The city defense formation wouldn't be repaired in time for the auction. At first, few believed it, but then the proof came. 2 mid-stage cultivators fought in broad daylight. In a city under active surveillance, the Bureau should have intervened within minutes. Instead, they arrived too late. One cultivator dead, the other badly injured. More fights broke out. Still, no response. The rumor was true. Scene: rising tension. With surveillance down, a dangerous atmosphere took hold. Rogue cultivators, many with wealth and rare items for the upcoming auction, became walking targets. The Public Security Bureau was overwhelmed. Patrols sent by the 4 major clans constantly called in alerts, but even they could not keep up. Worse, the clans refused to assign their elite cultivators to work alongside the Bureau. Then, a figure soared into the skies above Yunxi County. The county head had taken flight. He circled high above the city, surveying the chaos, and acted. Within moments, 2 mid-stage cultivators and 1 late-stage rogue were dead, slain by his hand. His intervention sent a clear message. Yunshi County still had guardians, and the storm, though rising, would not go on. Only those who have truly achieved foundation building can fly in the flesh. The terrifying pressure of foundation building makes Yunshi County extremely quiet. No Qi training cultivator dares to challenge the foundation building cultivation. Those who dare to challenge are dead. After the county chief's warning, public security in Yunshi County returned to normal. But no one knows how long this suppressed normal state can last. Those cultivators dared to destroy the nodes of the city defense formation. Don't they know that Yunshi County has a county chief who is a true cultivator of foundation building? That night, Li Zhen absorbed the accumulated spiritual energy through practice in the practice room, and he did not leave the practice room immediately. He took out a maidenhair vine seed, which he got from Li's mother. As spiritual plant husbands, Mr. and Mrs. Li have a lot of spiritual plant seeds in their hands. Li Zhen asked for 3 iron wire vine seeds. Li Zhen can currently cast many spells, but the strongest spiritual root talent he has publicly demonstrated is the wood spiritual root, so it is better for him to cast wood spells in public. He only learned 1 wood magic spell, which was Entanglement. Entanglement is a spell that induces birth. It requires plant seeds as a trigger. After activating Entanglement, the plant seeds will grow rapidly and turn into ropes that entangle the target. The best vine for performing the entanglement technique is the spiritual vine. The iron vine is known for its vines being as tough as iron. Once a cultivator in the early or middle stage of Qi training is entangled, it is very difficult to free himself. The current situation in Yunshi County forced Li Zhen to be cautious. For other Qi cultivating cultivators, spells can only be used in combat situations that are prepared in advance, but he is different. The spell runes on the wall of the Dragon Heart space allow him to cast spells instantly to a certain extent, which makes spells one of his combat methods. He called upon 3 points of spiritual power in his body and activated the entanglement rune through the Dragon Heart space. A green light sank into the iron wire vine seed in his hand. He threw out the seeds of the maidenhair vine, which fell to the ground and immediately sprouted long vines, tightly binding his assumed target, a chair. There is a mysterious connection between him and the growing wire vine. He can control the direction and strength of the vine. Of course, this kind of spell control power comes from the spell casting experience of the entanglement spell of the talisman maker who drew the mid-grade entanglement talisman. If he were to start from the basics, he would be able to perform the entanglement technique, but it would take some time to achieve such control. Li Zhen released the entanglement technique, and the wire vines that bound the chair quickly shrank and transformed into a seed state. He picked up the seed of the maidenhair vine. The vitality in this seed was reduced by half. It could only be used twice more before it would completely lose its vitality. The rapid growth of entanglement technique is achieved at the cost of consuming the vitality of the seeds in exchange for rapid growth in a short period of time. Ordinary seeds lose their vitality after one use, but spiritual seeds can generally be used multiple times. In fact, in actual combat, the spirit seeds stimulated by the entanglement technique will be difficult to recover and reuse, let alone persist for a period of time, due to the target's struggle and the damage to the plants. Li Zhen was very satisfied with his spell casting. A control spell like entanglement could buy him precious time, whether he was killing the enemy or escaping. In addition to the entanglement technique, his most commonly used fighting method is swordsmanship. If you want to unleash the true power of elementary swordsmanship at the minor success level, you can't count on practicing the sword. The low-grade first-level longsword he obtained when he killed Jiexiu has been successfully refined by him and is named Xingrui E07 longsword. Due to its too low quality, there is no need to bind it to the identity bracelet. There is also a Xingrui E12 shield, also obtained from Jiexiu. Although both the sword and the shield are first-grade, low-quality magical weapons, they are suitable for his use. On the contrary, The Jotian C045 medium-grade flying sword was not suitable for his identity. If he took it out, he would be targeted immediately. The next Monday, Li Zhen walked into the classroom with the Xingrue E07 long sword hanging around his waist. However, no classmates noticed that the weapon on his waist was a first-grade inferior magic weapon. For most of his classmates, it was not yet time for them to come into contact with a first-grade inferior magic weapon. Li Zhen glanced at Cheng, he who was sitting quietly in his seat. Ever since he recovered from his injury and returned to school, Cheng He no longer had the pride he had before. Cheng He lost his confidence. His eyes were empty, as if he had lost his spirit. Teacher Zhang talked to Cheng He more than once, but the previous blow was too great for Cheng He, so he could only wait for Cheng He to come out of it himself. Li Zhen shook his head. Even if Cheng He came over this time, something bad would probably happen again in the future. He returned to his seat. Yunan sat in front of him, and Han Wenqin sat on his right. Both of them took the initiative to ask Teacher Zhang to change their seats, which made the three of them form a small group. What are you talking about? Li Zhen sat down and saw that Yunan and Han Wenqin seemed to be arguing about something. So he asked curiously, "We were discussing whether there will be a Piqiao pill auction at the Jiutian Group's annual auction." Yunan turned to look at Li Zhen and replied, "Isn't it still too early for us to get the breaking acupoint pill?" Li Zhen, of course, knew the identities of these two people and shook his head. He was speaking based on the normal progress of cultivation. Even if Yunan and Han Wenqin had the support of their family, it would be difficult for them to advance to the 6th level of Qi training after graduating from high school. And now there are still more than 5 years before high school graduation, so it is indeed too early to consider the breaking acupoint pill. Many of Yunan and I's elders need the piercing pill. Yunan explained, "What's the point of saying all this? Jiutian Group has never announced the auction of the breaking Qi pill. Someone must have spread the news." Han Wenqin waved her hand and said, "There's no smoke without fire. Jiutian Group hasn't refuted anything so far. Besides, no one could say for sure that it was Jiutian Group that released the news." Yunan insisted. "The cultivator who leaked the news must have an ulterior motive." He also said that there would be an auction of Foundation establishment pills. "Isn't this just to cause chaos in Yunxi?" Han Wenqin said worriedly when talking about the latest news. "Hey, Li Zhen, have you changed your practice sword?" Just then, Yunan discovered the long sword on Li Zhen's waist and said, after saying this, he turned his gaze to Han Wenqin. "It's not given by my family." Han Wenqin shook her head. Although Li Zhen's progress was fast, the time was still too short. A large family like the Han family would not invest too much at once. They would focus on a long-term approach so that the beneficiaries would be more grateful. If one really invests too much at once, it will make the sponsored monks more ambitious. And if one reduces the investment in the future, it will lead to enmity. Sometimes investment is also a science, and the 4 major families have a lot of experience in this regard. My parents bought it. It's a bit chaotic outside lately. Li Zhen explained with a smile. "At least the school is safe." Yunan said with a smile without much worry. The school is indeed safe. Although there is no security on the surface, the school has 3 classes in the junior high school, 3 classes in the senior high school, plus the teachers of the monastic class, as well as the school's director, vice principal, and principal. This is a powerful force that no one dares to ignore. Teacher Zhang walked into the classroom with a very serious expression. "Students, from today onwards, all school buses will have teachers accompanying them, and you must take the school bus to and from school." He announced a requirement in a deep voice. The students all understood why this was done. The school would only make such an arrangement if it sensed danger. At the same time, this is also due to the school's distrust of the Public Security Bureau. When has the public security in Yunxi County been so bad before? Li Zhen, I will remind the people at the Yiqian Hall that when you finish your training there, you will need a cultivator to take you home. Han Wenqin said softly to Li Zhen. "No need to be so troublesome." Li Zhen also replied in a low voice. "It's not just you. It's the same with Honghu." Han Wenqin continued. "Since the school did this, there must be a reason. She didn't want Li Zhen and Rong Honghu to get into trouble, because of her negligence. In the following courses, every teacher talked about some more experiences on saving lives in class, just to give students more chances of survival when they encounter troubles. The school cannot suspend classes, at least not without receiving an order from the county chief. This concerns the reputation of Yunxi County. The students in the Hmong class were all nervous, but the students in the ordinary class had no idea what was going on, and they were still laughing and joking as usual. December 1st is the day when Zhouqian Group holds its annual auction. 2 days ago, Zhouqian Group updated the items for its annual auction, among which there were 2 mid-grade Piqiao pills, and it was also mentioned that there was a possibility that a foundation establishment pill would appear in the evening auction. The reason why it is possible is that we need to explain the auction system. The items for the annual auction come from both Zhouqian Group's own products and commissions from other monks. In addition, if a monk wants to temporarily add items to the auction, he can also propose it during the auction. The auction committee will review the items, estimate their value, and then auction them on the spot. The Zhouqian Group said that there might be a foundation establishment pill because a cultivator had made a request to the Zhouqian Group to temporarily auction the foundation establishment pill. They said it was possible because they were not 100% sure that it would be auctioned. But even a glimmer of hope made the monks who received the news go crazy. Not to mention those from far away. There were more than 1,000 monks who were able to arrive in 2 days, which made the public security of Yunxi County even more precarious. The city defense formation has not been repaired yet. Although a mid-level formation master has been invited, it will take some time to repair the damaged formation nodes, and it cannot be completed before December 1st. At the Public Security Bureau, the director looked at the enlarged electronic map in front of him, which showed every street detail in Yunxi County. Sheriff Shang, how many security officers are currently stationed near the auction venue? The director asked Sheriff Shang. This was a routine morning meeting and the tasks had already been arranged, so the director was a little worried. 50 security guards in the middle stage of Qi training have been arranged at the auction venue. They are all equipped with rune pistols. Each of them has also received 3 times the usual number of talismans as a backup. I will be wearing combat armor and ready to provide reinforcements at any time. Sheriff Shang replied. He was helpless as most of his security guards in the middle stage of Qi training were sent to the auction venue. There was nothing he could do as so many cultivators would go to the auction venue. As long as there is any trouble at the auction venue, without a large number of security guards to maintain it, a riot will soon occur. Director, will the Zhouqian Group have any true cultivators who can build the foundation to maintain order? You must give an accurate answer at this point, right? He asked. News has just come from the Zhouqian Group that no foundation establishment cultivators will arrive. They only have 5 Qi condensation late-stage cultivators, and one of them has reached the peak of the late Qi condensation stage, said the director, shaking his head. What is the Zhouqian Group doing? They dared to release the news of the foundation establishment pill. Why didn't they send a true cultivator over? If something really goes wrong, who will be held responsible? Sheriff Shang said dissatisfiedly. They just want to increase the popularity of the auction. If they really want to invite a foundation establishment cultivator to be stationed there, then a small portion of the proceeds from this auction will go to that cultivator. Businessmen are obsessed with profit. The director also said with dissatisfaction, if the foundation establishment pill really appears, I'm afraid the Public Security Bureau won't be able to maintain order at the auction with its strength. Sheriff Shang said worriedly, Don't worry, Zhouqian Group has invited the county chief over. Nothing serious will happen with the county chief around. Also, I will put on another fighter armor and be on standby. The director said the news to reassure people. There are 2 late-stage Qi training cultivators in the Public Security Bureau. One is the director, who is at the 9th level of Qi training, and the other is Sheriff Shang, who is at the 7th level of Qi training. It is difficult for a small county like Yunxi County to retain cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. Most cultivators in the late stage of Qi training will go to larger cities to develop. Even in a unit like the Public Security Bureau, there are only 2 cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. In fact, if there were no problems with the city defense formation, with the county chief above and the Public Security Bureau equipped with powerful magic weapons below, it would be fully capable of maintaining peace in the city. If there really is a big disturbance, activate the city defense formation to prevent enemies from entering and suppress the monks in the city. I have a feeling today won't be a peaceful day, Sheriff Shang said with a sigh. Li Zhen was in class. He had taken note of what the teacher said and was a little distracted at the moment. He was thinking about today's annual auction. He couldn't attend the auction during the day, and it was not easy to get into the auction at night. Fortunately, Han Wenqin and Yu Nin were planning to go and take a look at night, and they had also asked him to go with them. There would be masters from the two families there at that time, so there was no need to worry about safety. He was hesitating whether to use the auction to sell the second-grade, low-grade, spiritual, material black wing wood. In fact, the black wing wood was the only thing he could expose, because its origin was not a big problem. The rest of the spiritual creatures all have some troubles. Besides, the other spiritual objects in his hands, namely the Pui Group's small inverted 5 elements formation and the breakthrough pill, are of some value and can be included in the auction. Even the 9 Heavens C045 medium-grade flying sword will not be accepted by the auction. This medium-grade flying sword is a mass-produced medium-grade flying sword. If you really want to buy it, you can order it from the 9 Heavens group at any time. However, the spiritual item 5 elements gathering chi array plate that Li Zhen wanted to buy required credit points, which could not be achieved by auctioning the proceeds from the realm-breaking pill and Pui Group's small inverted 5 elements array. The Pui Group's small inverted 5 elements formation came from the demon-worshipping cult's secret base. Once it is sent to auction, it is possible that Li Zhen will be exposed to the demon-worshipping cult. Forget it. I'll wait until tonight when I go to the auction and see. Li Zhen thought. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there were a series of loud roars and a tremor that shook the classroom, causing Teacher Zhang, who was giving a lecture, to change his expression. "Students, study on your own," he instructed, and then he flashed out of the classroom. The students didn't know what was going on, and they started discussing it, making bursts of noise in the classroom. As the class monitor, Yunin should have stepped in to maintain classroom discipline, but he didn't have the heart to do so. This is the same noise as the formation node being destroyed a few days ago. Something happened again. Yunin moved closer to Li Zhen and Han Wenqin and said in a low voice, "It should be." Li Zhen nodded affirmatively. His perception is particularly sensitive, and in contrast, he supports Yu Nan's judgment. "I'm contacting my family to see if there is any news," Han Wenqin said as she operated the identity bracelet. Yunin couldn't help but pat his head and started to operate the identity bracelet. He also wanted to know from his family what major events had happened outside. The auction venue of Jiutian Group is located in Yunxi Grand Hall, which is also the only venue for large-scale events in Yunxi County. The daytime auction is to warm up for the evening auction. A large number of spiritual resources that are rarely seen in small cities will be put up for auction. The sudden roar just now made all the monks in the auction hall stand up, and they all assumed fighting stances. Among these monks, most of them are in the middle stage of Qi training and have participated in life and death battles. When danger arises, they are more vigilant. Don't worry, everyone. I guarantee with the reputation of Jiutian Group that the venue is absolutely safe. We have invited County Magistrate Zhao Su Yi, who is at the peak of the late Qi training stage of Jiutian Group, said loudly. When he said this, his eyes turned towards County Chief Zhao. County Chief Zhao, who was about to leave, was stopped by these words. If it was just Su Yi in front of him, County Chief Zhao would not care at all, but Su Yi represented the Jiutian Group. More importantly, County Chief Zhao accepted the conditions of the Jiutian Group and agreed to protect the safety of the auction venue. After hearing what Su Yi said, the monks sat down again. No matter how big the incident is in Yunxi County, it has nothing to do with them. All they need to do is to safely participate in the auction and get the spiritual objects they want. Multiple messages were sent to County Chief Zhao's identity bracelet, and he checked them. When he saw this information, his heart sank. The roar just now was caused by the destruction of 3 formation nodes. As the head of Yunxi County, he certainly would not be unprepared for what had happened recently in Yunxi County. The reason why he could agree to Jiuqian Group's request was not only because Jiuqian Group offered conditions that he could not refuse, but also because he had some arrangements for Yunxi County. In fact, the city defense formation of Yunxi County was repaired last night, but after discussing with the Public Security Bureau, he did not activate it immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until the mastermind behind this incident appeared, and then activate the city defense formation to catch the turtle in the jar. But no one expected that at this time there would be cultivators attacking the formation nodes and destroying 3 formation nodes at a time, disrupting his deployment plan. However, he was restricted by the Jiuqian Group and could not breach the contract and leave the auction venue. Who dares to break into number 2 middle school? Principal Wang's voice rang out on the campus. Although the city defense formation could not be activated, the surveillance at number 2 middle school was still able to detect intruders. Principal Wang flew towards the north of the campus on a flying sword, followed by several monk teachers, including Teacher Zhang and Teacher Zhou. All the monks and teachers were nervous, fearing that something might happen in the school. Now that monks had invaded the campus, they had to do their best to deal with it. Director Su, there are monks invading from the east. Take a few teachers over there. Principal Wang, who was flying in the air, received another alarm, and he instructed Director Su, who was following behind him. Director Su was originally a cultivator in the army, but he was transferred from the army to the school because of an injury that caused his realm to regress. Although he is only at the 6th level of Qi training, his strength is not weaker than that of a cultivator at the 7th level. Director Su brought several monk teachers and headed eastward. Principal Wang came to the north side of the campus at this time. The monks who invaded here had already left the campus. He could vaguely sense that there was a monk in the late stage of Qi training outside the campus who was locking him with his Qi. Principal Wang hesitated for a moment and did not chase out of the campus. Although there are many cultivators in number 2 middle school, he is the only cultivator in the late stage of Qi training who remains on campus and can fight. At this time, he must ensure the safety of number 2 middle school. The late-stage Qi training cultivator outside refused to leave, so Principal Wang was forced to stay where he was. Send a distress signal to the Public Security Bureau. Principal Wang ordered in a deep voice. The attack on number 2 middle school at this time made him feel bad, and he needed to consider the safety of the students in the school. Just as a teacher sent a message to the Public Security Bureau, an alert of a monk invasion was received from another direction of the school. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Zhang, go over and handle it. Principal Wang gave orders to the 2 teachers of the basic combat course, who were also the most powerful among the mid-stage Qi training cultivators. The Public Security Bureau not only received the request for help from number 2 middle school, but also from several other middle schools, and many companies also asked for help from the Public Security Bureau. The director and Sheriff Shang were wearing combat armor, and they were helpless in the face of requests for help from all over. Most of the security guards in the Security Bureau have been sent out. If the remaining security guards are also sent out, there will be no one available in the Security Bureau. Let me go and take a look. If there is any trouble, we can deal with it sooner. Sheriff Shang said in a deep voice. No need, we will stay in the Security Bureau. Someone has tried to lure the tiger away from the mountain and get you and me to leave the Security Bureau. The director shook his head. But if something happens to several schools, we can't afford it. Security Officer Shang reminded helplessly. He is not worried about the attacked businesses because they're full of adults. However, it is different with schools because there are too many underage students and they have no ability to protect themselves. Wait a little longer, the director insisted. Sheriff Shang wanted to say something more, but seeing the director's insistence, he obeyed the command. Inside number 2 middle school, a security guard walked towards the 1st grade class of monks. His aura was only that of the 3rd level of Qi training, and his identity was certified by the security system, so he did not trigger any alerts from the number 2 middle school surveillance system. If the security guard's realm is higher than the 3rd level of Qi training, Even with security identity authentication, something wrong will be discovered because number 2 middle school does not have a security guard in the middle stage of Qi training. Li Zhen was waiting for news about Yunnan and Han Wenqin's families when he suddenly looked towards the classroom door. Han Wenqin and Yunnan discovered something was wrong almost at the same time. A terrible aura was coming from outside the classroom. Li Zhen recognized that this was the aura emitted by a demon when he turned into a demon. He had fought with a demonized cultivator before. Boom! The classroom door was kicked open, and a monster over 2.5 meters tall with a wolf face and brown hair all over his body entered the classroom. There are 53 monks in the first grade class, but the number of monks with combat capabilities can be counted on one hand. In addition, the students have never experienced danger, so when they saw such a terrifying monster, they were all scared pale. As soon as the demon entered the classroom, his blood-red eyes stared at Cheng He. Immediately, the students around Cheng He stepped aside, leaving Cheng He alone. Cheng He himself was so frightened by the monster's stare that he completely forgot that he was a hero who could kill the monster. Li Zhen, Yunnan, let's work together to kill him, Han Wenqin said as she took out a stack of talismans from her waist. Li Zhen had sensed the aura of spiritual objects on her body, but he didn't expect it to be a stack of talismans. Judging from the aura of spiritual objects, most of these talismans were medium-grade talismans. Yunnan took out his own magic weapon, a small copper bell of the first-grade medium grade, and stood in front of Han Wenqin. Li Zhen also knew that it would be difficult to deal with this monster by himself without exposing Long Wei. After the demon is transformed into a demon, the physical body of the third level of Qi training is suddenly upgraded to the equivalent of the physical body of the sixth level of Qi training. At the same time, its defense, strength, and speed will be greatly enhanced. The demon pounced on Cheng He, and the golden sword talisman cast by Han Wenqin fell on the demon in the air. The middle-grade golden sword talisman releases the golden sword technique, a gold-based attack spell. Gold attack spells were known for their sharpness in breaking armor. The golden sword activated by a mid-grade golden sword talisman was enough to pose a great threat to mid-level Qi training cultivators. The demon was completely unprepared, and the golden sword technique hit his back, causing a streak of blood to bloom on his fur. The monster felt pain and instinctively shifted its target of attack. If the monster's intelligence is higher after transformation, it will not easily change its primary target, but its intelligence is greatly reduced after transformation, and it handles many things based on instinct. The demon turned around and pounced towards Han Wenqin, letting out a shrill howl. The spiritual energy in Yunnan's body rose, and the small bronze bell in his hand turned into a bronze bell as tall as a person, blocking in front of him. The bronze bell was quite small and could only completely cover Yunnan and Han Wenqin behind Yunnan, while Li Zhen was exposed. The demon was extremely fast. Just when Han Wenqin was about to activate the second talisman, he had already pounced forward and grabbed the bronze bell heavily. A medium-quality bronze bell is not so easy to destroy. The monster's claws rubbed against the bronze bell, making a teeth-grinding sound. Li Zhen was only 3 meters away from the monster. He lightly flicked out a wire vine seed with his fingers, and the wire vine seed, flashing with green light, fell on the monster's body. Almost instantly, the wire vine seeds turned into a dark green vine that tied up the demon tightly. Yunnan and Han Wenqin were greatly surprised. Although the entanglement technique was a low-level spell, being able to apply it in actual combat was not something that a freshman could do. Even students in the third year of junior high school were seldom familiar with the use of the entanglement technique. The demon was tied up and struggled wildly, and the vines of the iron wire vine made slight cracking sounds. It seemed that it would not take long for the demon to break free from the vines. After all, the iron wire vine is only a first-grade, low-grade spiritual plant. It is extremely difficult to restrain a monster equivalent to the 6th level of Qi training. Han Wenqin activated another Ice Arrow Talisman, but unfortunately the power of the Ice Arrow Talisman was not enough to break the monster's defense. Li Zhen had already drawn out the Xingrue E0 7 longsword. He took 2 steps to the back of the monster and saw the wound on the monster's back. The wound opened by the golden sword talisman is shrinking rapidly at this moment. This is the super recovery ability brought by the demonization. Li Zhen thrust out a sword, hitting the wound right in the middle. There was no fur to protect the wound, and the sword penetrated 3 inches. Although a 3-inch penetration into the body would be a very serious injury for an ordinary person, as long as the monster's vital points are not attacked, it would have little impact on its combat effectiveness. Li Zhen pulled back the Xingrue E07 longsword. Just as he was about to stab out with the sword again, the demon had successfully broken free from the entanglement of the iron wire vine. At this moment, the monster was attacked by Han Wenqin's talismans and Li Zhen's long sword. Since Li Zhen's long sword attack was more threatening, the monster instinctively turned around and prepared to fight Li Zhen. Li Zhen took several steps, maintaining his position behind the monster. In terms of speed, he was not weaker than the demonized monster, and the footsteps he used were those of elementary swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship at the minor success level included footsteps. The Xingrue E07 long sword did not stop attacking, and another sword stabbed into the original wound, and this sword broke into the demon's abdomen. Unfortunately, he did not have time to inflict greater damage to the monster. Before the monster counterattacked, Li Zhen pulled back the Xingrue E07 long sword. He took a flashing step and came behind the monster again. There was no obstruction for this sword, and it pierced into the monster's heart. The demon's body stiffened, then quickly shrank and turned into the appearance of an ordinary human again. Wisdom returned to his brain, and he looked at Li Zhen in disbelief, his eyes full of unwillingness. The order he received was to sneak into the first grade class of No. 2 middle school and kill Changhe. The demon-worshipping cult believed that it was Changhe who destroyed the demon-worshipping cult's secret base in Yunxi County. So Changhe was the one who must be killed. Of course, the demon-worship cult is not only seeking revenge on Changhe, but also on the Yunxi County Public Security Bureau. In order to let everyone know the horror of the demon-worship cult, this revenge must reflect the power of the demon-worship cult. According to the information received by this demon, the person who needs to be paid most attention to in the first grade class of cultivators is Changhe, who has a middle grade fire spiritual root and is being trained by the school. If there is anyone in the first grade class of monks who can pose a threat to the monster, it must be Changhe. But he never expected that there were 3 students with certain combat capabilities hidden among the students. Han Wenqin and Yunnan were better off. One used a mid-grade magic weapon for defense, and the other used a mid-grade talisman for attack. In fact, these means posed limited threat to the demonized monsters. But who would have thought that Li Zhen's swordsmanship would be so sharp, and he even took advantage of the defensive loophole of the fur that was broken and killed the monster with swordsmanship. The demon fell heavily to the ground, and the classroom fell silent. Not to mention the other students. Even Yunnan and Han Wenqin looked at Li Zhen with incredible expressions. Changhe, what is pants? The voice of a female classmate broke the silence. The female classmate pointed at Changhe, who was sitting on the ground, and saw yellow liquid flowing out from under Changhe's body. Isn't he said to be a hero? He even killed monsters. Why did he pee when he saw a monster? A classmate raised a question. You know, even though Changhe failed to break through the second level of Qi training because of his eagerness for quick success, many classmates in the class still admired him. Changhe was a hero who was rewarded by the school. I didn't want my pants. Changhe tried to hide the liquid under his body and said it forcefully. No one is hurt, right? Teacher Zhang rushed into the classroom at this time. He looked nervously at the corpse on the ground and all the students and asked, Teacher Zhang, no one in the class was injured, and the monster was killed by Li Zhen. Class monitor Yu Nan reported as he put away the intermediate bronze bell. It was me and the 2 squad leaders who killed the monster together. Li Zhen explained quickly. Very good. I will report it to the school, and all participating students will be rewarded. Teacher Zhang looked at Li Zhen and the other 2 with satisfaction, and then she frowned slightly at Changhe and said, Student Changhe, stand up. Changhe didn't move, but just lowered his head even deeper. He pulled his clothes hard to cover the liquid on the ground. Only then did Teacher Zhang notice Chung He's condition, especially the smell that entered his nose. All students, follow me to the battle room. All students in the monastic class should gather there, so that it will be easier for the teacher to protect them, she announced in a deep voice, no longer paying attention to Chung He. This was the order from Principal Wang. After the aura of a demon appeared in the first grade class of monks, Principal Wang assigned Teacher Zhang to go back to the class to deal with it. At the same time, he came up with the idea of gathering all the monks' students together for protection. The students left the classroom, and Chung He walked at the end. Although the battle room is not small in size, it cannot accommodate all the students in the school. Only students from the monastic class can enter the battle room. From this point, we can see the status of monks in society. When they're really in danger, the school will try its best to protect only the students in the monk class. Of course, even if they are monsters, they rarely attack students in ordinary classes. There is no benefit in doing so, and monsters will not do anything that has no benefit. Li Zhen, Han Wenqin, and Yu Nen occupied a corner of the battle room. Because of their performance just now, the rest of the classmates intentionally gave them space to communicate. I received news from home that 4 other middle schools were also invaded by monks. 2 students died and 6 were injured. Han Wenqin whispered the latest news. Was it also done by a demon? Li Zhen asked. Those monks who took action were not transformed into demons, so it is impossible to determine whether they were done by the demon-worshipping cult. But the demon-worshipping cult is the most suspicious. Han Wenqin replied softly. Just because they haven't turned into monsters doesn't mean they're not monsters. Maybe they're cultivators being examined by the demon worship cult. In order to join the demon worship cult, these cultivators will do anything. Yunnan continued. Li Zhen thought that he had killed a demon today, and he did it in front of so many classmates. He was afraid that he would be targeted by the demon worship cult in the future. However, he did not regret it. If he really watched his classmates being killed by demons and did nothing, he would despise himself. Besides, killing the monster was also for his own sake. Even if he didn't take action, the monster would come to kill him after killing Chung He. It seems that the monster is targeting Chung He, Li Zhen said as he thought of the scene where the monster entered the classroom. This is not surprising. It's because Chung He has been in the spotlight. Not only did he announce his mid-grade fire spiritual root, but he also took the credit for uncovering the secret base of the demon worship cult. Yunnan said here and suddenly looked at Li Zhen. If I remember correctly, Li Zhen was captured together with Chung He and taken to the secret base of the demon-worshipping cult. He had not thought about it before, but now seeing Li Zhen kill the demon with his sword, he couldn't help but suspect that the discovery of the demon worship cult's secret base had something to do with Li Zhen. Li Zhen, what you just performed was the entanglement technique. When did you learn it? Han Wenqin asked curiously. She knew that Li Zhen's main spiritual root was wood, so it was normal for him to practice the entanglement technique. However, being able to practice the entanglement technique and use it in actual combat was not an easy task. Even though she came from a good family and had family support, she still found it difficult to practice magic. In addition to theoretical knowledge, practicing magic also requires a lot of practice. The total amount of spiritual power in her body is a little less, and it cannot support a lot of practice of magic. I'm lucky too. When I found something wrong just now, I used the entanglement technique on the seeds of the iron wire vine. I didn't expect it to be successful in one try. Li Zhen explained with a smile. He certainly couldn't say that his mastery of the entanglement technique was close to the realm of Xiaofa. Inside the Public Security Bureau, the director's face turned gloomy as the bad news came one after another. Sheriff Shang, solve those problems as quickly as possible. Even though the director didn't want to do it anymore, he still gave the order. Now that students have died in the school, and the Public Security Bureau has not taken any action, it will be difficult to explain itself later. Sheriff Shang saluted and took off into the air in his fighter armor. Shortly after Sheriff Shang left, 7 figures rushed into the Security Bureau. All 7 figures were transformed into monsters, and their aura after being transformed into monsters had reached the late stage of chi training. They entered the sheriff's office and began to destroy things crazily. The security guards who stayed behind at the security bureau used rune pistols to fight back, but the rune pistols were simply unable to break the defenses of these demonized monsters. The rune pistol was unable to stop the monsters, and they approached in a moment. No matter the security guards who stayed behind were in the early or middle stages of chi training, they could not even withstand a single blow from these monsters. Kill! With a loud shout, the director rushed into the battlefield. The director is already at the 9th level of chi training. With the combat armor that increases his combat power, he can almost fight with a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building in a short period of time. Fighter armor, like rune pistol, is a prohibited equipment in the city. Unlike the rune pistol, the value of the fighter armor is too high. Apart from a military and the public security bureau, the few fighter armor are left out there. The most critical thing is that the fighter armor requires corresponding permissions to use, which makes it extremely difficult to use even if the fighter armor falls into the hands of others. The director wearing fighter armor is not shorter than the demonized monster. With the help of the fighter armor, its movements are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Kacha! A mecha arm penetrated into the chest of a demon and stretched out from the back, while holding a heart in its hand. The director's arm moved the monster's body and smashed it towards another monster. Just as the monster's body hit the other monster, he also reached the side of the monster. His hand swept across the demon's neck, and the demon's head rolled off the skull. At the first contact, 2 of the 7 demonized monsters died, and the remaining 5 showed no fear at all. They still pounced on the director, but were easily killed by him. Soon, all the demonized monsters were killed. The director did not have a smug look on his face. The 7 demonized monsters with the strength of the late chi training stage were actually 7 middle chi training cultivators. If they were late chi training monsters transformed into monsters, it would not be so easy. Headquarters, I'm on my way to number 2 middle school. Sheriff Shang reported to the Public Security Bureau. On the fighter armor, residual blood stains can be faintly seen. He had just visited several other areas where distress signals had been sent out, and he put number 2 middle school last, because he had received news from number 2 middle school that the attacking enemies had been eliminated and no casualties had been caused to the students. The fighter jet was flying at a low altitude, and Yunshi County was not very large, so he was able to reach any location in the shortest time. He saw number 2 middle school and was about to contact Principal Wang to get more detailed information from him. Sheriff Shang was flying over a residential building when the spiritual energy beneath him twisted. He then felt his body become heavy and the flying function of his fighter armor was restricted, causing him to fall to the ground from a low altitude. He was suddenly startled and realized that he had entered some kind of formation. Just think about the fact that when the situation in Yunshi County was chaotic, the formation was used to trap him, the sheriff. This must be related to the destruction of the Yunshi County City Defense Formation. But he was not too worried. The combat armor on his body increased his combat power to a level close to that of the initial stage of foundation building. He believed that without building a true foundation, he could handle all troubles. Standing up from the ground, he looked around calmly. The surrounding environment can only be seen within a radius of about 20 meters, and everything outside is blurry. He wanted to contact the Public Security Bureau headquarters through his ID bracelet, but found that the ID bracelet could not contact the outside world. His mind moved slightly, and a flying sword flew out and hovered above his head. "Break it for me!" he shouted, and the flying sword slashed forward. After being strengthened by the fighter armor, Sheriff Shang's power when wielding a first-grade, top-quality flying sword was greatly increased. The power of this sword exceeded the full-strength sword of a 9th-level chi training cultivator. It slashed on the formation, causing the void to shake. Although the formation here was not broken by one sword, he knew that 2 more swords would definitely be able to break this formation. But others deliberately trapped him, not to let him break the formation easily. 3 howls were heard, and from the blurry void, three monsters nearly 3 meters tall who had transformed into wolf cubs walked out. The three wolf monsters were holding heavy maces in their hands. The shaft of the mace alone was as thick as an arm and as long as the wolf monster's height. The head of the mace was covered with sharp spikes. Although there was the mad, killing intent of wild beasts in their eyes, there was also a hint of sober wisdom. The demon-worshipping cult is so generous. Are they doing so many things in Yunxi County just for me? Sheriff Shang asked in a deep voice. After seeing the three wolf monsters, he had a bad feeling. The three wolf monsters are able to maintain their intelligence after transforming into monsters, which shows that they themselves possess the strength of the late stage of Qi training, which is why their minds will not be completely affected after transforming into monsters. Although the higher the strength is, the smaller the improvement brought by the demonization will be. But if there is a slight improvement in the later stage of Qi training, the combat power will be greatly enhanced. The aura emanating from the three wolf demons in front of him was slightly weaker than that of Sheriff Shang, who was wearing fighter armor, but the weakness was very limited. Sheriff Shang was outnumbered 3 at a time and didn't feel very confident. His question went unanswered, and what awaited him was the attack of 3 wolf demons. Although the first grade top grade mace in the wolf demon's hand is of the same grade as Sheriff Shang's first grade top grade flying sword, Sheriff Shang's first grade top grade flying sword is a mass-produced flying sword, while the first grade top grade mace is a customized magic weapon. Not to mention that the amount of first grade top grade raw materials used in a first grade top grade mace is many times that of a first grade top grade flying sword. Therefore, Sheriff Shang did not dare to let his flying sword come into contact with the mace. He could only dodge using the enhanced speed of the fighter armor. Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps back when he felt a wall of nothingness behind him. This was the barrier of the formation blocking his way back. Bang! The mace, with terrifying force, hit the fighter armor heavily. Sheriff Shang was smashed to the left, bounced twice on the ground, leaving 2 deep pits, and was once again blocked by the formation barrier. Energy consumption 31%, current energy 46%. The reminder of the fighter armor appeared in his retina. This attack consumed nearly 1/3 of the total energy in the fighter armor. He had consumed some energy before, so the fighter armor only had 46% of its energy left. This was because he had the fighter armor, otherwise this attack would have been enough to kill him. The strongest feature of the fighter armor, in addition to enhancing the strength of the monk, is that it has a strong defense against physical attacks. Of course, it also has a certain defensive effect against various spell attacks. When a physical attack lands on the fighter armor, it will first consume the armor's energy to eliminate the attack. Sheriff Shang felt extreme danger. Although this attack was blocked, the attacks of the 3 wolf monsters would not stop, and the defense of the fighter armor was not enough to protect him. He waved his hand, and 10 talismans flew out. At this time, he didn't care what the attributes of these talismans were. He only knew that the talismans he took out were all attack talismans. 10 talismans were cast, and multiple streams of water and fire energy flew towards the wolf monster that was pouncing over, piercing the ground under the wolf monster's feet. His flying sword shot toward a wolf demon, and he needed to deal with an enemy first. But the intelligent wolf demon would not allow himself to be attacked. Just when the flying sword was about to hit the wolf demon activated a top-grade Vajra talisman. The top-grade Vajra talisman turned into a golden barrier to protect the wolf demon's body, and the flying sword slashed on the golden barrier. The golden barrier was naturally unable to block Sheriff Shang's full-strength sword attack, which had a power that exceeded that of a 9th-level Qi training cultivator. But just as the golden barrier was broken by the flying sword, the wolf demon seized the opportunity when the flying sword was blocked and smashed the flying sword heavily with the mace in his hand. Puff! Sheriff Shang spat out a mouthful of blood on the mask of the fighter armor. Controlling the flying sword requires his mental control. When the mace hit the flying sword, his spirit remaining in the sword was also attacked. The flying sword's light dimmed and fell to the ground, and he also lost the sense of the flying sword. The flying sword was hit, and his spirit was traumatized, and he vomited blood. The glimmer of hope he had created with 10 talismans was lost the moment he stopped moving. 3 maces hit him at the same time, and the energy of the fighter armor was instantly reduced to 0. The fighter armor that had lost its energy could no longer block the remaining impact force. At the same time, Sheriff Shang's strength boosted by the fighter armor also disappeared. The remaining impact force directly hit him, who was actually at the 7th level of Qi training. His eyes were dazed, and if it weren't for the physique of a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training, he would have been a dead body by now. The 3 wolf monsters did not attack again, and one of them was no longer in the demon state. This is a middle-aged monk who looks gentle, but due to his transformation into a demon, the clothes on his body can no longer cover his body. He walked to the side calmly, got his clothes and put them on, then walked to Sheriff Shang. He pressed lightly on the fighter armor, and the fighter armor detached from Sheriff Shang and turned into a cube-shaped metal box. If I sacrifice you to the demon god, perhaps I can get a chance to break through the foundation building stage. The gentlemanly middle-aged monk muttered to himself as he took out a rope magic weapon and tied up Sheriff Shang. He seemed to be afraid that Sheriff Shang would die, so he took out a blood-red bead and stuffed it into Sheriff Shang's mouth. The blood-red beads melted in his mouth, and Sheriff Shang's complexion recovered a little, no longer having the dead look he had before. I didn't expect you had a storage bag. The gentlemanly middle-aged monk took out a small bag from Sheriff Shang's waist and said with a little surprise, "You can't open the storage bag without killing me." Sheriff Shang was seeking death at this moment. He didn't want to be a sacrifice. He wanted to take advantage of the other party's greed and make him kill him. Becoming a sacrificial offering, his soul can no longer be reincarnated, which is a more terrible result than death. Do you really think that the spiritual seal on the storage bag is useful? Not to mention the spiritual seal on the storage bag, I can even remove the recognition of the master of the fighter armor. The gentleman middle-aged monk laughed. He took out a special talisman, activated it, and pressed it on the storage bag. Despair flashed in Sheriff Shang's eyes. He recognized what the special talisman was. It was a seal-breaking talisman. There are very few talisman makers who can draw the broken seal talisman, which makes it very rare. The function of the seal-breaking talisman is very simple, which is to break the spiritual imprint in an object. Of course, this seal-breaking talisman can only break the spiritual imprint of a Qi-cultivating cultivator. As the seal-breaking talisman was pressed on the storage bag, Sheriff Shang's face turned pale and the mental pain almost made him faint. The storage bag also lost contact with him and became an ownerless storage bag. The gentle middle-aged monk did not stop. He took out another metal bead. "King Lingzhu, how could you have such a thing in your hand?" When Sheriff Shang saw the metal beads, he was even more shocked than when he saw the broken seal talisman. Compared with the seal-breaking talisman, the Qingling Pearl is a strictly controlled spiritual object. In fact, the King Lingzhu is not a completely spiritual object. It is a combination of technology and cultivation, and is aimed at fighter armor. The Qingling Pearl was placed on the surface of the fighter armor box. The Qingling Pearl turned into mercury and penetrated into the interior of the fighter armor box. The gentlemanly middle-aged monk put the fighter armor box into his storage bag. The process of cracking the fighter armor would take a long time, so he couldn't stay here and wait. He waved his hand, and the wolf demon next to him mentioned Sheriff Shang. The formation here was lifted, and Principal Wong of No. 2 Middle School sensed 3 auras of late Qi training cultivators. Together with the late Qi training cultivator who was hiding in the dark and confronting him, there were 4 late Qi training cultivators in total. All teachers should immediately disperse the students in the monk class and not let them stay in school. Principal Wong gritted his teeth and issued the order he least wanted to give. If we let the students leave No. 2 Middle School at this time, they will be in danger and no one knows what they will encounter. But compared to staying in school, facing 4 late-stage Qi training monks, dispersing and leaving is the best option. At the same time, Principal Wong's aura suddenly rose. He needed to stop these late-stage Qi training monks and buy more time for the students to disperse and leave. All students, please leave the school and go home as soon as possible. A teacher in the battle room received the order from Principal Wang. He did not hesitate and announced loudly. The other teachers also received the order at the same time. They knew that since Principal Wang issued such an order, the situation must be extremely critical. Don't stay where you are. Leave quickly and be careful. Teacher Zhang said to the students in his class. Hurry up. Han Wenqin was the first to react, and she urged. Li Zhen and Yu Nen rushed to the outside of the battle room. The senior students were more decisive and broke open the nearest windows one by one and left. Teacher Zhang, other teachers and other students all left, but they did not leave. Instead, they walked towards Principal Wang. Even though their strength is low, they must fight together with Principal Wang. The students were all very panicked. Some of them activated the light body talisman to increase their speed, while others joined their friends to seek peace of mind. Li Zhen stayed away from other students. He knew very well that if there were cultivators chasing students, the more students there were, the more likely they would become the preferred targets. We arrived at the wall, and outside the wall was the campus of No. 2 Middle School. He used all his strength to perform the Qi concealment technique to suppress his spiritual energy to an extremely low level. He looked in one direction, where there were many terrifying auras of late-stage Qi training. Only then did he understand why the school asked the students to flee separately. He jumped lightly, put one hand on the wall, and easily climbed over it. No student climbed over the wall to leave, so he was the only student in this direction. His mind moved slightly, and he changed his monastic class uniform into ordinary clothes. These were the clothes he stored in the Dragon Heart space, for use in occasions where it was inconvenient to expose himself as a monastic class student. He actually used it at this time, the Qi concealing technique combined with this outfit. If no one deliberately detected him, everyone would think he was just an ordinary student. Li Zhen now needs to consider where to go, which is safer, and the first choice is naturally home. But it's still a long way from here to home, and there might be some dangers along the way. He didn't need to worry about his parents. Father Li was a very cautious man. He might have taken Mother Li to hide in the underground safe house. He looked in another direction, which was the direction of the auction venue. He had heard from Han Wenqin that the county chief had been invited by the Jiutian group to maintain the security of the auction venue. If we were to ask where the safest place was at the moment, it would be where the county chief was. He still remembered the scene of the county chief inspecting from the air. The terrifying strength of a true cultivator in the Foundation period was enough to intimidate any enemy. Of course, he went to the auction with the intention of gambling, and he was also thinking about the auction at the auction venue. So, if I find out that the Jiutian group is colluding with the demon worship cult, no matter how deep the background of the Jiutian group is, I will investigate it to the end. The county chief looked at Su Yi and said in a deep voice. The county chief received a report from his subordinates that a number of demon-worshipping cult members had been discovered and were launching large-scale attacks. The sheriff's department headquarters was attacked. Sheriff Shang, who was out, lost contact, and a large number of security officers were killed. The county chief was restricted to the auction venue by the Jiutian group, which made him extremely annoyed. Mr. County Chief, the Jiutian group has no connection with the demon-worshipping cult. We had no choice but to sign the contract with you this time. No one expected that someone would want to bid for the Foundation establishment pill at the last minute. Su explained hurriedly. With the power of Jiutian group, he is not really afraid of the county chief. But if the county chief really ignores it, he will need to face the county chief's anger. That's better, said the county chief coldly. He was also extremely wary of the Jiutian group and did not dare to violate the contract with the Jiutian group, as the consequences would be very serious. He looked into the distance, hoping that reinforcements would arrive in time. Sui let out a long sigh. He thought for a moment, and then set his sights on another late Qi training cultivator from the Jiutian group. It was this monk who suggested inviting the county chief to come and help, and even signing a contract with the county chief was also his suggestion. This made Sui wonder whether this cultivator did it on purpose. If he did, then the identity of this cultivator would be hard to say. Thinking of this, he entered a command on his identity bracelet. The Jotian group has its own investigation system, and all cultivators who join the Jotian group will be subject to a certain degree of monitoring. These monitoring measures are not strict. They usually monitor the credit points in their accounts and transactions through identity bracelets. These monitoring measures will be stored in the database and will not be checked unless something goes wrong. Lu Qianyu, you bought 5 bottles of medium-grade Yellow Dragon Pill and 1 medium-grade Piqiao Pill last month, all at high prices. You must be wealthy. Not long after, Su Yi received the investigation report. He read the report and said to Lu Qianyu, "At this moment, the 5 late-stage Qi training cultivators from the Jotian group and the county chief are alone in the side hall of the auction venue. Their powerful aura will not create any oppressive force on the auction site, and they can also take action at the first time when something happens." Su Yi's words startled all the cultivators in the hall. They were not fools, and when they heard him say that, they must have suspected something. That's what I prepared for my breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi training. Lu Qianyu was surprised, but still responded. Do you think I forgot that you tried to reach the 9th level of Qi training 3 months ago, and you risked your entire fortune for it, but still failed? And you have this much wealth in just 3 months? Su Yi said sarcastically with a rising aura. Yellow Dragon Pill is the best elixir for cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. The mid-grade Yellow Dragon Pill is very valuable. Even if it is purchased through the channels of Jotian Group, the number of 5 bottles purchased at a time is extremely astonishing. Not to mention, there is also a mid-grade breakthrough pill. Even for a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training, it would take several years of accumulation to purchase these pills. There's no need to quibble. Just surrender now. When we return to the group, we will have a way to prove whether your words are true or false. Su Yi continued. There was no way Lu Qianyu would surrender. If he was really taken back to Jotian Group with the technology and means of Jotian Group, he would not be able to hide anything. Just as he was about to move his hand, an indescribable, terrifying pressure fell on him. He lowered his body and fell heavily to the ground. The county chief discovered his little trick and suppressed him directly. Even a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi training was as weak as a baby in front of the county chief, who was a true cultivator at the foundation stage. Jotian Group must give me an explanation. After suppressing Lu Qianyu, the county chief turned to Su Yi and said, although it was obvious that there was something wrong with Lu Qianyu, the signed contract was not canceled proactively by Jotian Group, and the consequences of the county chief's unilateral breach of contract were still serious. Mr. County Chief, Jotian Group will give you an explanation, but I still have to trouble you with the safety of the auction. Su Yi bowed deeply to the county chief and said, after discovering that there were actually people in the late Qi training stage who came from the Jotian Group to protect the auction who were colluding with the demon-worshipping cult, it was impossible for Su Yi to let the county chief leave just like that. Although Lu Qianyu was captured, he could not guarantee that the other 3 Jotian Group's late-stage Qi training cultivators were 100% safe. The annual auction represents the reputation of the Jotian Group and Su Yi's own safety. Only if the county chief, a true cultivator who has established his foundation, stays here can the auction and his own safety be guaranteed. As for offending the county chief, the Jotian Group will compensate him later. The county chief glanced at Su Yi hatefully. If Su Yi did not take the initiative to terminate the contract, he would still have to stay. Think it over carefully. You will be responsible for all the consequences, he reminded in a deep voice. Su Yi didn't say anything this time, but just kept bowing. At number 2 middle school, Principal Wang looked exhausted. Many of the teachers beside him had fallen to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown, and the teachers who were standing were all injured. Here are some rejuvenation pills. Distribute them quickly. Principal Wang took out a pill bottle and threw it to a teacher who was less seriously injured and instructed. The teacher took the bottle of medicine, but he did not take it himself. Instead, he carefully checked the condition of the injured teachers. The quantity of this bottle of rejuvenation pill is limited, and it can only be given to the teachers who are most seriously injured and in need, so that the effectiveness of the rejuvenation pill can be maximized. Principal Wong looked at the direction the four monsters left. If these monsters in the late stage of Qi training attacked with all their strength, the teachers of number 2 middle school, including himself, would have no chance of survival. But the four demons in the late stage of Qi training obviously had more important things to do, so they left in a hurry halfway through the battle. If someone looked down from the sky, they could see that from all over the city, there were demons holding monks' weapons and gathering towards one goal. And that target was exactly the county capital. The county chief was not in the capital, and the strength of the cultivators who remained in the capital was not strong. In fact, the county capital does not need any guarding force. No matter how powerful the guarding force is, it cannot be stronger than the county head, who is a true cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. The county head's office is mostly populated by servants and civil servants, whose duties include taking care of the county head's daily life and cooperating with him in his work. The monsters didn't even need to transform into monsters and easily took care of the people in the county capital. A demon took out pieces of spiritual beast skins, on which were drawn complicated lines. He spread the spirit beast skins on the ground, pieced them together, and connected their lines. Lead the spirit into the formation, he said loudly after piecing together the spirit beast skins. The county capital is the most important place in Yunxi County. Its importance does not mean that the county capital is the political center, but that it is the core of the main spiritual vein of Yunxi County. Yunxi County, as well as any other county, has at least one second-level spiritual vein. The second-level spiritual vein in Yunxi County is a low-grade spiritual vein. This second-level low-grade spiritual vein has many branches, supplying every place in Yunxi County that needs spiritual energy. For example, in number 2 middle school, there's a first-grade superior spiritual vein that branches off from a second-grade inferior spiritual vein. The spiritual planning area in Li Zhen's home directly draws spiritual energy. The entire county obtains spiritual energy from the second-level inferior spiritual veins, which is also the basis for the existence of Yunxi County. The county chief of every county is a foundation-building cultivator and has the task of protecting the second-level spiritual veins. At the same time, the foundation-building cultivator himself can only practice and improve his cultivation in the second-level spiritual veins. The skins of spiritual beasts are spliced together, which is a special way to quickly set up an array. Draw part of the formation on the skin of the spirit beast, and then combine them to form a complete formation. The energy required for the formation is directly drawn from the spiritual energy of the second-grade inferior spirit vein, which ensures that the formation has sufficient energy. Several demons drew the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins and guided it into the skins of spiritual beasts. The skins of spiritual beasts flashed with spiritual light, and wherever the spiritual energy passed, the lines seemed to be lit up. The monsters looked at the formation on the ground nervously. They needed to activate the formation before the county chief returned, otherwise all the arrangements would be in vain. Intense spiritual energy rose from the skin of the spirit beast, and an ochre-colored light spread outward from the formation. The Ho2 dust array has been activated successfully. Start setting up the altar immediately, the leading demon ordered excitedly. A lot of security guards were captured alive this time. These are the demon god's favorite sacrifices, and they would have to rely on the demon god to expand the results of the battle later. At the auction venue, when the county capital was invaded, the county chief hurriedly contacted his deputy in the government office. After waiting for a while and receiving no response, he knew that something had happened in the county capital. Sui, I can't stay here any longer. He no longer cared about the contract with the Jiuqin group. If something happened to the second-level spiritual vein in the county capital, the consequences would be more serious than violating the contract with the Jiuqin group. Without waiting for Sui to respond, he suddenly flew up, broke through the roof, and flew away. Quickly check what happened. Sui had no ability to stop the county chief. He knew very well that since the county chief did not care about the contract, something big must have happened. Someone had already gone to investigate, and the scene of the county chief flying into the air just now made quite a noise, which was clearly seen by the monks in the auction venue. The demons have invaded the county and are heading this way, a cultivator shouted. When Su-Yi heard the voices, he immediately checked to see who was causing the trouble. The monk who was speaking intentionally concealed himself and was not discovered by Su. With this monk's words, the order of the auction venue was temporarily disrupted. The foundation building pill and a bunch of treasures are right behind. Rob him, another voice shouted. This voice was full of temptation. Even if there were monks present who were not affected, as long as they thought that the treasures on the auction list were right in front of them, they would never let go of this opportunity. Especially the cultivators in the late stage of chi training who were present and participating in the auction, they had no resistance to the foundation establishment pill at all. It was under such circumstances that Li Zhen approached the auction venue. Before he entered the venue, he saw the figure of the county chief flying away. He was stunned. Although he came to the auction venue with greedy ideas, it was more because it was safest here with the county chief. Now that the county chief had left, he heard the voice coming from the meeting hall again. He hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he could take advantage of this chaotic situation. At this moment, due to the chaos in the venue, two monks from the Jiutian group at the door have rushed into the venue, wanted to work with the monks from the Jiutian group inside to stabilize order. Li Zhen walked into the venue without any obstruction, where a melee was taking place. Many of the monks present were experienced. They covered their heads and faces with cloth and rushed to the side hall of the auction. Everyone knows that the items that the Jiutian group is preparing to auction must be protected by the most powerful monks in the Jiutian group. The strongest cultivator of the Jiutian group is Su-Yi, who is also the most powerful cultivator present, with the strength of the peak of chi training. But even with the strength at the peak of chi training, he was still frightened when facing the huge number of cultivators. He was extremely decisive, knowing that once he was entangled by these greedy monks, Lu Tianyu might escape. So before preparing for the fight, he kicked Lu Tianyu to death. Let's fight our way out. We can't be trapped indoors. After killing Lu Tianyu, he said solemnly to the other three companions who were in the late stage of chi training. The three companions in the late stage of chi training have taken out their magic weapons, as well as many talismans. They cannot be stingy at this time. The greedy monks, some used magical instruments, and some threw out talismans. Although there were few cultivators whose magical instruments and talismans exceeded the quality of Su-Yi and his companions, their numbers were too large, and their attack was extremely powerful. Li Zhen shrank his body into a corner where there was a corpse. He placed the corpse across his body and lay underneath it. He was of relatively small build, and the corpse was over 1.9 meters tall, completely covering him. The chi concealing technique allowed him to reduce the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme. He slowed down his breathing. Even if he did not hide his own realm, it was only the second level of chi training. Who present would care about a cultivator at the second level of chi training? Li Zhen now released his sense of spiritual objects. Any spiritual object without an owner within a range of 10 meters would be sensed by him. Unfortunately, even though there were many corpses on the ground, he was unable to sense any spiritual creatures. Looting corpses is a practical skill for a monk. The spiritual objects on the bodies of these killed monks had long been swept away, so it was not his turn. Su-Yi and the other three companions in the late chi training stage each used defensive magic weapons. As cultivators from the Jiutian group, the magic weapons they used were all of first-grade, top-quality quality. They also cast several defensive talismans on themselves, which could at least help them withstand the attacks of the monks for a short period of time. But they did not dare to stay for long, because some of these cultivators had the strength of the late chi training stage, and the defenses on their bodies could not last long. Once their defenses were broken, they would have no chance of survival under so many attacks. Su-Yi took the lead and threw out a handful of talismans. The three late chi training cultivators behind him also threw out a handful of talismans. The talismans turned into balls of fire and exploded among the group of monks. Among the cultivators who were directly hit, except for those who had reached the late stage of chi training, the rest were either killed or seriously injured. Even a cultivator in the late chi training stage did not want to fight to the death with Su Yi. If he was seriously injured, even if Su Yi and the others were left behind, he would not be able to get the treasure. Su Yi and the other 4 late chi training cultivators were trying to survive, while the greedy cultivator was after wealth. They all had their own thoughts and were not united to begin with, and now under a fierce attack from Su Yi and the others, the group of people were scattered. Su Yike had no intention of fighting, nor did he care about the other Jiuqian group cultivators at the auction venue. He only took 3 chi training late-stage cultivators and rushed outside through the passage that had just been blasted. "Anyone who stands in my way will die," he shouted and threw out a large number of talismans as if they were free. He and the 3 late chi training cultivators were targeting the main gate. As long as they were out of the gate, relying on their advantages in cultivation and magical weapons, it wouldn't be as troublesome whether they were fighting or fleeing. The battle advanced towards the gate, and monks were killed almost every moment. The talisman defenses and defensive magic weapons of a late chi training cultivator behind Su Yi were all broken. He let out a scream and fell down after being hit by multiple talismans. The defenses of Su Yi and the other 2 late chi training cultivators were equally precarious. This kind of melee was something they had never encountered before, and they overestimated their own defenses. No one noticed that the spiritual object on the monk who died near the gate disappeared after he fell down. Li Zhen was very ruthless at this moment. As long as he sensed a spiritual object that could be collected, he would immediately put it into the dragon heart space. Anyway, the venue was in chaos and no one would notice this. Even if someone noticed it, no one would suspect him. On the contrary, any other monk of the scene would be more suspicious. Su Yi and the 2 late chi training cultivators looked at each other, and they each took out a storage bag from their bodies and threw it out. "The items you want to hear." 3 storage bags fell among the pile of corpses on the ground. Su Yi and his friends knew very well that if they didn't give up the items, they might not be able to leave alive. As for using fake things to deceive these monks, who would carry fake storage bags with them? Each of them threw out their storage bags. They would not have such tacit understanding in a short period of time. As long as the time was delayed a little longer, their defenses would be broken, which would mean death. The auction items are public property of the Jiuqian group. They lost the items, and most of the responsibility lies with the county chief violating the contract and leaving. Their own liability is limited. Sure enough, after they threw out 3 storage bags, all the monks turned their attention to the storage bags on the ground. The monks closest to them pounced towards the storage bags on the ground. Just when they were about to touch the storage bags, the 3 storage bags magically disappeared. Only the monk who almost fell on the storage bag noticed this situation, while the other monks thought they had obtained the storage bag. The talismans and magic weapons flew towards them, and they were dead in a moment. "Nothing." The monk shook his head and said as another monk came forward to search. Someone has to believe this statement. The other monks thought that he had secretly hidden the storage bag, and a new round of attacks came. Su Yi and 2 late chi training monks took advantage of the opportunity when the greedy monks tried to snatch the 3 storage bags and successfully rushed out of the gate. "What should we do now?" someone asked Sui anxiously. "Contact the group headquarters. We have surveillance footage for investigating what happened today. We can make him vomit out what he ate." Sui looked calm. Apart from their discussions, the chaos at the auction venue was even worse than before. If they were united against the enemy before, now due to the disappearance of the 3 storage bags, it is possible that all the monks present have obtained the storage bags, so the battle has become disorderly. In addition, the situation became even worse due to the constant instigation of monks in the venue. There were more and more corpses on the ground, and the ground was covered with blood. One monk regained consciousness, turned around, and ran out of the gate. The other monks thought that this monk wanted to escape with the storage bag, so they chased after him. The battle moved from inside the venue to outside and expanded outward. Li Zhen did not move. He still remained pressed by the corpse. The auction venue was very quiet, and it seemed that there were no living monks. If someone was seriously injured here, he would be killed by other monks very quickly. Even if these seriously injured monks do not have storage bags, the spiritual objects on them are still a kind of wealth. Without the constraints of a law, the monks had no scruples, and they instinctively killed each other for cultivation resources. Finally gone, a corpse, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, stood up, and said. He searched the bodies on the ground, hoping to get something good. Just as he reached out to touch a corpse on the ground, the corpse's hand stabbed out from under the body, and a dagger pierced the man's neck, killing him instantly. The corpse stood up and took out several spiritual objects from the body of the killed monk. What a poor wretch, he spat at the monk's corpse. He did not look for other bodies, but stood up and left quickly. Li Zhen waited for a few more minutes, and when no more monks came back to life, he pushed the corpses away. There was a lot of blood on his body, making him look very miserable. He also ignored the corpses on the ground. Perhaps there were still some spiritual objects on these corpses, but he had seen the previous situation. Even if these monks were dead, there was no guarantee that they had not left any tricks behind. He quietly left the auction venue. The battle outside had already gone away, which was why he waited for a while longer. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a wonderful counterattack. After looking at the clothes he was wearing, he changed into a clean set of clothes through the Dragonheart space. This time, everything seemed much more normal, and Li Zhen headed towards home. Although he didn't take inventory of the harvest this time, it was definitely a lot. All he had to do next was to survive. Why is there such a heavy fog? Li Zhen walked for a while and found fog all around. It is afternoon now, and even if there is fog, it should not appear at this time, not to mention the climate in Yunxi County, where heavy fog is rare. As he breathed, some mist was inhaled into his body. He only felt a blood-red color emerging in front of his eyes, and his heart was full of murderous intent. However, as the dragon's heart beat, the blood-red color in front of his eyes disappeared, and the intention to kill also disappeared. There's something wrong with this fog. He was so shocked that he quickly held his breath. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and visibility was decreasing rapidly. The nearest building was engulfed in fog, and it was the last reference point he saw to give him an idea of the area he was in. He came to a location close to the city center, not far from the county capital, which is also the area where many government offices are located. He came to the corner according to his memory. His cultivation level was very low, and it was impossible for him to hold his breath for a long time. Just now, Long Xian helped him to eliminate the side effects of the mist. At this time, he carefully inhaled a little of the mist, and the mist entered his body, but this time he did not feel anything. The magical dragon heart strengthened his body's resistance to this mist when he was hit just now. Being able to breathe freely, he felt relieved. At least he wouldn't die from not being able to breathe. In this kind of fog, eyes are no longer useful. In addition, he vaguely discovered that this fog also has the effect of isolating perception. Of course, his realm was too low, and the spiritual perception range of a cultivator was not large. On the contrary, his sensitivity to spiritual objects was not affected, allowing him to discover other cultivators who possess spiritual objects first. Li Zhen still didn't know how large the range of this fog was. In fact, looking from the air, the fog is only filling the core area of Yunxi County. As long as he finds the right direction and runs more than 300 meters, he can leave the ring. Li Zhen pressed his body tightly against the wall of the building. At least in this way, he only had to pay attention to one direction in front of him. Although I couldn't see it with my eyes, I could still hear faint explosions. Because of the influence of fog, he was unable to judge the exact distance of the explosion from him. Just at the other end of the street is the county capital. One stick of incense later, the county chief stood in the void outside the county capital. He released his spiritual consciousness and felt the formation in the county capital. When he flew over just now, he launched an attack on the formation, but his attack did not break the formation. Earth-based defensive formation. What are you doing in the formation? The county chief said in a deep voice. He did not recognize the Ho-2 dust formation, which was not surprising, as there were very few cultivators who studied formations. The art of formation is something that can only be learned if you have the talent for it. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work, you will not be able to grasp the essence of it. The county chief could only judge that this was an Earth-type defensive formation based on the Earth-type characteristics revealed by the Ho-2 dust formation. The Earth element is the most defensive spiritual energy, and the Earth element defense formation can connect to the power of the Earth to form an indestructible defense. What gave the county chief the most headache was that the energy used in this Earth-based defensive formation was precisely the second-grade inferior spiritual vein of the county chief. If he didn't have a second-grade lower-grade spiritual vein, he could use his own attack power to forcibly break through even an Earth-based defensive formation in a short period of time. Now that he had a second-grade inferior spirit vein, it would take him a lot more time to break through the Earth-based defensive formation in front of him. In the Ho-2 dust formation, the leader of the demons was prostrating on the ground, praying devoutly to a statue of the wolf god. On the ground nearby, there was a group of cultivators, including Sheriff Shang and a dozen security guards in the middle stage of Qi training. The demon leader chanted a strange language, like a wolf howling, but with a special rhythm and beat. A black gas rose from the wolf god statue and spread outward, soon engulfing Sheriff Shang and a dozen security guards in the middle stage of Qi training. There was a flash of despair in Sheriff Shang's eyes. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he had no other choice. Black energy entered his body from every orifice, causing his body to shrink rapidly. His soul, spiritual power, and flesh and blood were all sacrificed to the demon god. The wolf god statue emitted a brilliant light, and a faint shadow appeared from the wolf god statue. Great wolf god, your humble servant begs you to use your divine power to cleanse the souls of the world. The demon leader said loudly with fanaticism in his eyes. The shadow on the wolf god statue nodded slightly, waved his hand, and a large amount of mist spread around. The souls of all those affected by the mist will be drawn by the mist and sent to the statue of the wolf god. The mist spread, and the demon leader was extremely excited as he watched the screaming souls constantly being led into the wolf god statue from outside. These souls that were pulled out of their bodies by the mist were all part of their sacrifice this time. The demon god will give them corresponding generous rewards based on their contributions this time. The buildings around the county capital are all government departments of Yunxi County, and most of the people here are monks. Now the souls of these monks are being sacrificed in large numbers, and the reward for this sacrifice will be unparalleled. The county chief discovered that there was fog spreading in the mansion. The fog could not get close to his body. The quality of the fog was a bit low for him. It was only effective for Qigong practitioners, but had little effect on him. But it was the effect of the fog on the Qi-cultivating monk that made him realize how terrible the fog was. He knew that it was the demon in the mansion who had successfully contacted the demon god and used the core area of Yunxi County as a sacrifice. "Damn monsters! How dare you be called human beings?" he roared. The death of a large number of cultivators in the core area of Yunxi County would bring great chaos to Yunxi County. This also greatly reduced the Immortal Kingdom's rating of him. The decline in his political rating made it impossible for him to apply for more resources. His path might be interrupted because of this incident. "Break it for me, and you will all die." He drove the flying sword with all his strength and attacked the Ho-2 dust array. He no longer held back, and his spiritual energy poured into the flying sword like it was free. The flying sword swirled and danced, slashing at the shield of the Ho-2 dust array again and again. After slashing out 30 times in a row, his face turned pale, which was due to the consumption of a large amount of spiritual power. He took out a spiritual power recovery pill from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp to speed up the recovery of his spiritual power. The effect of the pill was very good. After a short time, the spiritual power in the body had been restored to a small extent. When the flying sword had slashed out nearly 40 times, the Ho-2 dust array finally could At the moment when the Ho-2 dust array was broken, the county chief took out a talisman, activated it, and stuck it on his forehead. This talisman is called the Guardian Talisman. It has no effect on ordinary mental attacks, but it is very effective against mental attacks from the demon god statue. The Ho-2 dust array was broken, and the shadow above the demon god statue suddenly revealed a pair of eyes. The eyes became brighter and brighter, staring at the county chief. The guardian amulet on the county chief's forehead was attacked by an evil spirit. The guardian amulet spontaneously combusted without fire and took on the county chief's place to bear the evil spirit attack. The county chief used this split second to slash the flying sword at the statue of the demon god. The shadow let out an unwilling roar and stared at the county chief with his shining eyes until the shadow became thinner and thinner and finally disappeared. The county chief broke the formation. Of course, the monsters knew how terrifying the county chief was, so they immediately fled in all directions. When the demon leader was escaping, he threw out several black beads in succession. The black beads exploded in the air, forming a large area of poisonous fog with a fishy smell. It's not that easy to escape. After destroying the statue of the demon god, the county chief's flying sword killed the fleeing demons at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Those in the middle and late stages of chi training were all weak entities that could be killed by his attacks with just one sword. After several black beads exploded, he did not underestimate the poisonous fog that exploded. The poison of the monster is not simple. Many of the poisons come from a monster country. The monster country has many monsters that are good at using poison and can use poison to attack more powerful opponents. This kind of poison from a monster country cannot be ignored by him. He bypassed the poisonous fog and saw the demon leader who emitted the poisonous fog. The county chief was flying, but his speed was much faster than the demon leader who was running on the ground. The demon leader did not dare to transform into a demon at this time, and even if he did, he would not be able to put any pressure on the county chief. In addition, although he retained his wisdom after being transformed into a demon, the wisdom he retained was still not as good as his normal state. He would not be able to guarantee whether his thinking and judgment were correct. The demon leader ran wildly while feeling the county chief chasing him from behind. When he sensed the county chief's breath, he knew he couldn't escape. He knew too many secrets. If he fell into the hands of the county chief alive, it would cause great losses to the demon worship cult. His spirit is connected to his dantian. In addition to spiritual power, there is also an evil spirit in his dantian. This is the energy bestowed by the demon god. He attracted the evil spirit and mixed it with the spiritual power in his dantian. The evil spirit and spiritual power mixed together, producing a violent reaction. The evil spirit of the demon country is actually a form of existence of spiritual energy, but is more violent than the spiritual power in the human body, very unstable, and requires a strong physique to suppress it. The evil spirit of the monsters comes from the bestowal of the monster god. When the evil spirit is bestowed, it is naturally controlled by the monsters. This kind of evil spirit can only come from a demon. Evil spirit obtained in other ways that enters the body cannot be controlled in this way. When the demon leader merged the evil energy in his dantian with his spiritual power, the total amount of evil energy far exceeded the limit he could bear. At this moment, he was like a bomb with excessive internal energy, and it was a bomb that was in the process of exploding. Just before the demon leader exploded, he felt that the storage bag on his waist disappeared inexplicably. This storage bag came from Sherishang. The location where the demon leader exploded was exactly 10 meters away from Li Zhen. Li Zhen sensed the aura of several spiritual objects and collected them without thinking. Among several spiritual objects, only one was taken by him. Then he felt an explosion of energy. A murderous energy exploded from the demon leader's body, first tearing the demon leader's body into pieces, and then sending shockwaves to all directions. The county chief, who was chasing the demon leader, was first hit by the explosion wave with his flying sword, and the flying sword let out a mournful cry. The energy released by the demon leader's self-explosion is not ordinary spiritual power, but evil spirit. For normal cultivators, evil spirit is a kind of polluting energy. The flying sword was hit by the evil spirit, first being contaminated by it, and then bearing the impact force of it. The county chief's spiritual energy was already insufficient due to the previous continuous full-strength attacks, and now that his flying sword was damaged, he couldn't help but feel a headache. His body stagnated, and it was this stagnation that made him lose the time to use other means. He was blown away by the evil energy shockwave, and when he settled down in the air again, he had become extremely embarrassed. The designer suit he was wearing to the auction was now in tatters, and his body was badly injured. He looked towards the explosion area with lingering fear. The power of the demon leader's self-explosion was truly terrifying. Li Zhen was only 10 meters away from the location where the demon leader self-destructed, and he was also within the range of the explosion. Just as the evil spirit rushed towards him, Long's heart beat faster instinctively. The 9 spirit stones in the dragon's heart space shattered instantly, and the spiritual power inside was absorbed by the dragon's heart. The rune of the space magic power on the dragon's heart lit up, and the space magic power, which had not yet reached the mastery level, was automatically activated when he was in the most critical moment. Li Zhen's body disappeared from the spot before the evil energy reached him. The county chief seemed to sense something, but the self-explosion of the demon leader in front of him and the influence of residual fog made it impossible for him to accurately perceive the source of the space fluctuations. Li Zhen only felt a flash before his eyes, and he entered a strange passage. His body was like in a soft pipe, constantly rolling, and he had no sense of direction up and down, front and back, left and right. He didn't know how much time had passed, and his sense of time also lost its effect. It seemed like a second and also like a day. He broke free from the soft pipe and felt a sense of emptiness surrounding him. Then gravity acted on him, and he fell downwards. Fortunately, the height difference is not that big, only about 1 meter. There was thick grass beneath him, so he didn't get hurt. It took him a long time to calm his mind. He was lying on the grass, looking up at the sky. The sky was blue, and there were 2 suns hanging in the sky. Wait, 2 suns. He sat up suddenly. When the space magic rune was activated, he knew that he was teleported to the Demon Kingdom world by the space magic. During junior high school, the school provided very little knowledge about the Demon Kingdom, and all Li Zhen knew about the Demon Kingdom world came from his several interactions with demons. The Demon Kingdom and the Immortal Kingdom are not in the same space, but in another space. There are some space channels between the demon world and the fairy world, which allow cultivators to go to the demon world and allow demon beasts to enter the fairy world. But whether it is the fairy world or the demon world, there is only one star. But right now, there are 2 bright stars above his head. Isn't this the demon country? If this is not the demon country, then where is this? Apart from the Demon Kingdom world, he didn't know that there were other worlds. Most importantly, why did his spatial ability teleport him to this unknown world? He had many questions in his mind, and he needed to find intelligent life to get answers. The Mother Chaos Dragon would not deceive her children. The space magic runes she left behind are real, and there is no problem with the ability to cross the space barriers of the world. However, when this spatial barrier that crosses the world is activated involuntarily, it will first measure the spatial characteristics in the soul, and use this spatial characteristics to determine the space to go to. If the young dragon really obtained the space magic rune and was activated to travel through the world's space barrier, he would naturally be teleported to the demon country world. But the problem lies in Li Zhen's soul. In addition to the fusion of his original body's soul, there is also the soul of the previous Earth world. That Earth world might be too far away, so far away that the spatial divine power could not find the Earth world specified by the spatial characteristics in Li Zhen's soul. So this time of crossing the world space barrier became a random transmission. Li Zhen took a long breath, and he felt a faint spiritual energy from the air. As long as there is spiritual energy in this world, there is a high possibility that there is a system for cultivating immortals. He felt his condition again and found that his dantian was empty. His original spiritual power had been consumed at some point. Fortunately, his dantian will actively absorb the spiritual energy around it. As long as he is given enough time, his spiritual power will recover. But this time will be extremely long. If you want to shorten this time, you need to find a spiritual vein. Even the lowest level of spiritual veins can support him in practicing the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method and accelerate the recovery of spiritual power. As for his physical condition, apart from the lack of spiritual power, he did not have any other injuries. He operated his identity bracelet again, and the display on his retina showed that he could not connect to the database and could not analyze and determine his current location. Some basic functions of the identity bracelet are still there, but the inability to connect to the database prevents Li Zhen from obtaining information from the monk network. Li Zhen put his mind into the dragon heart space again. This time he was too greedy, which led to his end. Where are my spirit stones? When he was about to check the gains from this adventure in the dragon heart space, he found that the original spirit objects were missing. After Li Zhen obtained the rare spirit stone, he was reluctant to use it. He still valued the 9 spirit stones very much. The spirit stones were too advanced for him, who was at a low level. He planned to consider how to use them after he reached a higher level. Considering his crossing of the space barrier this time and the disappearance of his own spiritual power, he thought of the biggest possibility. That is, when Long Xian activated his space magic, he first consumed all his spiritual power. When he found that his spiritual power was not enough, he converted 9 spirit stones into spiritual energy to support this space-crossing barrier. I should have thought of it earlier. It's not so easy to cross the space barrier, he muttered to himself. When he saw 4 storage bags and a large number of magical instruments, his reluctance to part with the spirit stones finally stopped. This is a storage bag. Even though he has the dragon heart space, he still yearns for the storage bag. The dragon heart space cannot be exposed, but no matter how precious the storage bag is, it can be obtained and used publicly. He took out a storage bag out of curiosity. The storage bag was very light in his hand and was made of the skin of some unknown spiritual beast. The storage bag has the logo of Jiutian Group on it, and a mysterious pattern can be faintly seen at the opening of the bag. Having reached the 2nd level of Qi training, he is already able to direct his spirit to a certain spiritual object, which is also a method of controlling magical tools. He directed his spirit to the opening of the storage bag, wanting to probe his spirit into it. As a result, his spirit was blocked. There was a spiritual mark at the entrance of the storage bag, which prevented his spirit from going deeper into it. That's not right. Doesn't it mean that after the owner of a storage bag dies, the storage bag can change hands? Li Zhen didn't know much about storage bags. He whispered to himself, if the storage bag cannot be opened, then his gains this time will be greatly reduced. Although there are dozens of magical instruments besides the storage bag, there are only 2 first-grade top-quality instruments among the dozens of instruments, and the rest are medium and low-grade instruments. According to his experience, even if so many magical instruments were swallowed by the dragon heart space, the improvement of his spiritual root talent would be extremely limited. He used his mind to sense the storage bag in his hand again. This time it took a little longer, and he finally discovered the situation of the mental mark on the opening of the storage bag. The spiritual imprint was slowly dissipating. Just as he had heard the rumors, after the owner died, the storage bag could change hands. But what the rumors did not say was that the spiritual imprint dissipated slowly. It would take some time to open the storage bag of the dead owner. At the rate at which the spiritual imprint on the storage bag in his hand was dissipating, it would take several months for the spiritual imprint to completely dissipate. Li Zhen put the storage bag back into the dragon heart space, and he took out another storage bag. He got this storage bag from the demon leader, who blew himself up. The reason why he took out this storage bag to check was that the other 3 storage bags had the mark of Jiutian Group on them, but this one did not. He sent his spirit into the storage bag, and this time a magical thing happened. His spirit entered the storage bag without any hindrance. Li Zhen couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. From extreme disappointment to the joy of harvest, His mood was like a roller coaster ride. The most important thing is that he is in an unknown world, and he needs more spiritual objects to build up his confidence to persevere. What is particularly eye-catching in the storage bag is a cube, which occupies almost half of the space in the 2 cubic storage bags. This is fighter armor. When he saw the cube, he couldn't help but call out the cube's name. If the rune pistol is the weapon that the children of the fairyland most want to obtain, then the fighter armor is the children's ultimate dream. Fighter armor is the crystallization of technology and equipment refining. The quality of the fighter armor in the storage bag is first level. Any cultivator wearing a first-level fighter armor can increase his combat power to the late stage of Qi training. If a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training wears a first-level fighter armor, his strength will be raised to the peak of Qi training or even higher. Of course, the fighter armor is so powerful but not without its disadvantages. Its disadvantages are that it is extremely complicated to refine and expensive to produce, and the fairyland prohibits private ownership of fighter armor. It's a pity that it can only be seen but not used. Li Zhen took out the fighter armor and placed it on the ground in front of him, shaking his head and said, but he knew that even if an ordinary cultivator obtained the fighter armor, he would not be able to make the fighter armor recognize its master. The fighter armor's recognition of its master is an identity recognition because of the technology it contains. It is not like other magical instruments that can be used as long as the ritual is successful. Just when Li Zhen thought that the fighter armor could not recognize its master, he placed his hand on the fighter armor. Regardless of whether it could recognize its master or not, he wanted to give it a try. When his hand touched the fighter armor, the identity bracelet flashed slightly. The police A30 fighter armor has been activated for the first time and is detecting the user's identity. A message flashed on his retina. When he saw this line of information, he couldn't help feeling strange. No matter where the fighter armor in this storage bag came from, it should not be activated for the first time. The first activation means that this fighter armor has never been used by an owner before. However, when he saw the full name of the fighter armor, he guessed that this was the fighter armor of the Yunxi County Security Bureau. Unable to connect to the network, unable to connect to the network, unable to connect to the network. Then a series of red warnings flashed in front of the retina. Checking the current environment, suspected to be in alien space. Using the wartime emergency law, Immortal Country cultivator Li Zhen meets the requirements for master recognition, and the master recognition program is being written. Master recognition successful. Welcome, Li Zhen, the master of the police A30 fighter armor. Intelligent Combat Assistance Tai Chi is at your service at any time. The current energy is less than 2%, and it can only maintain the basic state of the fighter armor. Please place the body in the spirit vein immediately for recharging. The continuous flow of information surprised and delighted Li Zhen. The good news is that this fighter armor successfully recognized its master. It is a great treasure and the most powerful magic weapon in the Qi training period. If it were in the Immortal Kingdom, not to mention him as a first-grade student, even the sheriff of the Public Security Bureau would not be able to use the combat armor without a legitimate reason. That is, Li Zhen traveled to this unknown world, causing the intelligent Tai Chi of the fighter armor to determine that he was in a dangerous alien world, thus activating the provisions of the wartime emergency law, allowing him to get this advantage. In the fairyland world, it is impossible for an individual to recognize his own combat armor. Of course, the premise of all this is that the demon used the King Glingzu on the fighter armor to reset all the data in the fighter armor. Unfortunately, even with a powerful weapon like the fighter armor in hand, the problem is back to square one, and spiritual veins are still needed. He first put the fighter armor into the dragon heart space. It is safer to put important things in the dragon heart space than in a storage bag. He took out another flying sword from the storage bag. This was a first-grade top-quality flying sword, and it was not a mass-produced version, but a customized version. He excitedly stroked the first-grade top-grade flying sword with his hands. The quality of this first-grade top-grade flying sword was higher than the 2 first-grade top-grade magic weapons collected on the battlefield. Those two first-grade, top-grade magic weapons were mass-produced versions. Most importantly, although the owners of the two first-grade top-quality magic weapons died, the spiritual imprints inside them did not completely disappear. As for the first-class flying sword in his hand, he didn't know whether it originally had no owner or whether the owner was killed and the spiritual mark was expelled by a strong man. Anyway, as long as he recovered his spiritual power, he could recognize this first-class flying sword as his master. Although his own realm is unable to unleash the power of a first-grade top-grade flying sword, just relying on the sharpness of a first-grade top-grade flying sword, he is able to break through the defense of a cultivator in the late stage of chi training. Even though he had many methods before, the rune pistol, the medium-grade talisman, and the Jiuqian C045 medium-grade flying sword were his strongest methods. But these methods were completely useless when facing a cultivator in the late stage of chi training. Li Zhen happily put away the first-grade top-grade flying sword. As for the identity of the previous owner of this first-grade top-grade flying sword, and whether there would be any trouble in using the first-grade top-grade flying sword, he was already in a different world, so why should he care about this? The rest were 25 blood-red beads, the same ones he had obtained in the secret base of the demon worship cult. The last thing was a data card. This storage bag had obviously been reorganized by someone and did not contain any cultivation resources, which made Li Zhen very helpless. If he had a few pills, he could also recover some spiritual power by swallowing them. Li Zhen took out the data card. The data card was similar to the USB flash drive in his previous life and was a carrier for storing data resources. The advantage of a data card is that it is disconnected from the internet and will not be monitored by the Fairyland's network, making it easier to keep the content confidential. He inserted the data card into his identity bracelet, and the content stored on the data card appeared on his retina. This is a set of skills named Blood Refining Holy Demon Body. This is actually a bodybuilding exercise, Li Zhen said to himself in surprise. The immortal kingdom adheres to the principle of openness regarding normal knowledge of cultivating immortals. As long as one has reached a certain level of cultivation and made sufficient contributions, one can use credit points to purchase the cultivation techniques one likes. This aspect will also vary greatly depending on the level of the school you attend. But no matter what, as long as the cultivator works hard, he can acquire normal knowledge of the same level of cultivation. However, the principles of bodybuilding exercises are different. At least during junior high and high school, it is impossible for cultivators to come into contact with them. The most important reason for this is that the body refining techniques require too many resources. If the body refining techniques were to be made public, the resources of the immortal kingdom would be unable to support it. Li Zhen was just curious about the blood refining holy demon body technique. If he could return to the fairyland, this body refining technique that clearly had the characteristics of the demon race might bring him trouble. I studied the contents of blood refined holy demon body for a while, and now I can only take a cursory look at it. Blood refining holy demon body is a relatively evil body refining technique. Unlike normal body refining techniques that use spiritual objects or demon blood to practice, this body refining technique uses the essence and blood of cultivators to practice. The best resource for cultivating the blood refining holy demon body is a spiritual object called blood refining pill, which is a byproduct of sacrificing human monks. When living human monks are sacrificed to the demon god, the demon god will retain a small portion of the monk's blood and condense it into blood refining pill that matches the blood-refining holy demon body. When Li Zhen looked at the blood-red beads again, he realized that these were the blood-refining pills. One blood-refining pill means a monk was sacrificed, and he has 31 in his hand, which means a total of 31 human monks. Li Zhen suppressed the temptation and put the data card away again. The blood-refined holy demon body is indeed very powerful. As long as there is a large supply of blood-refining pills, the body-refining realm can be continuously improved. Body refinement is another path for cultivators, which is the path to sanctification of the physical body. It's just that no cultivator in the immortal kingdom has ever been able to reach a very high level in body refining. The main reason is the problem of resources. The resources needed for body refining are dozens or hundreds of times more than those for cultivating spiritual power. At the low level, some wealth can still support it, but when it comes to the high level of body refining, no matter how strong the wealth is, it cannot afford the consumption of massive resources. If I can't find a spiritual vein and can't return for a long time, I will practice the blood-refined holy demon body. Li Zhen gritted his teeth and decided. Blood-refining holy demon body is an evil skill, especially one that consumes the essence and blood of human cultivators to practice. Those who practice this skill will become the mortal enemy of human cultivators. Li Zhen stayed there for quite some time, but did not encounter any danger. There was no spiritual energy in his body, making him feel empty all over. This made him unable to even cast talismans, let alone the spells he had already learned. The power of swordsmanship was greatly reduced. Without the support of spiritual energy, the attack really relied on the sharpness of the sword. Therefore, his most powerful weapon is the rune pistol, which can fire 186 rounds. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. He took out the rune pistol and fighter armor, took out the spiritual energy block from the rune pistol, and asked Tai Chi to open the energy slot of the fighter armor. He discovered that the energy used by the fighter armor was of the same type as the spiritual energy block in his hand, except that the fighter armor had 4 energy slots. He took out the aura energy block from one of the energy slots and installed the charged aura energy block instead. Current energy, 21%. When the aura energy block was replaced, the energy display of the fighter armor appeared on the retina. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Even if he had no spiritual power available, controlling the combat armor was equivalent to being a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. His combat power was instantly increased many times. As for the rune pistol, he still has the original aura energy block, which contains 8 bullets. In fact, once he finds the spiritual vein, all his spiritual energy blocks can be charged. The fighter armor has its own charging system. As long as it is inserted into the energy slot, it can automatically charge the spiritual energy block within the range of the spiritual vein. Li Zhen put the fighter armor and rune pistol back into the Dragonheart space. The Dragonheart space was more convenient than the storage bag. He could freely make the rune pistol appear in his hand and wear the fighter armor on his body. After wasting so much time, he decided to explore this world. He looked at the position of the 2 suns and judged that it should be noon. Of course, this judgment was based on the fairyland in previous life and was not necessarily accurate. He knew nothing about this world. The grass here is about 1 person tall. When he walks in the grass, he needs to use the position of 2 suns to determine his direction. If you want to get out of the grass, you need to walk in one direction. After walking for 10 minutes, Li Zhen stopped. He sensed the aura of a spiritual creature, which was the aura of a first-level low-grade spiritual creature. Following the scent of the spiritual object, he found an unknown spiritual medicine 10 meters away. He squatted down, took out the Xingrui E07 long sword, and prepared to dig out the elixir. Although the value of a first-grade low-grade spiritual medicine is relatively small, it depends on what it is compared with. What else could be more satisfying than being able to easily dig up a first-grade, low-grade spiritual medicine? Just as he was about to dig, a green beam shot towards him from the grass. His reaction speed is one of his advantages. He shook the sword in his hand lightly, forming a sword flower in front of the green. The green thing hit the sword flower and fell to the ground. Only then did Li Zhen see clearly that the green thing was a small green snake, which was cut in half by the long sword. How could you forget the knowledge taught in class? He shook his head. He was so excited just now, discovering and digging the elixir for the first time, that he forgot the danger of the elixir. The elixir itself is rarely dangerous. The danger comes from the area surrounding the elixir. Once a spiritual medicine in the wild is discovered by a spiritual beast, the beast will take care of it and wait for it to mature. Therefore, when digging spiritual herbs in the wild, you must be careful of the spiritual animals that protect the herbs. Li Zhen was lucky this time. This little green snake was not even of the lower first grade. It could only be said to have barely reached the level of a demon beast. If it was a low-grade, first-level spirit snake, the low-grade first-level long sword in his hand, without any spiritual power, would not be enough to kill the spirit snake with one sword. He observed it carefully again before digging out a first-grade, low-grade spiritual medicine. When digging it out, he combined the knowledge he had learned in school to ensure the integrity of the spiritual medicine as much as possible. He did not let the dragon heart space devour this low-grade spiritual medicine. With his wood spiritual root talent of 21.22, it would be difficult to improve his spiritual root talent even with a high-grade spiritual medicine, let alone a low-grade spiritual medicine. He went to the green snake again and dug out its gall. The other parts of the snake were of no value because its realm was too low. With this gain, Li Zhen felt much better. If it were in the immortal kingdom, the wild spiritual medicines would be almost extinct. The immortal kingdom killed a large number of powerful monsters, but allowed small and easy-to-breed monsters and spiritual insects to proliferate, which was equivalent to breaking the natural balance of the immortal kingdom world itself. Although the immortal kingdom often organizes monks to clear out small monsters and insects that are easy to reproduce, no matter how hard they try, they cannot completely curb the destruction of the natural balance of the immortal kingdom. Without the protection of powerful monsters, spiritual medicines will be eaten by spiritual insects as soon as they appear, without even having to wait for them to mature. Li Zhen walked for a while and found another magical medicine, but this time he did not encounter any monsters. This time it was still first-grade, low-grade spiritual medicine. He would find spiritual medicine from time to time along the way. His enthusiasm was constantly fading away as he dug for medicine. Due to insufficient spiritual energy, higher-grade spiritual medicines cannot appear. There were no high-level monsters in this area either. All he encountered were low-grade, first-level monsters, which posed little threat to him. Something's happening. As he was walking, he suddenly looked in one direction. In the distance, about 10 meters above the ground, a crane was flapping its wings, and a person was sitting on the crane's back. The man also saw Li Zhen and controlled the crane to fly towards Li Zhen. Li Zhen tightened the Xingrui E07 long sword in his hand. He did not think that he was extremely lucky to meet a monk who was easy to talk to. "Why are you here, kid? Where are your family?" The crane stopped in front of Li Zhen, and the monk on the crane asked with his head down. This cultivator seemed to be in his early 20s, and his aura was at the 3rd level of Qi training. "I'm lost." Li Zhen thought for a moment and replied. Li Zhen didn't expect that the language of this world was no different from that of the fairyland. However, judging from the monk's attire and the cranes they ride, the technology here is still in the backward ancient times. "Don't be afraid. I am a cultivator from Shifeng Valley. My name is Gu Zhuan," Gu Zhuan said with a smile while looking at Li Zhen. After seeing Li Zhen, he sensed that Li Zhen had almost no spiritual power. If it weren't for the first-grade low-quality long sword in Li Zhen's hand, he would have thought that Li Zhen was immortal. Li Zhen is just a child, and the Xingrui E07 long sword in Li Zhen's hand has no appeal to him at all, so he plans to be a good person. The reason why Gu Zhuan looked down upon the Xingrui E07 longsword was because in his eyes, the spirituality of the Xingrui E07 longsword was too weak. I don't know which weapon refiner made this first-grade, low-quality longsword as a practice. Very few spiritual materials were used, and the runes engraved on it are very poor. Revealing the name of Shifeng Valley was to tell Li Zhen that he came from an upright family. Unfortunately, his words were in vain, as Li Zhen had no idea what Shifeng Valley was. Li Zhen didn't say much. He tried his best to behave like a 12-year-old boy separated from his family. "There is a market 10 miles ahead. Maybe your family will be waiting for you there. You can find them by following me." Gu Zhuan continued. "Thank you." Li Zhen thanked softly. "This is demon-repelling powder. If you put some on your body, those brainless low-level monsters won't come after you." Gu Zhuan took out a porcelain bottle and threw it to Li Zhen. Li Zhen took the porcelain bottle and carefully poured a little on himself. The reason why he was not worried that Gu Zhuan had poisoned the medicine powder was because he was not afraid of poison. This was the experience he had gained from many encounters. Dragon Heart can resist poisons. At least none of the poisons he has encountered can hurt him. In addition, with the strength he has shown, if Gu Zhuan really has ideas about him, he can take action at any time without resorting to such means. Gu Zhuan waved his hand. He did not invite Li Zhen to ride on the crane. Instead, he slowed down so that Li Zhen could catch up. Li Zhen was running on the ground, and his speed was not that slow. The effect of the demon avoiding powder was very good. He sensed many spiritual herbs while running, but no demon beasts came out to attack him when he passed by them. Only then did he have the opportunity to take a closer look at Gu Zhuan. The crane that Gu Zhuan was riding did not seem to be a real crane. Just now, the crane was suspended in the air, which was not something a crane could do. He guessed that it should be some kind of flying magic weapon. If this is true, then the resources of this world are too abundant. In the immortal kingdom, let alone the third level of Qi training, even cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training rarely have flying instruments. Instead of using flying instruments, it is better to ride on high-tech aircraft to reduce the occupation of immortal cultivation resources. Soon after they came out of the grassland, Gu Zhuan and Li Zhen walked for a distance and stopped in front of an ancient tree. Gu Zhuan cast a spell at the ancient tree, and his movements were intentionally slowed down so that Li Zhen could see it clearly. This spell is very simple. It only involves using fingers to mobilize spiritual power to draw a simple pattern in the air. As this spell was cast, the ancient tree shook and a door appeared under the tree. Another scene can be seen behind the door, and at the same time, a spiritual energy blows towards you. There is a spiritual vein here, Li Zhen said with some disbelief. What's so strange about that? How can cultivators gather without spiritual veins? Gu Zhuan thought that Li Zhen was still young and didn't understand these things, so he explained with a smile. He jumped off the crane, waved his hand to the crane, and the crane turned into a paper crane made of talisman paper. He put the paper crane back into his arms, gestured to Li Zhen, and entered the door that appeared. Li Zhen followed him in and found that the space inside was much larger than what he saw from the outside. There was a road in front of him with spiritual fields on both sides and spiritual rice planted in the spiritual fields. This scene made him feel particularly cordial. In the distance, there's a place that looks like a village. That should be the real market town. Each of the two broken souls can stay for one day and must leave at night. The monk guarding the market gate looked at the two and reminded them. Gu Zhuan took out 4 soul fragments and handed them over. Although Li Zhen's situation could be regarded as a child without paying the entrance fee, Li Zhen might have to stay in the future and must have a corresponding identity. The gatekeeper monk handed 2 wooden signs to Gu Zhuan, who gave one to Li Zhen. Put away the wooden sign. We are in a formation here. It will be very troublesome without the wooden sign, Gu Zhuan said as he led Li Zhen towards the village. Li Zhen followed his example and hung the wooden sign around his waist. I don't know if your family is here. I'll take you to look for them first, Gu Zhuan said again. There are wooden houses on the edge of the village. The distance between each house is very close. The houses themselves look to be only about 10 square meters, which seems very crowded. When Li Zhen walked into the housing area, he immediately understood why these wooden houses were so crowded. As he entered the village, he felt that the concentration of spiritual energy had increased a lot. According to his judgment, this was at least a first-grade, top-quality spiritual vein. Don't underestimate the first-grade superior spiritual vein. Yinxi County only has a second-grade inferior spiritual vein. The number of first-grade superior spiritual veins is limited. The 6 different grades of the cultivator classes in number 2 middle school share 1 first-grade superior spiritual vein. The first-grade superior spiritual veins here are completely open to use. As long as you enter the village, you will be surrounded by first-grade superior spiritual energy. The immortal kingdom's use of spiritual energy can be said to be extremely precise, and the supply of spiritual energy is calculated based on the number of people. It's such a waste. Li Zhen sighed, feeling it was a luxury. Gu Zhuan led Li Zhen around the market town. If there were really any family members of Li Zhen, they would definitely come to him on their own. Don't be disappointed. It's a pity that Shifeng Valley will not recruit disciples until June of a year later. Otherwise, I could take you back to Shifeng Valley. Although Gu Zhuan had spent a short time with Li Zhen, he felt that he was a good person during their time together. So he said, "You have helped me a lot." Li Zhen bowed and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Well, I'll lend you 2 spirit stones, and you stay in the market for a while. If your family wants to find you, they will have to come here." Gu Zhuan couldn't waste any more time, so he took out 2 spirit stones and said, after a tour around the market, Li Zhen had some understanding of the purchasing power of spirit stones. Spirit stones are still very precious, and ordinary cultivators here use broken spirits as the basic unit of currency. Broken souls are made from the leftover materials when mining spirit stones. 100 broken souls can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. One day's stay in a market would cost him 2 broken spirit stones. Without considering food and shelter, 2 spirit stones would be enough for him to stay here for hundreds of days. As for Gu Zhuan saying it was a loan, it was actually no different from a gift. It is unknown how long it will take for Li Zhen, a 12-year-old child, to repay his spirit stones. After handing the 2 spirit stones to Li Zhen, Gu Zhuan left. Gu Zhuan did this good deed because he was in a good mood today. Li Zhen felt many greedy eyes, and he was startled and quickly put the 2 spirit stones away. Without Gu Zhuan by his side, he needed to find a place to stay first. There are 2 options for settling in the market. One is to stay in an inn, but the consumption level there is a bit high compared to his family background. The second option is to find a job in the market, and the market will provide you with a wooden house. Li Zhen thought about it and first found an inn to stay in. He paid 5 broken spirits for the lowest class room. The waiter led me to the room, which was clean and tidy. This was not a problem at all and could be done with a cleaning spell. So unless the inn intentionally did not clean the room, the hygiene of any inn run by monks would be excellent. If you don't want to be disturbed by others, just close the door and insert the latch, and the guest room will automatically activate the isolation array. The waiter introduced to Li Zhen. Before leaving the room, he reminded him, "If you need to eat, just let us know." The room rate includes a portion of spiritual rice. Li Zhen closed the door and inserted the bolt. Sure enough, after the bolt was inserted, a wave of spiritual power occurred, and the room was isolated from the outside world. He didn't have time to do anything else, so he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the 17th edition of basic Qigong. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body was fully restored. He then took out the police A30 fighter armor. With the spiritual energy environment here, as long as the police A30 fighter armor was placed outside, the fighter armor would absorb the spiritual energy by itself to replenish the energy in the spiritual energy block. While charging the police A30 fighter armor, he thought about what to do next. First of all, he needs at least 9 spirit stones. According to his judgment, only when there are 9 spirit stones in the Dragon Heart space, he will be able to activate his spatial ability again, break through the spatial barrier, and return to the fairyland world. In addition, he did not want to give up this place. Apart from other reasons, the spiritual energy here also made him extremely excited. Think about when he was in number 2 middle school, he could only practice for 1 hour a day in the first grade, top grade spiritual energy training room. Here, as long as his body can hold on, he can continue to practice without worrying about the problem of insufficient spiritual energy. Finally, the price difference between this world and the fairyland world can bring him huge benefits. Of course, 1 teleportation requires 9 spirit stones. This kind of cross-space business must be considered carefully to maximize profits. After 2 hours, the energy of the police A30 fighter armor recovered to 70%. Li Zhen no longer waited, as some things had to be done today. He left the inn and came to Jubao Pavilion first. He used a broken spirit to inquire about a lot of information from the waiter. The position of Jubao Pavilion in the market town is very special. It is the business of the largest family nearby, the Lin family. The Lin family is a wealthy and powerful family that values credibility. If they want to sell a spiritual object, their bid may not be the highest, but it is the safest. Li Zhen walked into the Jubao pavilion, and he intentionally revealed the aura of the second level of qi training. "Young man, what's the matter?" The old shopkeeper sitting behind the counter sensed Li Zhen's spiritual energy and greeted him with a smile. He was somewhat surprised that despite Li Zhen's age, he had already reached the second level of qi training. The strength of the second level of qi training is not high, but considering Li Zhen's age, Li Zhen's talent is somewhat extraordinary. "Boss, I have 2 magical weapons I want to sell. Please take a look at them." Li Zhen took out 2 first-grade, low-grade magical weapons that he had prepared long ago and placed them on the cabinet in front of the old boss. The reason why he only took out 2 first-grade inferior magic weapons was because, given his age and cultivation level, rashly taking out magic weapons of too high quality and too many in number would bring him great danger. Although the waiter said that the Lin family was very reputable, Li Zhen would never put his own safety at the expense of trusting others. The old shopkeeper tapped the 2 magic weapons twice, and spiritual light flashed between his fingers. Feeling the spiritual imprint in the 2 magic weapons that had not yet completely dissipated, the old shopkeeper couldn't help but glance at Li Zhen. It was very normal for him to receive such spoils, but it was the first time for him to receive spoils from a monk so young. The quality of these 2 magic weapons is poor, and there are also problems with their origins. "Are you willing to give you 10 spirit stones for 2 first-grade, low-grade magic weapons?" The old shopkeeper asked calmly, retracting his hand. With 10 more spirit stones in his arms, Li Zhen left Jubao Pavilion with a smile on his face. The old shopkeeper of Jubao Pavilion behind him also had a smile on his face, and both of them felt that they had taken advantage. In fact, a first-grade, low-grade magic weapon of this quality would be sold for about 8 to 10 spirit stones. As for the problem of unknown origin, the Lin family would not worry about this problem in this area. Therefore, the old shopkeeper earned 6 to 10 spirit stones from this business. This is because the old shopkeeper saw that Li Zhen had some talent and wanted to make friends with him in the future. As for Li Zhen, he was extremely happy in his heart. The 10 spirit stones gave him enough spirit stones to go home. He was completely relieved now. Spirit stones are extremely precious spiritual objects in the fairyland. If one really wants to use spirit stones to exchange for first-grade, low-grade magical instruments, 1 spirit stone may be able to exchange for several first-grade, low-grade spiritual instruments of extremely good quality. Of course, spirit stones are in short supply in the fairyland, and their rarity makes their role even more important. "Excuse me, is Manager Zhao here?" Li Zhen looked at the sign of Lingtian Management Office hanging in front of the door and asked inside. "Come in," came a reply from inside. When Li Zhen walked into the Lingtian Management Office, he saw a middle-aged monk sipping tea. "You want to farm at such a young age? What spiritual plant magic have you learned?" The middle-aged cultivator was Manager Zhao. When he saw Li Zhen, he frowned slightly and asked, "I know the small cloud and rain technique. I farm here in anticipation of the Shifeng Valley recruiting disciples next June." Li Zhen bowed and replied, "You are quite an idea. It's not easy to enter Shifeng Valley. Are you interested in joining the Zhao family?" Manager Zhao then sensed Li Zhen's cultivation level and nodded and asked, "My senior brother from Shifeng Valley asked me to wait here." Li Zhen pulled out Gu Zhuan to refuse. If Manager Zhao investigates, he will be able to find Gu Zhuan, a disciple of Shifeng Valley. Although Gu Zhuan's cultivation level is not high, as a disciple of Shifeng Valley, he is not comparable to those casual cultivators in the market. It's not enough to just learn the small cloud and rain technique. You must also master the 2 spells of soul condensation technique and golden edge technique. Here are several spells needed by spiritual plant masters. Just give me a spirit stone, and I will handle the procedures for 2 acres of spiritual fields for you. Manager Zhao was not angry because of the rejection. He smiled and took out a jade slip and said, "Li Zhen is not a fool, so how could he not hear the deal?" Although the jade slip purchased with 1 spirit stone contains Ling Jifu's spells, This kind of spells can be purchased at a cheaper price anywhere, and the price of one spirit stone is definitely too high. But in addition to purchasing jade slips, one spirit stone can also be used to handle the procedures for 2 acres of spirit fields, which has a different meaning. Sorry to trouble manager Zhao. Li Zhen took out a spirit stone and handed it over. Bring me your ID card. Manager Zhao took the spirit stone with a wave of his hand and said seriously. Li Zhen handed the wooden sign to Manager Zhao again, and Manager Zhao cast a few spells at the sign. Your wooden house is at number 17, Area C. The location of your spiritual field is on your identity card. The market town doesn't care how your spiritual field is planted. You must hand over kilograms of spiritual rice per acre of spiritual field every year. If you can't hand it over, you have to pay with 1 broken spirit for each kilogram. The spiritual seeds used for 2 acres here were given by the market town. Manager Zhao finally gave careful instructions. Li Zhen took back the wooden sign and a small bag of spirit seeds. At this time, he had an employment relationship with the market town and had a house in the market town. He no longer needed to pay any other fees. Holding the wooden sign, Li Zhen took some time to find number 17, Area C. Number 17, Area C, is not conspicuous, and there is still mud at the entrance. He used a wooden sign to open the wooden door of number 17, Area C. There is only a wooden bed in the room, and nothing else except a few farm tools and a pile of sacks against the wall. It can be seen that this room of more than 10 square meters not only serves as a bedroom, but also has a storage function. Of course, this wooden house also has simple security measures. A warning formation is set up in the wooden house. If anyone enters without a wooden sign, the warning formation will be activated. There are combat monks maintaining law and order in the market town, and they will come over soon to deal with the situation. Generally speaking, the inside of the market town is safe as it is within the coverage of the formation. Li Zhen looked at the empty house. He took his farm tools and turned to check on his spiritual field first. The 2 acres of spiritual fields are next to the market town, not far from number 17, Zone C, only 100 meters away. Compared with those spiritual fields on the edge of the market town, the location of these 2 acres of spiritual fields is much better. Because the closer to the village, the richer the spiritual energy that the spiritual field can obtain. If Manager Zhao had not felt that Li Zhen had some hope of becoming a disciple of Shifeng Valley, he would not have given such a good spiritual field to Li Zhen for planting. The spiritual field must have been uncultivated for some time, and some weeds grew on the ground. Li Zhen took out the jade slip, but he was still not used to it. He had learned about the medium of jade slips in the Fairyland classroom. The material of jade slips was spiritual jade, which was made through special refining methods. The spiritual jade of the Fairyland is very valuable, and since there are cheaper and more convenient media, such as data cards, jade slips are rarely used. Rarely using jade slips does not mean that they are not used at all. Jade slips have their significance and are indispensable at times. For example, high-level techniques contain the will of a strong man towards this high-level technique. With the help of the will of a strong man, cultivators can master the high-level techniques more easily. Only a jade slip can carry the will of a strong person. So it's not that there are no jade slips in the Fairyland, but that ordinary cultivators cannot access the jade slips. Li Zhen had learned how to use jade slips in school, and now he was putting them to use. He placed the jade slip on his forehead, and Ling Jifu's information entered his brain. In addition to the small cloud and rain technique, soul-containing technique, and golden edge technique, there are also some detailed experiences on growing spiritual rice. Needless to say, the small cloud and rain technique is a spell that brings down spiritual rain. Spirit containment technique is a spell to activate spirit seeds and maintain the spirituality of spirit fields. This spell is no longer needed in the Immortal Kingdom. The spiritual seeds of the Fairyland are provided by single-door seed stations. The spiritual seeds are activated when they are sold, and the spiritual fields at home are adjusted by special automated machinery to keep them in the best condition. Golden Edge Technique is an attack spell. It is not very powerful, but it is the best spell against spiritual insects. Other attack spells either require too much spiritual power or are too powerful and have too wide an attack range. Think about it. If you find a tiny spiritual insect and you use Fireball on it, the spiritual insect will be dead, but a large area of spiritual rice will also be lost. The Golden Edge technique attacks with a gold spiritual power needle. If used skillfully, it will only kill spiritual insects without causing any other damage. Li Zhen first took a look at this soul-containing technique, which was not very complicated. He took out the farm tools and turned the soil while learning the soul condensation technique. The farm tool in his hand was provided by the market town and was a first-grade, low-quality magical tool. The ground of the spiritual field is very hard, and it is difficult to turn the ground over without using magical tools. When Li Zhen was turning the soil, he needed to inject his own spiritual power into the farm tools. His strength was very strong, so turning the soil seemed easy to him. But even so, he tilled dark to plow the 2 acres of land. There was no way he could grow magical rice today, so he walked towards his wooden house. On the way back, there were more monks around. Some monks ignored the unfamiliar Li Zhen, while some looked at Li Zhen with inquiring eyes. Li Zhen also felt numbness from these monks. This was the feeling conveyed to him by most of the monks. Only a small number of monks had the gleam of hope in their eyes, and these monks looked very young. He did not take the initiative to talk to these monks. He knew too little about this world, and it would be better to say nothing, as the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. In addition, he was also extra careful, as several monks looked at him with greed in their eyes. People who were interested had already heard some news about the arrival of the newcomer Li Zhen. For example, Li Zhen was sent here by disciples of Shifeng Valley and was also given 2 spirit stones. There were also cultivators who saw Li Zhen enter the Jubao Pavilion. Being able to enter the Jubao Pavilion, whether to buy or sell, showed that Li Zhen had some wealth. Li Zhen looks very young. Not to mention a huge fortune, even a few spirit stones in his hands could easily be coveted by others. Of course, those who were interested in Li Zhen's wealth would not be very strong. If he were a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training, the profit he would get from going out once would be far more cost-effective than calculating a small cultivator. You have to know that time is also a cost. Back at the wooden house at number 17, Area C, Li Zhen considered whether he should immediately activate his spatial ability and return to the fairyland world. He looked around the wooden house, wondering if he would be discovered by the people in the market if he used his spatial ability here. It is mainly the market town, including the spiritual fields on the periphery, all of which are within the range of the market town's formation. Go back and come back again. I'm afraid the spirit stones in my hand may not be enough. Li Zhen suddenly thought of a problem. Before, he only wanted to return to the fairyland. But if he really went back, given the situation there, he would not be able to get 9 spirit stones as the energy to come back again. How about changing a few more identities and then selling the magic weapons? He thought of a solution. This is also a helpless solution. Although there seems to be a large number of monks in a market town, most of the monks who come here are from nearby areas. Just look at how much attention this new strange monk has attracted, and you will know that changing identities will probably have limited effect. However, in order to have enough spirit stones for circulation, it is worth taking some risks. He wanted to change his identity, but it was impossible to do so in the wooden house. He opened the door and walked out. It was already dark outside. There were not many monks left outside at this moment, and they did not attract as much attention as before. He walked towards the exit of the market town. The market town did not restrict the entry and exit of monks. Walking out of the residential area and onto the road with spiritual fields on both sides, Li Zhen frowned slightly. He could sense that there was a spiritual aura following him, and the spiritual aura he could sense was definitely within a range of 10 meters. Although the dark environment affects vision, for a monk's eyesight, this effect should be limited. But he turned sideways several times and used his peripheral vision to look for the person following him, but found nothing. If it weren't for his accurate perception of spiritual objects, he would have thought there was no problem at all. He pretended not to know. Anyway, with the fighter armor, The owner of the middle-grade spiritual creature behind him would not pose any threat to him. It's a good opportunity to test the effect of the fighter armor and see how strong he is after being equipped with the fighter armor. When they arrived at the exit of the market town, the monk guarding the exit was sitting on a rock. Li Zhen could sense the aura of spiritual objects around the rock. According to his experience, there must be a defensive formation hidden there. After Li Zhen left the market town, he was not used to the sudden drop in the concentration of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the market town, especially in the wooden house, was consistently of the top grade and continued to flow. But when he suddenly came to the outside world, the spiritual energy was extremely thin, which made him feel uncomfortable. He used the light body technique to make his body lighter, then took another step forward several meters and walked towards a distance. "Dao, you please stay." Just as he was running away, someone shouted behind him. He ignored it. The rules outside were completely different from those inside the community. The market town is able to maintain peace because there are multiple forces working together to maintain the rules, and there are combat monks on standby at all times. But the situation outside the market is completely different. No force will interfere in the conflicts between monks outside. The path of a monk requires a large amount of resources, and it is normal for them to compete for limited resources. Li Zhen ran with big strides. The cultivator behind him saw him running away, so he waved his hand, and a leaf-like flying magic weapon appeared under his feet. He chased after him close to the ground. The speed of the flying magic weapon is much faster than the light body technique. The light body technique is to reduce one's own weight to achieve an increase in running speed under the same strength, while the flying magic weapon is to fly. Li Zhen was on guard against the monks flying close to the ground behind him, while trying to stay away from the market town. The monks who were chasing him had the same idea. When they were too close to the market town, the cultivator deliberately slowed down his pace as long as Li Zhen did not get away from a certain distance. The two men, one chasing and the other fleeing, have entered the grassland. "Who are you and why are you chasing me?" Li Zhen stopped and asked in a deep voice. The monk who was chasing him also stopped, keeping a distance of about 20 meters from him. This monk was quite experienced. His entire head was covered with a black mask, making it impossible to identify his identity. Even the clothes on his body were a black robe without any marks. Of course, Li Zhen's cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, he would have discovered that both the mask and the robe had the effect of isolating spiritual power. If this monk did not have a magical weapon equipped outside his robe, Li Zhen might not be able to accurately judge the perception of the spiritual object. The monk dodged and grabbed Li Zhen with his left hand. Li Zhen was well prepared. Just as the monk pounced on him, he summoned the fighter armor from the dragon heart space and put it on. With the fighter armor on, the sense of his body was extended to the fighter armor, and his body seemed to be one size bigger. At the same time, a huge amount of spiritual power is stored in the dantian of the fighter armor's abdomen, and he can call upon the spiritual power here through the control of the fighter armor. In addition, all aspects of his ability had been comprehensively improved, and he could clearly see the slow figure of the monk flying in the air. Yes, when he put on the fighter armor, he was almost equivalent to a cultivator in the late stage of chi training. But in the eyes of a cultivator in the late stage of chi training, the attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of chi training is just like this and can be broken with ease. The cultivator in the air saw a set of armor appear on Li Zhen, and also sensed the fluctuation of the first-grade superior aura on the armor. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. But at this time he had lost the ability to retract his attack. He could only attack with all his strength in the hope of severely injuring Li Zhen with this blow. Li Zhen had a dagger in his hand. It was a first-grade, top-quality flying sword, which he used as a dagger. This time, he fought back with all his strength, without holding back at all. The basic swordsmanship of Xiaocheng was only a minor accomplishment, and the fact that the cultivator was in mid-air left him no room to dodge. The first-grade superior flying sword pierced into the cultivator's chest and went straight into his heart. This blow was a fatal one. The light in the monk's eyes disappeared, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. He still had some means, but now he was killed before he had a chance to use them. After confirming the monk's death, Li Zhen checked the fighter armor's spiritual power and found that it still had 65% of its spiritual power. Since his own strength was too weak, the attacks he launched completely consumed the spiritual power of the fighter armor, which was why there was such a huge consumption. You have to know that the attack he just launched was from the late stage of chi refining. If it really consumed his own spiritual power, then the spiritual power he had would not be enough. In fact, fighter armor is never equipped to cultivators in the early stages of chi training. If it is really equipped to cultivators in the early stages of chi training, the battle will last too short. Li Zhen shook his head and put the fighter armor back into the dragon heart space. He was not unacceptable to the energy consumption of the fighter armor. Defeating the strong with the weak never comes without a price. It didn't matter if he consumed a little more energy to improve the strength of a cultivator in the early stage of chi training to the late stage of chi training. He came to the corpse and first pulled open the monk's hood. As soon as the hood was pulled open, he saw a familiar old face. How could it be him? Li Zhen said in disbelief. This cultivator was none other than the old shopkeeper of Jubao Pavilion. Jubao Pavilion had a very good reputation and was also an asset of the Lin family. The old shopkeeper was a cultivator of very high status in the market town. He didn't understand why such an old monk wanted to hunt him down. But now was not the time to think about this. He began to search the old shopkeeper's body. Soon he found the spiritual objects on the old shopkeeper's body: a black hood, a black robe, a piece of black jade, and a storage bag. The chest of the black robe was pierced, but the black robe did not have any magic weapon. It was just that the cloth used had the effect of isolating spiritual power. As long as it was repaired, it could still be used. The hood had the same effect as the black robe. The black jade is a first-grade mid-quality magical weapon. The appearance of the storage bag is different from the storage bag he got in the fairyland. There is no metal or engraved patterns on the bag opening. He tried to contact the storage bag with his mind. The storage bag did not present any obstruction, so his mind entered into the interior of the bag. This is not the case with the storage bags of the fairyland. Even if the owner dies, the owner's spiritual imprint will remain in the storage bag. However, the storage bag that had just been obtained had no such protection at all. Anyone who got the storage bag could open it and take out the spiritual objects from inside. Li Zhen did not stay here for long. He left the old shopkeeper's body there and put all the newly acquired spiritual objects into the dragon heart space. The old shopkeeper's body is in the bushes. It won't be long before it is devoured by monsters, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. Li Zhen no longer had any idea of changing his identity at this time. The old shopkeeper of Jubao Pavilion was killed by him. There might be some twists and turns in the future. It would be better for him not to sell any more spiritual objects. Thinking of this, he turned around and headed back to the market town. Returning to his wooden house, he put the fighter armor aside to charge and took out the old shopkeeper's storage bag. The first thing he saw in a storage bag was a green leaf flying magic weapon, which was the flying magic weapon used by the old shopkeeper when he chased him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who doesn't want to have a flying magic weapon? When he saw Gu Zhuan's paper crane, he was moved for a long time. He named this green leaf flying magic weapon Green Jade Flying Leaf, a first-class intermediate-grade magic weapon that could be used at least until the late stage of chi training. He put away the Green Jade Flying Leaf and would perform a ritual on it later. These are two first-grade, low-quality magic weapons that I sold. He then discovered two magic weapons, which were the two he sold to Jubao Pavilion. Although he was not familiar with the business of Jubao Pavilion, as an old shopkeeper, he should not keep the two magic weapons sold to Jubao Pavilion in his storage bag. Jubao Pavilion has its own place to store spiritual objects, otherwise there wouldn't be so few spiritual objects in this storage bag. Li Zhen didn't quite understand why the old shopkeeper only kept the two first-grade, low-grade magic weapons he sold with him. He was not familiar with this world, so he couldn't see anything. However, considering that the old shopkeeper suddenly attacked him and did not kill him, but wanted to capture him when he attacked him, He suspected that there was something abnormal about the magic weapon he sold and was discovered by the old shopkeeper. This is indeed the case. Although the low-grade magic weapon that Li Zhen took out only uses very little materials, and the runes engraved on it are also the most basic, there's one thing that makes the old shopkeeper extremely interested in Li Zhen. The magic weapon that Li Zhen took out was engraved with runes in an extremely exquisite way. The old shopkeeper discovered this when he was studying the two magic weapons. Although the old shopkeeper was not a weapon refiner, he had seen many magic weapons and had a deep understanding of them. Putting aside the performance of the two first-grade inferior magic weapons, just talking about the refining techniques, being able to refine a first-grade inferior magic weapon with the least amount of materials was a miracle in his eyes. If a normal weapon refiner were to do this, this amount of material would probably not even be enough for 1/3. The old shopkeeper believed that as long as they captured Li Zhen and found out the secret of refining this kind of magic weapon from Li Zhen, the Lin family could make a lot of profit just by relying on this method. Of course, the old shopkeeper also had a faction in the Lin family. He did not tell anyone about this matter until he caught Li Zhen and got the result. He even put the two low-grade magic weapons sold by Li Zhen in his storage bag to prevent others from knowing. It was this selfishness that prevented Li Zhen from being completely exposed to the Lin family. Li Zhen took out another flying sword from the storage bag, a first-grade mid-grade flying sword, with the word Chongkong engraved on the hilt. This is such a waste. He looked at the first-grade intermediate flying sword in his hand and shook his head. This was the first flying sword he had seen in this world. He also had a first-class mid-grade flying sword, but the material used for the Chongkong sword was the most luxurious he had ever seen. The only thing in his hand that could barely compare with it was the customized first-grade superior flying sword. The reason why it was barely comparable was that the material used for the Chongkong sword was more solid. Mass-produced flying swords, except for a few parts, such as the sword edge and the parts engraved with runes, the rest of the body tries to reduce the use of spiritual materials as much as possible, and instead uses a synthetic material instead. Even if it is a customized flying sword, it is made based on the principle of frugality. The entire Chongkong sword is made of first-grade, mid-quality refining materials, without any other materials. Even the decorations on the hilt are made of first-grade, mid-quality materials. Li Zhen had used a first-grade high-quality flying sword in battle before, and that sword directly consumed 5% of the spiritual power of the fighter armor. This also means that if his own spiritual power has not reached a certain level, it is better for him not to use a first-grade top-grade magic weapon, as it consumes too much spiritual power. Therefore, when he reaches the middle stage of Qi training, he still needs to use a first-order medium-quality flying sword, and the Chongkong sword is a good choice. The material is better. When the flying swords of both sides collide in battle, the one with poor material is more easily damaged. Another magical instrument that needs to be sacrificed. Another happy worry. Afterwards, he found a few jade slips, and he put them in front of his forehead to examine them one by one. To him, the value of the contents of the jade slips was not as high as the value of the jade slips themselves. Only one jade slip. It was a jade slip of a physical training technique, and inside it was a physical training technique called Black Iron Body. The Black Iron Body refining technique. Just by looking at its content, you can tell that it is the most basic and simplest body refining technique, and it can only be practiced to the peak of body refining. There is a subsequent practice for the Black Iron Body, which is only named Bronze Body in the Jade Slip. It is a bodybuilding practice for the foundation building period. Finally, Li Zhen found the most important spiritual object at the moment in the storage bag, which was 3 bags of spiritual stones. 2 of the bags were full. One bag had 100 spiritual stones, and the other bag had 71 spiritual stones, for a total of 271 spiritual stones. After seeing so many spirit stones, he was in a good mood. Finally, he didn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore. He put all his spirit stones into the dragon heart space. Now he had enough spirit stones for him to go back and forth 15 times. All the spiritual objects in the storage bag were checked, and the remaining miscellaneous items were daily necessities. In addition, he also got a piece of black jade from the old shopkeeper. He performed a ritual and refining technique and cast a spell on the black jade. A strange word appeared on the surface of this first-grade, mid-quality black jade. Li Zhen's spirit was connected to the black jade, and he felt the meaning of the strange words. Invisible black jade. This is the name of a first-grade, mid-grade black jade, and its function is to be invisible in the dark. When using it, inject spiritual power into it, and if you want the invisibility effect to continue, you need to continuously inject spiritual power. Li Zhen tried it once. It took 5 points of spiritual power to activate the invisibility black jade, and 1 point of spiritual power was consumed for each minute the invisibility effect lasted. The invisible black jade was the means by which the old shopkeeper was able to secretly track Li Zhen. If Li Zhen had not had a special sensitivity to spiritual objects, the old shopkeeper would not have been able to detect it before he made a move on Li Zhen. Li Zhen looked at the invisible black jade. His original plan was to stay here for a few days, plant spiritual rice in the spiritual fields, and then find a chance to return to the fairyland. But he had a large amount of spirit stones, and he now had an urgent desire to return to the fairyland. He didn't know how worried his parents were, and whether something might happen to them after not hearing from him for a long time. At this moment, he found that the charging of the fighter armor had ended. He took out an aura energy block from it and replaced the empty aura energy block. He installed the full spiritual energy blocks into the Pui group's small inverted 5 elements array, which he obtained from the secret base of the demon-worshipping cult. The attack in Yunxi County was carried out by the demon worship cult. Li Zhen dared not have anything to do with the demon-worshipping cult anymore. Even if the Pui group's small inverted 5 elements formation was in his hands, he dared not use it, let alone sell it. Once the demon-worshipping cult finds out, endless revenge will be waiting for him. It's not that he is timid. The brave Chung, he was scared to death. It is not known whether he survived. Even if he survived, Chung he probably would not dare to be so high-profile again. Li Zhen activated the Pui group small inverted 5 elements formation, and its coverage area was only within a room. The effect of the small inverted 5 elements formation was enough to conceal the fluctuations of his space travel ability. This small inverted 5 elements formation blocked the surveillance of the Yunxi County City Defense Formation. Li Zhen narrowed its scope, and its effect was greatly enhanced. He waited for a while, until the fighter armor had fully charged the spiritual energy block, and the spiritual energy block of the rune pistol was also fully charged. The energy in the rune pistol's spiritual energy block is less, and even a full charge can only fire 50 rounds. Li Zhen activated the invisible black jade. He remembered that when he traveled through time, he was in a corner. He just hoped that he would not be directly under the sun when he appeared, otherwise the invisibility effect would be lost. In a ruin in Yunxi County, several bricks and stones were pushed away by an invisible object. Li Zhen woke up from his dizziness and found himself back in the fairyland, with the familiar Yunxi County in front of him. It's just that the streets here have experienced a great war, and many places are in ruins. The destructive power caused by the battle between cultivators in the middle and late stages of Qi training is quite astonishing, not to mention the actions of the county leader in the foundation building stage. The place where Li Zhen appeared was exactly where he had been teleported before. The sunlight was not strong at that time, and the position where he was blocked by the wall, leaving a shadow. He opened his ID bracelet and found that it was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. In his identity bracelet, there was a series of messages that he had not checked. Among them, the most messages come from parents almost once every 10 minutes. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I'll be home soon." He sent a message back to let his parents know not to worry. The morning sun had not risen completely yet, and the shadow left behind was still very large, which made it convenient for him to use the invisible black jade to sneak around. The reason they had to leave stealthily was because the street was full of firefighters and medical personnel. If he were discovered, it would be difficult to explain why he was here. By the time he left the core area of Yunxi County, most of his spiritual energy had been consumed. He found a place without surveillance, removed his invisibility, and then walked towards home. "Jenner, where are you? Ask your father to pick you up." Li's mother sent a message. "I'll be home in 10 minutes. Li Zhen felt his mother's care and replied. At this time, he saw the message from school, announcing that the school was temporarily suspended and classes would resume upon further notice. In addition, the school asked students to report their safety. Teacher Zhang sent a separate message to Li Zhen, asking if he was safe. As he did not receive a reply from Li Zhen, Teacher Zhang sent 6 messages in a row. Li Zhen thought about it and replied to Teacher Zhang. When Li Zhen entered the house, he saw his mother and father waiting in the living room, which made him feel much more at ease. He was also worried that Mr. and Mrs. Li would be hurt in this incident, but it was clear that no accident occurred. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Li Zhen greeted with a smile. Why didn't you reply to our message? Don't you know we are all very worried about you? Li's mother complained as she pulled Li Zhen over to check him up and down. The school asked us to leave, but I was knocked unconscious by something on the way and didn't wake up until recently. Li Zhen had already thought of an explanation on the way. You're fainted from a shock. Is your head okay? Li's mother asked again with concern. I'm fine, just hungry. Li Zhen shook his head and replied. I prepared the spiritual rice porridge for you a long time ago. Eat it quickly. Father Li said as he put a bowl of spiritual rice porridge on the table. Li Zhen was indeed very hungry. He had not eaten anything in that world, so he quickly finished his spiritual rice porridge. Li's mother sat aside, watched him finish the spiritual rice porridge, and took out a piece of spiritual rice cake. Li Zhen took the spiritual rice cake. This should be the food stored in the underground secret room. The spiritual rice cake is convenient. He will prepare some in the dragon heart space in the future. Dad, do you have any accurate information about what happened yesterday? Li Zhen asked his father after he had finished his meal. The news said it was a conspiracy of the demon-worshipping cult, and some said it was for the Jiuqian Group's annual auction. The Jiuqian Group suffered a heavy loss this time, and they can't even hold the auction. Father Li told what he knew. For a commercial force like the Jiuqian Group, the failure of the auction can be said to be a major blow to its credibility. But this matter involves the demon worship cult, and even the Jiuqian Group has no ability to retaliate. And the city defense formation has been damaged even more seriously. I'm afraid it will take more than 3 months to repair it. Father Li continued. Due to Mr. Li's position, he doesn't know much about the real situation in Yunxi County. The losses in Yunxi County now are simply unimaginable. First of all, in terms of personnel, more than half of the department staff were sacrificed. Secondly, various schools and some units were attacked, and many monks were injured and killed. It was precisely because of such a huge loss that the core area of Yunxi County had not been cleared even after one night. Inside the county capital, the county chief and another foundation building cultivators sat face to face. Brother Wu, thank you for coming over to help. The county chief bowed slightly to the foundation establishment cultivator in thanks. Brother Zhao, I didn't do anything. You had already solved the problem when I came. Wu Zhenxiu replied with a smile and shook his head. Although he said this, he was very happy in his heart. Even if he really did nothing, as long as he arrived, the other party would have to accept his favor. I really envy your Jinla County, which is prosperous and stable under your management. I am suffering. I am afraid that this year's rating will not even reach a passing grade. County Chief Zhao said bitterly. As the county chief of Yunxi County, he must be held accountable for such a big incident that happened in Yunxi County. This incident had a huge impact on his development. Without a high score, he would not be able to obtain more precious resources, especially resources for breaking through realms. What happened in Yunxi County was caused by the demon worship cult. You killed all the demons of the demon worship cult, so I think you will be treated better in the rating. Wu Zhenxiu consoled with a smile. He continued, Jinla County looks good, but it is close to a space crack. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine. But if something does go wrong, it will be a huge trouble. County Chief Zhao didn't want to say anything more. He and Wu Zhenxiu were assigned as county chiefs in the same batch. The conditions in Yunxi County are far inferior to those in Jinla County. It is indeed troublesome to be close to the space crack, but the benefits it brings are also enormous. There is a garrison army in the space rift. This army will not interfere in local affairs, but can protect the safety of Jinla County. The cultivators from other places also need to pass through space cracks to go to the Demon Kingdom to hunt monsters, which has led to the formation of a monster industry chain in Jinla County. In a county like Jinla, it is very easy to get good results in the assessment. The two were good friends who went to the same school and the same grade. They both served as county heads in different counties and rarely met each other. They discussed many things. You said Jiutian Group was involved? Wu Zhenxiu asked in surprise. If Jiutian Group hadn't used the contract to hold me back and prevent me from taking action, how could Yunqi have suffered such a huge loss? County Chief Zhao said, gritting his teeth. It would be best to contact the alumni about this matter. Although the Jiutian Group is powerful, Wanghai University is not afraid of the Jiutian Group. Wu Zhenxiu said indignantly. Both of them graduated from Wanghai University. As one of the 7 top universities in Xian country, even if they were ordinary graduates, the circle of Wanghai University alone gave them an influence that no force dared to ignore. Let's see the attitude of Jiutian Group first. County Chief Zhao said after a moment's hesitation. He has not yet completely torn his relationship with the Jiutian Group. If he really wants to use the connections of Wanghai University, the conflict between him and the Jiutian Group will not be easily eased. On the other side, Li Zhen first went to the training room to practice for an hour to restore the spiritual power in his body. Back in the bedroom, he began to think about how to earn resources by traveling between the two worlds. Even though he has a lot of spirit stones, in fact, these spirit stones are not enough. He considered developing in both the fairyland and the other world at the same time. He needed to go to school in the fairyland, and he also had to go to that world at least once every few days to show up. It costs 18 spirit stones to go back and forth. If he wants to ensure frequent travel between the two worlds, he must have the ability to continuously earn spirit stones. It is impossible to earn spirit stones in the fairyland world. In that world, one can no longer earn spirit stones by selling magic tools. Although there are still many magic tools in his Dragon Heart space, the sneak attack by the old shopkeeper of Jubao Pavilion made him guess that there might be something special about the magic tools of the Immortal Kingdom. As for killing people and stealing treasures, this is also not a long-term solution. It is not every time that a cultivator as wealthy as the old shopkeeper attacks Li Zhen, and Li Zhen does not think that he could be invincible just by using the combat armor. After all, he is just a young cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi training. If he really faces a cultivator at the late stage of Qi training, he cannot guarantee his own safety. Meiyun, inform my parents that I'm going to go into seclusion. Li Zhen gave an order to the smart butler. Although his bedroom was not protected by any formation, he said that he was in seclusion. As long as he did not stay in seclusion for too long, Mr. and Mrs. Li would not come to disturb him. Disturbing his seclusion might cause harm to the cultivator. Li Zhen opened his eyes in the wooden house. He glanced around the room vigilantly, but found nothing unusual. The small inverted 5 elements formation remained open, and the latch on the door was still inserted. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the teleportation within the small inverted 5 elements formation was not discovered by the market. It was still dark outside. He sat cross-legged and practiced the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method. When he got tired of practicing, he studied the soul condensation technique and the golden edge technique until it was light outside. Early in the morning, he went to buy some daily necessities, as they were necessary if he wanted to stay here. Among them, there are 10 kilograms of first-grade spiritual rice. There are also different types of first-grade spiritual rice. What can be purchased in the market is only first-grade low-quality and medium-quality spiritual rice, and there is no first-grade high-quality spiritual rice. What he bought was first-grade medium-quality spiritual rice. 1 pound of spiritual rice was equivalent to 10 broken spiritual stones, and 10 pounds was equivalent to 1 spiritual stone. The price was naturally extremely expensive. However, for 1 pound of first-grade inferior spiritual rice, only 1 broken spiritual piece is needed, which is 10 times the price. There is a big difference in the spiritual energy concentration and the absorption effect on cultivators of first-grade inferior spiritual rice. Although there is not a tenfold difference in the edible effects of the two kinds of spiritual rice, it is enough that the first-grade medium-quality spiritual rice can enhance the physique of cultivators below the 6th level of qi training. Li Zhen now has spirit stones and is quite wealthy. Through the price of spiritual rice, he discovered a business opportunity. However, he still needs to know more information before he can determine whether Lingmi's business is feasible. After sending the purchased items back home, he took the farm tools and went to the spiritual field. The 2 acres of spiritual fields belonging to him are also protected by a warning formation. The land of the spiritual field had been turned over yesterday. He performed the spirit containment technique, and green rays of light fell on the spiritual field, stimulating the spiritual power in the field to be more active and easier to breed spiritual plants. Although he had only learned the spirit-containing technique for 1 day, he had a mid-grade with spiritual root talent. Coupled with the influence of the dragon heart, he was able to perform the spirit-containing technique easily without much effort and reach the general technique realm. The spirit condensation technique at the general technique level has already reached the level of a qualified spirit cultivator. In order to store the spiritual energy in the 2 mu of spiritual field, he practiced the 17th edition of the basic qi training method twice to restore the spiritual energy, and only then could he store all the spiritual energy in the spiritual field. Afterwards, he also used the spirit infusion technique to infuse the 2 acres of spiritual rice seeds with spirit. This process allowed the spiritual rice seeds to reach the conditions for germination. He used farm tools to plant 2 acres of spiritual rice in the spiritual field, and the number of spiritual rice seeds was just right. With his spiritual rice seeds, one method is to select the fullest and most spiritual ones from the grown spiritual rice grains as spiritual rice seeds, and the other method is to purchase them from the market. Li Zhen thought of the spiritual rice grown in the fairyland. The spiritual rice produced by that kind of spiritual rice would no longer germinate, and the spiritual rice seeds had to be purchased separately from the seed station. After all the spiritual rice seeds are planted, the next step is to perform the small cloud and rain technique. Clouds and rain appeared from the sky, and spiritual rainwater fell into the spiritual field. Almost visible to the naked eye, the spiritual rice seeds in the soil sprouted and soon reached a height of 20 centimeters. That is to say, it is only when the small cloud and rain technique is performed for the first time that the spiritual rice seeds will grow so fast, and then they will enter a relatively slow growth process. Since the spiritual field here is a first-grade, lower-grade spiritual field, the spiritual rice he grows is also first-grade, lower-grade spiritual rice. If you want to grow first-grade, medium-quality spiritual rice, it is not something that can be done in a short period of time. To upgrade a first-grade, medium-grade spiritual field that can grow first-grade, medium-grade spiritual rice, 2 conditions are required. First, there must be a supply of spiritual power from a first-grade, medium-grade spiritual vein. 2 acres of spiritual fields meet this requirement. Secondly, it is necessary to continuously use the spirit containment technique to improve the quality of the soil in the spiritual field. This process cannot be completed in 1 or 2 months. The time required to improve the quality of the soil in the spiritual field depends on the realm of the spirit condensation technique. It takes 5 years for the spirit condensation technique at the general realm to upgrade the spiritual field to the first-grade medium quality. It doesn't mean that you can rest assured once the spiritual field has been upgraded to the first-class medium quality. As long as the spirit containment technique is not used to maintain the state of the soil for a period of time, the quality of the spiritual field will decline. The market charges 300 kilograms of spiritual rice per acre. Although the quality of the spiritual rice is not specified, you don't have to think about finding loopholes. The market will charge the corresponding quality of spiritual rice based on the quality of the spiritual fields. Li Zhen can judge that the spiritual rice produced by 1 acre of spiritual field in this world should be more than 300 kilograms, and no more than 400 kilograms, by the fact that each acre of spiritual field submits 300 kilograms of spiritual rice per year. The market will not be so generous as to leave too much spiritual rice for the spiritual farmers. It can only be said that the spiritual rice yield in this world is too low. A round of spiritual rice in Li Zhen's home matures in 5 months and can be harvested twice a year, with a yield of more than 1,000 kilograms per mu. This difference in annual yield per mu is too great. One produces 800 kilograms per mu per year, and the other produces 2,000 kilograms per mu per year. Such a huge difference may be due to the fully automated planting equipment, but the bigger reason should be the spiritual rice seeds. The spiritual rice varieties of the fairyland have been carefully selected and adjusted using biotechnology and are the highest yielding spiritual rice varieties. It's nothing like here, where even the spiritual rice seeds are selected from the spiritual rice produced, and there is no guarantee at all on the quality. Of course, there are also things in the fairyland that are not as good as here. For example, the spiritual energy supply in the spiritual fields is mostly first-grade, low-grade spiritual energy in the fairyland, while here, this market alone has first-grade, high-grade spiritual energy available. After planting the spiritual rice, Li Zhen had finally fulfilled his wish. The presence of spiritual rice in the spiritual fields meant that he had officially settled down in the market. After that, I would use the small cloud and rain technique to water the plants at regular intervals and the golden edge technique to kill insects. Li Zhen looked at the time and realized it was already afternoon. He returned to his wooden house and cooked a pot of spiritual rice in his newly bought pot. The fire he used was the flame transformed by the fireball technique. The fireball technique that was close to the realm of Shao Fa allowed him to control it easily. At this time, he wanted to find out if there were any high-quality spiritual plant husband spell talismans. If he could find them, he wouldn't have to practice the soul condensation technique and golden edge technique so hard. However, he also understood that this was a bit far-fetched. No cultivator would be able to make these two types of talismans, as they were truly worthless. After eating the first-grade, medium-quality spiritual rice, he could clearly feel the energy of the spiritual rice being absorbed by his body, slowly and continuously strengthening his body. This effect is most obvious when he is in the early stage of Qi training, and it will be greatly weakened when his realm reaches the middle stage of Qi training. When you reach the later stage of Qi training, eating first-grade, medium-quality spiritual rice will only fill your stomach and will not have any benefit to you. Therefore, the spiritual rice eaten by cultivators in the late stage of Qi training who have high expectations for themselves are all first-grade, high-quality spiritual rice. After dinner, he went out and came to the commercial district. He saw many monks entering and exiting the entrance of Jubao Pavilion, and 2 other monks were blocking the other monks from approaching. Many cultivators stood in the distance and watched. Jubao Pavilion had a great reputation in the market town, and now that something had happened, it naturally received special attention. I heard that the old shopkeeper is missing. What a pity for such a good person, said a monk who was watching and shook his head. Who said it wasn't? Another monk continued. When Li Zhen heard them evaluate the old shopkeeper in this way, he couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. This is a method that the old shopkeeper has never seen before. How could a good person use the invisible black jade to track so skillfully? This is especially used to do dirty things. He looked around for a while and didn't stay long. He came here mainly to inquire about the prices. He wants to learn a skill, and currently he is interested in drawing talismans. Talisman makers are quite common, and the consumption of talismans is very large. As long as the talisman makers are qualified, they don't have to worry about sales. Of course, before getting started, a talisman maker needs to invest a lot of resources in practice. In the future, if he wants to draw each new talisman, it will take a long time of practice. Only when one has practiced a talisman to a certain success rate and reached the level of breaking even can one be qualified to be called a talisman maker. Li Zhen has better prerequisites than other talisman makers. By devouring talismans drawn by others, he can possess the spell level of the talisman maker, which lays a good spell foundation for him to draw this kind of talisman. In addition, if he becomes a talisman maker himself, He can also come into contact with more talisman makers, allowing him to obtain high-quality talismans for the Dragon Heart space to devour and learn more spells. Li Zhen found a shop selling talismans in the market. The owner of the shop was a young female cultivator. From the aura emanating from her, it could be judged that she was a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. "What kind of talismans do you want to buy, little Taoist friend? All the talismans sold in our store are here." The female cultivator pointed to the cabinet behind her and introduced them. She did not look down on Li Zhen because of his young age. The cabinet looks a bit like the cabinet in a pharmacy, with a name on each drawer. Li Zhen took a quick look and found that they were all ordinary 5-element talismans, and there were no talismans with special functions. This is not surprising, as most cultivators have 5-element spiritual roots, and drawing talismans requires learning this spell. This talisman shop has so many kinds of talismans, which is very comprehensive. "I want to become a talisman maker, and come here to buy talisman makers' books and talisman pens," Li Zhen said to the female cultivator. Although the Fairyland's talisman making manuals and even talisman pens can be purchased with credit points, what he lacks most is credit points. In addition, if he wants to have the identity of a talisman maker in this world, he must have a reasonable origin. To become a talisman maker, you need talent. Our store has a set of introductory books on talisman makers written by Wang Yibin, a mid-grade talisman maker, which are most suitable for beginners. If you buy this first-level low-grade talisman pen, you will get 20 sheets of low-grade talisman paper for free. If you don't have the talent to be a talisman maker, our store will not accept returns. Have you thought this through? The female cultivator introduced in a warning tone. The female cultivator has seen too many cultivators who want to become talisman makers, but becoming a talisman maker is not that easy. Even though talisman making is considered relatively simple among the 100 arts of cultivation, it is difficult to find a low-grade talisman maker among 10 cultivators, and it is difficult to find a middle-grade talisman maker among 100 low-grade talisman makers. The number of high-grade talisman makers decreases as you go up in level. The female cultivator thought that Li Zhen was too young and wanted him to think it over carefully. "How many spirit stones do you need in total?" Li Zhen asked without any hesitation. The introductory book costs 15 spirit stones, and the talisman pen costs 10 spirit stones. The female cultivator sighed in her heart and replied. This amount of spirit stones was really not much for Li Zhen, but he still bargained with the female cultivator for a long time, and finally got it for 24 spirit stones. He left the shop with a jade slip and a box containing a talisman pen and 20 pieces of talisman paper. He did not put these things into the Dragon Heart space, but held them in his arms. On the way home, many monks saw what he was holding in his arms and looked at him with sympathy. Many of the cultivators among them had the same idea as Li Zhen, risking all their wealth and finally not being able to get back their capital. 24 spirit stones are not enough to learn how to make talismans. You also need to buy some spirit materials to make talisman ink, and 20 sheets of talisman paper are not enough. A talisman maker needs to practice a certain kind of talisman at least 100 times before he can barely get started. And this is for cultivators who have a talent for talisman making. Li Zhen ignored the gazes of these cultivators. His origins were very clear. He was sent by a disciple of Shifeng Valley, so it was not surprising that he had some spirit stones in his hand. As long as he didn't leave the market, he wouldn't have to worry about being robbed by the monks. And his actions today will let the monks in the market know that he has started making talismans. When he arrived at the wooden house, he saw 3 monks standing in front of it, including Manager Zhao from the Spiritual Field Management Office. "Manager Zhao, is there anything I can help you with?" Li Zhen asked Manager Zhao. "These 2 are monks from the Lin family. They want to enter your house to check and need your cooperation," Manager Zhao said, pointing at the 2 monks beside him. Li Zhen was stunned. He didn't expect that it was the Lin family who came. He was considering whether to escape, but then he changed his mind and realized that if he could really prove that he had killed the old shopkeeper, he would not wait here, but would have sent monks to capture him long ago. "I don't quite understand the rules. Does the market allow this?" Li Zhen did not open the door immediately, but asked Manager Zhao. "It's not that our Lin family doesn't know the rules. The owner of Jubao Pavilion disappeared. You went to Jubao Pavilion the day before. The Lin family has investigated you and hopes that you will cooperate. The Lin family cultivator said in a deep voice. Manager Zhao gestured to Li Zhen to open the door. There was no comparison between Li Zhen and the Lin family, and he also hoped that Li Zhen could be more sensible. After seeing the attitude of Manager Zhao, Li Zhen realized that the market town was not as he had imagined. The market town also had to consider the influence of major forces. He opened the door silently, but when he entered, the Dragonheart space moved slightly and put away the small inverted 5 elements formation. 2 Lin family monks followed him into the house and took out a compass. The Lin family monk walked around the room with a compass. The room was not big, so he finished the search quickly. The Lin family monk approached Li Zhen again, and the compass stopped in front of Li Zhen for a moment. Thank you for your cooperation, young man. The Lin family cultivator nodded and said. The 2 Lin family monks turned and left, but Manager Zhao did not follow them immediately. Brotherly, be careful not to offend family monks in the market. The Lin family, for example, is one of the partners of the market. Of course, such a thing would not happen normally. The disappearance of the owner of Jubao Pavilion has caused a great loss to the Lin family. They are a little anxious. Not only you, but any monk who has had contact with Jubao Pavilion recently has been investigated. Manager Zhao explained to Li Zhen, considering that Li Zhen has the background of Shifeng Valley. Thank you, Manager Zhao, for telling me, Li Zhen said with a bow. After seeing off Manager Zhao, Li Zhen closed the door. He took out the small inverted 5 elements formation again and activated it. Although he was forcibly inspected today, he also saw that people in the market were still reasonable. At least no one broke into the room by force today. Of course, even if the 2 Lin family monks broke into the door by force, they would not be able to find the spiritual objects related to the old shopkeeper, because those spiritual objects were all in Li Zhen's Dragonheart space. What kind of spiritual object left the tracking mark? Li Zhen muttered to himself helplessly. His cultivation was too weak, and he was simply unable to find the spiritual object that left the tracking mark among so many spiritual objects. This required him to be more careful when using any of the old shopkeeper's spiritual objects in the future. Even if he used them, he had to take them back to the Dragonheart space immediately after use. Li Zhen sat down cross-legged and took out the introductory book on talisman makers written by Wang Yibin, a mid-level talisman maker. Although he did not know the title of the middle-grade talisman maker Wang Yibin, he could tell from the expression of the female cultivator in the talisman shop that the middle-grade talisman maker had a high status in the market. He placed the jade slip in front of his forehead, and the information inside was immediately transmitted to his brain. There are only 3 types of talismans recorded in the introductory book on talisman makers written by Wang Yibin, a mid-level talisman maker. They are the Fireball Talisman, the Diamond Talisman, and the Light Body Talisman. Li Zhen also has these 3 kinds of talismans, and he has learned the Fireball Technique, the Vajra Technique, and the Light Body Technique, and his magical level is not low. However, what he learned was the magic from the fairyland. Now seeing the talismans from this world, he wondered what the difference would be between the 2. Apparently, he was overthinking it, as he discovered that the patterns on the 3 talismans were no different from those on the talismans from the Immortal Kingdom. Talismans are spells solidified on talisman paper, and spells are the means by which cultivators create them through the study of the laws of spiritual power of various attributes with the help of runes of various attributes. As they are both immortal cultivation civilizations, there will be no difference in the laws of spiritual power, and there will not be much difference in the spells and talismans. Each type of talisman, such as the Fireball Talisman, the Vajra Talisman, and the Light Body Talisman, corresponds to a method of making talisman ink. This is the most precious knowledge in this book. Li Zhen had no plan to buy talisman ink in this world, and he would not even buy low-grade talisman paper in this world. This kind of low-quality talisman paper and ink is produced in the Immortal Country in factories on fully automated production lines, which makes the talisman paper and ink quite cheap. Li Zhen activated his spatial magical power. His figure disappeared in the room, and then appeared on the bed in the bedroom of his home in Yinxi County. He first looked at his ID bracelet. There was no new information from the school, and his parents had not left him a message. He calculated the time it took him to travel through time, which was about 12 hours. I took the initiative to send a message to my parents to let them know that I had passed the quarantine. His parents were in the spiritual planning area at the moment, so Motherly left some food for him to eat by himself. Li Zhen ate his meal quickly, and then he came to the spiritual plan area and saw his parents performing the little cloud and rain technique. Although he cannot cooperate with his parents by joining them, it is enough to reduce their workload. Has your spiritual power reached the second level of Qi training? Father Li asked uncertainly. The spiritual power consumed by Li Zhen when performing the small cloud and rain technique is not the total amount of spiritual power of the first level of Qi training. Coming out of the spiritual plan area, both Li's father and mother were smiling. It had only been a short time since Li Zhen started practicing, but he had already reached the second level of Qi training. This speed shows that Li Zhen has excellent talent. Li's father and mother have attended a monk class. According to their judgment, Li Zhen's cultivation speed is definitely in the top 3 in the monk class. Li Zhen didn't expect that his realm would be exposed, but it didn't matter. According to his thinking, Yunnan and Han Wenqin in the class were almost at the second level of Qi training. If Cheng, he was more steady, there would be 4 students in the class who have been promoted to the second level of Qi training by now. Of course, if there were no other students with hidden abilities in the class. But it didn't matter that he was only at the second level of Qi training, because he was about to be promoted to the third level of Qi training. Dad, I'm going to study, Li Zhen said, feeling uncomfortable being stared at by his parents. It was impossible for Li's father and mother to refuse, so they hurriedly sent him to study. Li Zhen came to the training room. He did not practice the 17th edition of Basic Qigong, but instead read the Black Iron Body, a physical training method. To practice the Black Iron Body physical training technique, one needs spiritual iron to cooperate with the practice. From a most basic stage, low-grade first-grade spiritual iron is consumed. By the middle stage of body refining, medium-grade first-grade spiritual iron is consumed. In the late stage of body refining, high-grade first-grade spiritual iron is consumed. No wonder the Immortal Kingdom does not disclose the practice methods of the body refining exercises. With this level of consumption, if the practice methods were really made public, even the quantity of mass-produced magic tools would not be guaranteed in the future. I wonder if the existing magic weapon can be used. Li Zhen looked at the Black Iron Body's cultivation method and thought of a possibility. To be honest, he couldn't get the spiritual iron before he could open the 3 storage bags of Jiutian Group. If there had not been a major attack by the demon-worshipping cult in Yinxi County, one could have tried to exchange the spiritual objects in hand for credit points at the ghost market. However, under the current circumstances, the ghost market would definitely not open, and he obtained a lot of magical weapons from the attack of the demon-worshipping cult. These magical weapons are difficult to use in the fairyland, and it has been confirmed that they cannot be used in another world. This batch of magical weapons is equivalent to being held in people's hands. Originally, he planned to use the dragon heart space to devour it all, but this method was a bit wasteful and had limited effect on improving his spiritual root talent. After seeing the practice method of the Black Iron Body bodybuilding exercise, I realized that the spiritual iron in it is the spiritual or from the fairyland, which is the main material of magic weapons. Li Zhen took out a first-grade, low-grade long sword from the dragon heart space. He used the long sword as a stick and hit his arm with the sword spine. At the same time, he started practicing the Black Iron Body physical training technique. When the sword spine hit the skin of his arm, he felt energy entering his body from the sword spine. This energy is the gold essence of spiritual iron, and is also the energy for cultivating the Black Iron Body. The Black Iron Body uses the gold essence in the spiritual iron to continuously strengthen the cultivator's body, thereby achieving the effect of body refining. After discovering that hitting his arm with the sword spine was effective, Li Zhen's mind moved slightly, and he put away all the clothes on his body through the dragon heart space. This way he could strike every part of the body with the spine of the sword, allowing the gold essence in the spirit iron to cover his entire body. No matter which world the cultivators are from, if they see his body refining process, they will definitely be shocked by his wasteful behavior. No cultivator would be so wasteful as to use finished magical instruments to refine the body. Li Zhen had no choice. He was too young, and he had so many magical weapons of unknown origin in his hands, which could not be exchanged for credit points. Being able to use them to refine the body was also a use. I don't know if it was because his body had been strengthened by the dragon's heart, but this allowed him to persist in his first physical training for 3 hours. His whole body was red, with a faint black color flowing under his skin. After 3 hours of consumption, the aura of the first-grade, low-grade, long sword in his hand was barely detectable. What made him frown even more was that in the last period of 3 hours, he felt that the gold essence transmitted by the first-grade, low-grade, long sword magic weapon had become almost imperceptible. He changed for a first-grade, low-grade, long sword magic weapon. Anyway, there were dozens of magic weapons of the same grade. After hitting his body again, he confirmed that the first-grade, low-grade, long sword magic weapon had no effect on his cultivation. He thought about it and took out a first-grade intermediate sword weapon. He didn't want to continue practicing, but to test his guess. Sure enough, using the first-level middle-grade sword weapon, he immediately regained the feeling of the gold essence entering his body. Have I reached the middle stage of body refining? Li Zhen said to himself in disbelief. The middle stage of body training corresponds to the middle stage of qi training, which is the 4th to 6th stage of qi training, but body training is not as detailed as qi training. There's only the early stage of body training, the middle stage of body training, and the late stage of body training. If he really reached the middle stage of body refining, he would be considered a minor master in Yinxi County. Most of the monk teachers in the school are in the middle stage of qi training. He suddenly thought of something and opened his identity bracelet, and his current information was displayed on his retina. Name, Li Zhen, male. Age, 12. Realm, 2nd level of qi training. 21.22220181319. Ectoplasm, 1. Spiritual power, 27.45. Physical body, level 33, 100/. There is an additional item, physical body, in his information, which is the data for practicing the body refining technique. However, in order to display the physical body in the information, one must practice a body refining technique to activate it. The first level is equivalent to the qi training stage. His current training progress is 33, which is 1/3 of the total training progress. He is at the extreme level of the initial stage of the first level of body training and may break through to the middle stage of the first level of body training at any time. At this time, Li Zhen couldn't help but wonder how it was possible that his body could reach this level by consuming only a first-grade, low-grade, long sword magic weapon. The cultivation of the black iron body requires at least 20 portions of first-grade inferior spiritual iron. The first-grade inferior long swords mass-produced by the Immortal Kingdom do not even contain a single portion of spiritual iron. In fact, he had not thought about the role of the dragon heart, because his body was too weak at the beginning. When the Chaos Dragon, young dragon, integrated the dragon heart into his body through the dragon blood strengthened his body. However, the dragon blood was too strong. After the dragon heart merged into his body, the Chaos Dragon controlled the dragon heart and absorbed all the dragon blood back into the dragon heart. The strengthening of his body had laid a solid foundation, making him much stronger than ordinary people, even comparable to Qigong practitioners, but this was his limit. If he became any stronger, his mortal body would collapse. He traveled through time and occupied this body, while also destroying the Chaos Dragon's soul and only merging it with the soul of his human predecessor. It was this experience that allowed him to easily pass the initial stage of the first level of body refining when practicing the black iron body refining technique. The monk was particularly sensitive to changes in his body, and he sensed his entire body. Now his physical strength has increased a little. His strength is already very strong, and is not weaker than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. Now his strength should be able to suppress a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. His reaction speed cannot be tested, but his movement speed has improved significantly. The changes in strength and speed require him to use professional instruments to test in order to obtain accurate data. He took out the Xingrue E07 longsword, gritted his teeth, and cut off his arm. Although the Xingrue E07 longsword is a first-grade low-grade longsword magic weapon, its sharpness is not low. Even if a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training does not use spells or magic weapons for defense, his physical defense will be broken. But when the Xingrue E07 longsword cut his arm, it did not break the skin, but only left a white mark on the skin. After the Xingrue E07 longsword was taken away, the white mark quickly disappeared. Super strong defense is the real strength of the black iron body bodybuilding technique. His body cultivation at the peak of the first stage of the initial stage had trained his body to be as hard as a first-grade inferior magic weapon. When he reaches the middle stage of the first level of black iron body, it will not be easy for even a first-level mid-grade magic weapon to break through his defense. Of course, it was impossible for him to use his body to block the cultivator's magical weapon attack. The cultivator had too many methods, and who knew if there was any magical weapon that could specifically break the body training. The overall improvement in strength, speed, and defense allowed his swordsmanship to exert its maximum power. It was a pity that the training room was too small for him to practice the elementary swordsmanship of the Immortal Kingdom. Even if he wanted to go to the Li Zhen Hall, it was not open. According to the news from Han Wenxin, most of the cultivators of the Han family were called up to participate in the reconstruction of Yunxi County, the maintenance of public security, and other tasks. Most of the personnel originally responsible for these tasks were killed or injured when two figures floated directly in the air above Yunxi County without the aid of any magical weapon. The restless hearts of the people in Yunxi County were appeased. The two foundation-building cultivators are enough to ensure the safety of Yunxi County, even if the city defense formation of Yunxi County has not been repaired yet. Yunxi County recovered an extremely fast speed. Stores reopened, and schools notified students to return to classes. Of course, the staff of various county departments cannot be replenished in a short period of time, and the selection of personnel for these departments is not an easy task. However, this is not an unsolvable problem. Some matters have been postponed, and a small number of staff have allowed these departments to barely function. Li Zhen also received a notice from No. 2 Middle School and had to go to school the next day. Taking advantage of not having to go to school today, he left home. There are many monks maintaining order on the streets. Most of these monks are in the middle stage of Qi training, but the clothes they wear have the marks of the four major families. On the contrary, security guards from the Security Bureau are rarely seen. It is said that the Security Bureau suffered heavy losses this time, and security guards are the main targets of the monsters. Li Zhen walked into an open spiritual materials store. As soon as he entered, he unexpectedly discovered that the store's intelligence system did not detect his identity bracelet. Generally speaking, when entering a store, the store's intelligence system will first scan the customer's public identity to help the clerk better serve the customer. When he entered the store, he saw a customer turning his head away in panic. Not wanting him to see his face, he turned sideways and left. "Young man, what do you want to sell? Let's go to the private room next door to talk." The clerk who received the customer turned to Li Zhen and asked, "How do you know I have something to sell?" Li Zhen was stunned and asked in confusion. He didn't say anything, and was it so obvious that he was here to sell something? After all the chaos, there are always some people who take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and gain benefits. Our store openly collects all kinds of spiritual objects, and we have collected quite a few today alone, the clerk explained with a smile. Li Zhen finally understood why this store did not turn on the intelligence system. Without identity detection, those spiritual objects of unknown origin in their hands could be used as an opportunity to attack. "Then let's talk in a private room." Li Zhen nodded. After entering the private room, Li Zhen waved his hand to refuse the drink offered by the waiter. He took out 2 first-grade inferior magic weapons. These 2 first-grade inferior magic weapons were obtained from monks who died at the auction. Although its origin is indeed unclear, it is not a big deal. Even if it is found on me, I can explain that I picked it up on the road. Young man, you're lucky. 2 pieces are worth 8,000 credit points. The clerk looked at the 2 first-grade low-quality magic weapons and gave a price with a smile. Li Zhen thought to himself that it was really evil. Even if a first-grade inferior magic weapon was very bad, it would cost tens of thousands of credit points each. However, the other party only gave 8,000 credit points for these 2 first-grade inferior magic weapons. Sell it. He nodded in agreement, even though he knew he would suffer a loss. Don't think we're selling it at a low price. We've accepted your goods. Even if there are any problems with the goods, we'll take responsibility for them, and it won't affect you, the clerk said while paying. Li Zhen checked the payment and found that the clerk used anonymous transfer, which was divided into multiple anonymous transfers. The credit points of each transfer did not exceed 1,000 credit points. Doing this can avoid credit point supervision, and the clerk can be said to have taken caution to the extreme. His actions made Li Zhen feel more at ease, and he believed that other customers felt the same way. If they wanted to sell anything in the future, this store would be their first choice. After coming out of the store, Li Zhen once again checked his deposit of 8,104 credit points through his retina. Even though he still had a large number of spiritual objects and spiritual stones in his hands, the impact of 8,104 credit points was still not as strong as it was. He didn't dare to sell those spiritual objects in large quantities. He was lucky today, as he found a store that was willing to accept contraband goods. He also understood that if he really dared to take out spiritual objects of excessive value, there was no way this store would ignore the rules and do something to him. As the saying goes, a child holding gold in a busy city. He is truly a child holding gold in a busy city. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. He entered another talisman shop. Compared with the talisman shop in another world, the talisman shop in Yunshi County of the Immortal Kingdom was also a small talisman shop, but the number of talismans was truly incomparable. That is to say, there were no first-grade, upper-grade talismans on display here. Even if there were, they were not for ordinary cultivators. Li Zhen bought 1,000 blank first-grade, lower-grade talisman papers, as well as the corresponding talisman inks for the Fireball Talisman, the Diamond Talisman, and the Light Body Talisman. He also took a look at the first-grade, lower-grade talisman pen. With his wealth, he didn't even need to consider it. He couldn't afford it. The price of blank talisman paper in the fairyland is transparent. A piece of first-grade, low-quality blank talisman paper is 1 credit point. The price of talisman ink is not high either. The total cost of talisman ink for drawing 1,000 talismans is only 200 credit points. The reason why it is so cheap is that the Immortal Country has carried out large-scale production of this kind of low-level talisman paper and talisman ink. In particular, the Immortal Kingdom's first-grade, low-grade blank talisman paper has made a major breakthrough in raw materials. It can use the rice stalks of first-grade, low-grade spiritual rice as raw materials, which is equivalent to waste utilization. In fact, the biggest difficulty in becoming a talisman maker in the fairyland is not the talisman paper and ink, but the talisman pen. Li Zhen had just taken a look. The talisman pen sold in this talisman shop adhered to the consistent principle of the fairyland in mass-producing magic tools, which was to use the least amount of spiritual materials to make them. As a result, the talisman pen has become a consumable item in the fairyland, and is far from being as durable as the talisman pen in another world. Carrying the talisman paper and ink, he returned home. In the bedroom, he still announced his retreat through his smart housekeeper Mei Yun, but in fact he had gone to another world again. Perhaps because he had practiced the black iron body, he quickly woke up from the dizziness during this space teleportation. He came out of the small inverted 5 elements formation, opened the door, and prepared to go to the spiritual field to take a look. Just as he opened the door, he heard a popping sound, which was the sound of a spell exploding. He couldn't help but be shocked. This was in a market town. How could there be a fight? He closed the door a little and carefully observed the situation outside. He found that there were no monks outside, and all the monks who usually liked to sit on the roadside were gone. All monks don't have to worry. There is no foreign invasion. The Lin family and the Iron Sword Gang are dealing with their dispute, and it will not affect other monks in the market. A monk wearing a market guard robe drove a magic weapon into the air and kept announcing loudly, "This is to appease people's hearts." If the monks in the market are really made to feel unsafe, this market will be abandoned immediately. The existence of the market town is, on the one hand, to facilitate transactions among monks, and, on the other hand, to gather a group of monks. The income brought by the monks' transactions is far less than the continuous income brought by gathering a group of monks to plant spiritual fields, draw talismans, refine magic tools and elixirs, etc. The core of gathering monks to stay in the market is safety. After hearing the words of the market guards, Li Zhen's inner uneasiness was reduced a lot. As long as the market was not attacked by outsiders, the power struggle within the market would not have much impact. What he didn't know was that the conflict between the Lin family and the Iron Sword Gang originated from him. The old shopkeeper of Jubao Pavilion has disappeared. All suspicious monks have been investigated, but the murderer has not been found. At this time, the Taijian gang opened a Juzhen Pavilion next to the Jubao Pavilion, obviously intending to steal the business. Considering that the only way to get rid of the old shopkeeper silently in the market town was by several major forces in the market town, the actions of the Iron Sword Gang at this time almost made themselves the biggest suspect. The simplest way to resolve conflicts between monastic forces is through fighting. Winner takes all, loser gets kicked out. More importantly, the Lin family and the Iron Sword Gang are both organizers of the market town. This fight between the two sides is no longer a competition between the Jubao Pavilion and the Juzhen Pavilion, but a matter of who stays in the market town and who leaves. Li Zhen shook his head. He didn't want to be involved in the conflict between the two major forces in the market. He spent 9 spirit stones and didn't want to go back so soon. He first practiced for 3 hours. After 3 hours of practice, his spiritual power increased by 0.3. However, the price was a bit high. One round trip cost him 18 spirit stones, which only exchanged for 0.3 spiritual power. If he had not been thinking about the resources of this world, he would not have done this. The first talisman that Li Zhen chose to draw was the Vajra talisman, which sealed the gold-based spell Vajra technique. Regarding the Vajra technique, his mastery level is almost at the Shao Fa realm, which laid the most solid foundation for him to draw the Vajra talisman. In fact, the most difficult part of drawing talismans is to master this kind of magic. Even if one is the best talisman maker, it is impossible for him to draw all talismans. For example, if a talisman maker does not have a gold spiritual root and wants to forcibly learn the gold-based Vajra technique, he will not be able to reach a high level even if he masters it. As a result, the failure rate of the talisman maker in drawing the Vajra talisman will be very high, not to mention that in order to draw a higher grade Vajra talisman, the mastery of the Vajra technique needs to reach a higher level. Therefore, talisman makers usually specialize in talismans of one or several attributes, and only a high enough success rate can allow the talisman maker to survive. Li Zhen is special. He currently possesses 5 elements, spiritual roots, and thunder spiritual roots. If he has the opportunity in the future, he is confident that he will possess all the spiritual roots of all attributes. The talisman pen was dipped in the special talisman ink of the Vajra talisman, and he began to draw talismans for the first time in his life. According to the introductory book on talisman making written by Wang Yibin, a mid-level talisman maker, a beginner must draw a talisman in one stroke without any breakpoints. Because the difficulty of handling breakpoints is many times higher than that of drawing ordinary talismans. Li Zhen mobilized the Vajra rune in the dragon heart space. The spiritual power in his body began to be consumed, and a golden light flashed on the tip of the rune pen. The tip of the talisman pen began to draw the Vajra rune on the blank talisman paper. With his understanding of the Vajra spell, the theoretical foundation for drawing the lower grade Vajra talisman was extremely solid. When drawing the Vajra rune, he had the feeling that he was performing the Vajra technique, except that the process was infinitely slowed down. When the Vajra talisman was more than half drawn, the talisman paper suddenly trembled. He waved his hand and threw the talisman paper out, and it exploded in the air. Li Zhen closed his eyes, and the process of drawing the talisman just now appeared on his retina. This was the playback function of the identity bracelet. He put the correct Vajra rune aside for comparison, and soon he found the mistake. It was just a delay at a corner, which resulted in the collapse of the talisman. After a moment, he changed to a blank talisman and started drawing for the second time. This time he made some progress compared to his first attempt, but still failed. What follows is repeated failure and repeated summary. With the help of the identity bracelet, he can easily find out his own problems and avoid making the same mistakes in subsequent drawing processes. Coupled with his understanding of the Vajra technique, which far exceeded that of ordinary monks, he finally completed it in one go on the 10th drawing. Watching the runes on the talisman in front of him flashing with spiritual light, which stabilized after a few breaths, he locked all the spiritual light into the talisman paper, and a low-grade Vajra talisman was successfully drawn. Li Zhen himself did not expect that he could draw the Vajra talisman so quickly. As long as he masters 3 types of first-grade low-grade talismans, he can call himself a first-grade low-grade talisman maker. At his practice speed, he will be able to become a first-class, low-grade talisman maker in a few days at most. For him, the biggest difficulty in making talismans is not drawing the talisman itself, but replenishing the spiritual energy consumed each time drawing the talisman. During the time he drew the Vajra talisman 10 times, he spent an hour recovering his spiritual power, and his total spiritual power could not sustain the consumption of drawing the Vajra talisman 10 times. Just when he was about to practice the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method to restore his spiritual power, he sensed the presence of spiritual creatures outside the door. The highest of them was the aura of a first-grade superior spiritual creature, which made his scalp tingle. He was shocked, wondering if a cultivator in the late Qi training stage wanted to break in. Considering that the 2 forces in the market town are currently fighting, it is unlikely that they can be fully managed. It is not surprising that some cultivators would try to take advantage of the situation. But how could he, a mere cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi training, be targeted by a cultivator at the late stage of Qi training? Li Zhen closed the small inverted 5 elements formation and took out the Xingrue E07 longsword and held it in his hand. In addition, the rune pistol is on standby at all times and can appear in his hand from the dragon heart space whenever needed. Of course, if the opponent is really a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training, all these methods of his would not have much effect. He would try not to take action if possible, and if it really doesn't work, he would activate his space ability and leave. However, if he really used his spatial ability to leave, the risk of him coming back would be great. 10 breaths passed, and Li Zhen felt like he was living a year. He wondered why the cultivator outside the door didn't move. Is he dead? Li Zhen thought of a possibility. He tried to use the power of the dragon heart to lock onto a first-grade, top-grade spiritual object, and with a thought, the first-grade, top-grade spiritual object was collected into the dragon heart space. This is a first-grade, top-quality long, sword-type magic weapon. Normal first-grade, top-quality sword-type magic weapons are all short swords. On the one hand, when you reach the middle and late stages of Qi training, you can use flying swords to attack the enemy. On the other hand, the short sword is lighter, requires less effort for the monk to manipulate, is more flexible, and uses less material than the long sword. Of course, a first-grade, top-quality long sword magic weapon is not without advantages. In the battles between cultivators, especially those in the Qi training stage, close combat is inevitable. A first-grade, top-quality long sword magic weapon has great advantages in close combat and can also be used as a flying sword in long-range combat. It is a relatively comprehensive magic weapon. Its disadvantage is that it is expensive. For the same first-grade high-quality magic weapon, the price of a long sword is more than twice that of an ordinary flying sword. Li Zhen took the first-grade superior long sword in his hand, felt the spiritual imprint inside the sword, and came to the conclusion that its owner was dead. He did not open the door, but used his dragon heart ability to collect all the spiritual objects from the people outside. Just 2 breaths after he collected it, another spiritual creature approached, which meant that a cultivator was coming. The monk stopped outside the door for a moment and then left. Then 3 or 4 more monks came and stopped outside the door for a while before leaving. Howard! A shocked and angry voice came from outside the door, followed by a terrifying aura covering the surroundings. Could it be that he is practicing foundation building? Li Zhen felt this terrifying aura, and he was unable to make an accurate judgment. He had only seen one true cultivator who had established his foundation, and that was County Chief Zhao, and he had seen him from afar. According to his perception, the person shouting outside had a weaker aura than County Chief Zhao, but he was also the strongest cultivator he had ever seen besides County Chief Zhao. Outside, a burly man wearing a black robe and nearly 2 meters tall was looking at the corpse on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. Some of the monks under his command have gone forward to check, and have contacted the formation in the market town to check the situation. Boss, the young master has been poisoned by Lin's golden-ringed 3-line snake venom. The subordinate who was checking reported to the big man. The Lin family is so shameless. They want to destroy the Iron Sword Gang's inheritance. The Big Han gang leader's eyes were filled with anger, and he said through gritted teeth. This time, the fight between the Lin family and the Iron Sword Gang did not result in a winner, and the game temporarily ended in a draw. But no one expected that when a certain monk of the Lin family was fighting with the young master of the Iron Sword Gang, he used the venom of the Golden Ring 3-line snake on his magic weapon, causing the young master of the Iron Sword Gang to be poisoned to death. Find out who took Howard's things, the Iron Sword Gang leader ordered. The fact that his son was dead was a fact, and the spiritual objects on his body were all carefully selected by him. The aura of 5 people remains on the young master. One of his men summoned a spirit rat and quickly came to the conclusion. Why don't you go find them all? The Iron Sword Gang leader ordered loudly. The monks of the Iron Sword Gang, led by the spirit rat, began to look for the monk who had come into contact with the young master's body. Because Li Zhen collected the spiritual objects through the Dragon Heart space, and all the spiritual objects were placed in the Dragon Heart space, there was no leakage of any breath, and they were not smelled by the spiritual rats. However, he could hear the conversation outside clearly. It's over. The market is becoming more and more unstable. Li Zhen said helplessly in his heart. He chose Fengshe because he wanted a stable place. But now it seems that the Iron Sword Gang has lost its young leader, and the fight between them and the Lin family is bound to escalate. The body of the young master of the Iron Sword Gang was taken away, and things outside became quiet. But the market town is not quiet, and the actions of the Iron Sword Gang are escalating. If the Iron Sword Gang's previous actions were still about not involving ordinary cultivators, now the Iron Sword Gang can no longer care about these things, and revenge for the young master has become the most important thing. Li Zhen hid in the small inverted 5 elements formation and was ready to activate his spatial magical power at any time. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. After it became quiet outside, he did not go out to check. He wanted to practice making talismans for a while longer, but his mind was always uneasy. Forget it, let's go back first. He finally decided helplessly, and he plans not to come back here in the next few days. Judging from what happened before, the chaos in the market town will not be small. When he returned home, he was very sad to find that 9 spirit stones were missing from long Exian space. However, this trip was not without gain. He did not take inventory in the market because he was worried that there might be some tracking marks among these spiritual objects. He first took out a first-grade top-quality long sword and held the sword in his hand. This top-grade magic weapon was his favorite. Unfortunately, there is too little spiritual energy in his body. Without the combat armor, the spiritual energy in his body would be drained out in an instant. From the hilt of the sword, he found the name of the sword, which was extremely ordinary, Iron Sword. This name must be related to the Iron Sword Gang. If he could obtain more magical weapons from the Iron Sword Gang, he would know that the long swords used by the monks of the Iron Sword Gang had a unified name, all called Iron Sword. He casually put the Iron Sword back into the dragon heart space and took out a storage bag. The storage bag from another world is not as difficult to open as the storage bag from the fairyland. A storage bag after the owner's death, which can be easily used by any monk. Li Zhen put his spirit into the storage bag. Then he took out 2 sealed spirit stones and 23 unsealed spirit stones from it. This discovery made him in a good mood. The depression caused by consuming a lot of spirit stones and traveling between the 2 worlds was swept away by the autumn wind after he obtained more than 200 spirit stones. Then he took out a jade slip, and after checking it, he found that it was a sword manual called Iron Sword Secret Book. To be honest, the new sword manual is not very practical for Li Zhen, who has not yet improved his elementary sword skills from the Immortal Kingdom to a higher level. He currently has no time to practice another sword technique. Especially this sword technique is not from the fairyland. The items in the storage bag were taken out one by one. This young master must have many lovers. The storage bag contained many women's things, as well as worldly items such as gold and silver. When Li Zhen was checking, he found a special talisman among a small number of talismans. There are only 6 talismans in the young master's storage bag. Except for the special talisman, the rest are ordinary mid-grade talismans. After a fierce battle, the young master of the Iron Sword Gang consumed most of his talismans and not a single pill was left. After knowing that he was poisoned, he swallowed all the pills without caring whether they were useful or not. This is also the reason why the spiritual objects in the storage bag are not commensurate with his identity. The wealth of the young master of the Iron Sword Gang is not so shabby. Li Zhen's eyes fell on the special talisman. The reason why it was called a special talisman was that ordinary talismans were drawn on talisman paper, while this special talisman was drawn on a piece of animal skin. The spiritual aura emanating from this animal skin is infinitely close to the 2nd level. He had just started learning how to make talismans and had some knowledge about talismans, but this animal skin talisman was very different from the talisman knowledge he had learned. Although he could not recognize what kind of animal skin talisman it was, he was sure that the power of this animal skin talisman must be extremely terrifying. The materials used alone were not something that ordinary chi cultivating cultivators could touch. In fact, this animal skin talisman is indeed extraordinary. Although the Iron Sword Gang is a small gang that mingles with the independent cultivator families in the market town, the Iron Sword Gang also has talented ancestors. The animal skin talisman is a life-saving item left by a sword genius for the Iron Sword Gang. It contains a ray of sword light from the sword genius. Li Zhen did not want to find out the detailed information of the animal skin talisman. He used the simplest method. He put the animal skin talisman into the dragon heart space, and then let the dragon heart space swallow the animal skin talisman. The animal skin talisman in the dragon's heart space emitted a golden light. This golden light was extremely condensed, and it carried an indescribable aura of danger as soon as it appeared. However, the golden light did not last for a moment before it was absorbed by the dragon's heart space. On the space wall of the dragon heart space, there appeared a pale golden sword mark. Li Zhen put his spirit into contact with the pale golden sword mark, and an indescribable amount of information was transmitted into his brain, causing him to have an extremely severe headache and almost faint on the spot. It was his practice of the black iron body that allowed him to persevere until the end of this huge amount of information transmission. Although the headache was over, he still sat there blankly without any other movement. He sat there for the entire night until the next morning, when he was awakened by a reminder from his smart housekeeper Li Zhen. He didn't sleep for a whole night, but it didn't matter to him. Instead, there was a gleam of light in his eyes. The dragon heart space devoured the animal skin talisman, and what he obtained was a sword from an unknown sword genius. The use of this sword possesses extremely terrifying power. In addition to all the experience and insights gained from this sword, Li Zhen also gained a higher vision in Kendo. This sword has no name and no moves. When it is performed, it is accompanied by rumbling thunder, giving the sword light that attacks forward unparalleled speed and destructive power. Li Zhen, there are still 10 minutes before school starts. At this moment, Mei Yun reminded again. Li Zhen finally came to his senses at this moment and realized that he had to go to school, as usual today. He quickly stood up, and with a slight movement of his mind, his clothes were changed into school uniforms for the Dragonheart space. He hung the Xingrue E07 long sword around his waist and strode out. Zhener, have you forgotten the time because of your practice? It's too late for breakfast. Take the spiritual rice cake and eat it on the way. Li's mother had been waiting for him for a long time. When she saw him coming out of the bedroom, she immediately put a piece of spiritual rice cake in his hand and said, "It's not that Li's mother didn't want to call Li Zhen earlier, but she was worried that Li Zhen was in the middle of cultivation, and it would be bad if she disturbed Li Zhen." "Thank you, Mom." Li Zhen pulled Ling Migao over and said with a smile. He rushed out of the house. It was not easy to get to school in 10 minutes, so he used the light body technique to enhance his condition. Using the light body technique to travel quickly would certainly attract attention, but when they saw that it was the school uniform of the second middle school's friar class, some friars smiled sympathetically. They have also experienced this kind of life, and who hasn't cast spells to increase speed in order not to be late? Li Zhen arrived at number 2 middle school at the last minute. As soon as he entered the classroom, he found that several desks in the class were empty. "Li Zhen, you're here." Yunan waved to him, and Han Wenqin nodded with a smile. If the two of them had not been in contact with Li Zhen all the time, they would have thought that something had happened to Li Zhen. "Are there any classmates who haven't arrived yet?" Li Zhen came to his seat and sat down. He asked softly, "Well, the students who didn't come probably won't come again." Han Wenqin shook her head and replied. Li Zhen had seen many deaths, but the death of his own classmates still made him tremble in his heart. He found it hard to accept. Although these classmates were tall, they were only 12 years old. Did something happen to Cheng He too? Li Zhen asked when he saw that Cheng He didn't come either. From what I heard, Cheng He didn't have any accident, but he was scared out of his wits and is now hiding at home and dares not go out. Han Wenqin replied with some contempt. Li Zhen was not surprised at all. He had watched Cheng He go from being arrogant to being silent to being inferior, and now to being autistic and afraid to go out. At the beginning, Cheng He claimed the credit that did not belong to him, which made the demon-worshipping cult target him. He did not have the corresponding strength and did not know how to restrain himself, so it was only a matter of time before something bad happened. "Li Zhen, go to the Iqian Hall after school. There are people staying there." Han Wenqin continued. Li Zhen nodded. At this time, Teacher Zhang walked in. Her face was pale, and her breathing was unstable. "Students, please stand up and observe a moment of silence for our classmates who died," Teacher Zhang said in a deep voice, looking at the empty seats. All the students stood up and bowed their heads in silence for their departed classmates. Although most of you will not choose to fight, the danger will not change whether you are willing or not. If you learn more knowledge and practice more skills today, your safety will be improved. As a teacher, I don't want to say goodbye to my students again. Teacher Zhang asked the students to look up, and she continued. She hopes that this experience will make students... All the students were extremely serious that day, as if they had grown up in an instant. In the basic combat class, when Teacher Zhou walked into the combat room, the students showed a look of horror. "Teacher Zhou, what's wrong with your left hand?" asked the class monitor Yunan. Teacher Zhou's left arm is empty, and it disappears from the forearm. "It's nothing. Luckily, it's not my right hand. Otherwise, I would need to practice my swordsmanship with my left hand again." Teacher Zhou replied with an indifferent smile. His emotions calmed the students. Although they had known about the death of a classmate before, the memory of Teacher Zhou was more shocking than seeing with their own eyes that he had lost his arm. The teacher of the basic combat course has always been the most powerful monk in the school. Considering that Teacher Zhou lost an arm, you can see how brutal the battle that day was. During today's self-study class, you will practice on your own, and I will observe and guide you. Teacher Zhou announced. His injuries were not light. Although he took healing pills, his injuries were only under control, and it would take some time before he could fully recover. In order not to delay students' courses, he insisted on coming to class, but it was impossible for him to demonstrate in person. Li Zhen chose a corner of the battle room, and stood there holding the Xingrue E07 longsword. He also discovered that after the demon worship cult attack, many of his classmates were using first-grade, low-grade longswords instead of practice swords, just like him. The first-grade, low-grade longswords in Yunnan and Han Wenqin's hands are of higher quality than the Xingrue E07 longsword. Li Zhen did not challenge the two men to a duel. His mind was now full of his experience and insights in swordsmanship. Although he only brought with him the swordsmanship experience and insights from Lane's sword, it still had a huge impact on his swordsmanship. When he was learning swordsmanship in the past, even if an expert coach taught him carefully, he could only point out the shortcomings of his swordsmanship. But this time was different. He was like standing on the shoulders of giants, which gave him a deeper understanding of elementary swordsmanship. It was just that his theoretical knowledge was too advanced that he didn't know how to draw his sword for a moment. Li Zhen was the only student in the battle room who stood there without moving, which naturally attracted the attention of Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou didn't say anything. He knew Li Zhen very well. Li Zhen's swordsmanship ranked first in the whole class. If things continue to develop in this way, by next year, Li Zhen will be able to represent number 2 middle school in important competitions and win honor for the middle school. Li Zhen finally moved. He took a step forward and performed the bow step straight stab. The ordinary first move of elementary swordsmanship brought with it an indescribable power when he thrust out with the sword. He then performed the turnaround and chop, bow step and flat sweep, and displayed the basic sword techniques one by one. During the performance, his understanding of this sword technique was slowly integrated into his sword play. He felt that he was fully capable of controlling the power of his sword. He had used 70% of the power in his previous thrust, and in the subsequent thrust, he reduced the power to 30%. No matter how he controlled the power of his swordsmanship, it would not affect the performance of his swordsmanship. Enlightenment arose in his mind, and his swordsmanship broke through to the mastery level. This level is the same as Coach Wu's, and Coach Wu has practiced swordsmanship to this level after more than 10 years of hard work. Li Zhen did not stop practicing the elementary sword technique. After practicing it from beginning to end, he was no longer obsessed with the moves. The enemies he had encountered seemed to appear before his eyes. These enemies were his imaginary enemies. His sword was still using the basic sword technique of wide open and wide open frontal attack, but what he retained was the essence of the basic sword technique rather than the moves. Every time he drew his sword, it was based on the basic sword technique. If a cultivator with a low level of swordsmanship performed it, the power of the sword technique could not be guaranteed at all. Although Li Zhen's sword moves are different from those of elementary sword techniques, he can still exert all his power like a sword technique with a 100% success rate. The elementary sword technique has been perfected. Teacher Zhou muttered to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was a first-year junior high school student who could practice the elementary sword technique of the immortal kingdom to the great level. What is the realm of great success? Teacher Zhou himself is at this realm. Li Zhen also felt the improvement in his swordsmanship. This time he was able to perform the elementary swordsmanship at the great success level, which was the result of the initial integration of the experience gained from the Thunder Sound Sword. It would not be so easy to improve his swordsmanship in the future. After great success comes the perfection level. He has a clear goal for the perfection level. It is not like his previous sword practice where he made progress entirely by trial and error. Teacher Zhou didn't say anything. He silently took note of Li Zhen's performance. The other students were all practicing sword skills seriously, and no one noticed Li Zhen's peculiarity. The reason why Teacher Zhou did not praise him on the spot was because he did not want Li Zhen to become the second Cheng He. How high-spirited Cheng he was at that time. He possessed a mid-grade fire spiritual root and was naturally at a higher level than his classmates. However, he rashly took a large amount of elixirs, which destroyed his foundation. He was assassinated by a demon, and his heart of Taoism was broken. Now he is almost a useless person. If Mr. Zhou pointed out Li Zhen's swordsmanship skills at this moment, once his reputation spread, he would definitely be targeted by the demon-worshipping cult. In fact, Li Zhen himself also discovered that he was overacting. Before, he was integrating the experiences and insights in his brain and did not notice this. Thinking about it now, he can't help but feel a little scared. Today was different from usual days. Due to Teacher Zhang's advice, no student was lazy and everyone was practicing hard, so no student discovered his level of swordsmanship. He started practicing again, and this time he was much more restrained, stabilizing his swordsmanship at a minor level. After seeing this, Mr. Zhou originally planned to talk to Li Zhen, but now there is no need for that. The day's classes were over. Han Wenqin went to find Rong Honghu, and Li Zhen walked to the chess and sword hall by himself. He clearly has a flying magic weapon, but he can't use it. Arriving at the dedicated practice room of the Yijin Hall, he no longer had any reservations and thrust out with the Xingrui Uro, a 7-long sword in his hand. The great level of swordsmanship made him feel the joy of swordsmanship. Within a distance of 5 meters, he had a feeling of controlling other people's life and death. This was the confidence brought by the powerful swordsmanship. Director Zhang is in his office. The Yijin Hall is open as usual today. He was busy outside during the day and only now has time to come and take charge. As usual, he turned on the surveillance camera in Li Zhen's private practice room to check Li Zhen's progress in swordsmanship. When the surveillance footage appeared, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He saw the great level of swordsmanship appear in Li Zhen's hands. Li Zhen's swordsmanship was improved in the Yijin Hall. Although No. 2 Middle School also has basic combat courses, the usage time of the combat room is limited each time. There is no such thing as much time as in the Yijin Hall. How could there be such great progress? Director Zhang shook his head and muttered to himself. In the past, Li Zhen was a genius among his peers when he had just mastered the swordsmanship. Now, only a few days have passed, and Li Zhen has surpassed the proficiency level and directly achieved great success in swordsmanship. The pleasure of improving his swordsmanship made Li Zhen extremely excited. Although the improvement of his swordsmanship through practicing swordsmanship is extremely slow, he can still feel his own progress bit by bit. Look at the sword. Director Zhang's voice came, and then Director Zhang's sword arrived. Li Zhen reacted very quickly, turned around and stabbed out with his sword, attacking the enemy and ensuring his survival. Director Zhang frowned slightly. In his first fight with Li Zhen, he found that Li Zhen was stronger. Not only had his swordsmanship improved, but Li Zhen's reaction speed had also improved significantly. Take the example of turning around and stabbing with a sword. Since Li Zhen's reaction speed was too fast, even though Director Zhang was the one who took the initiative to attack, he had to change his tactics immediately. A sort of great perfection level forced Director Zhang to deal with it seriously. More importantly, he had suppressed his own cultivation to the initial stage of qi training, which almost caused him to suffer a loss. Okay, he dodged the sword by leaning sideways and swung the sword in his hand back. At the same time, he improved his cultivation to the middle stage of qi training. Li Zhen became even more excited now that he had an opponent. His figure advanced and retreated. When his sword advanced, it was like a surging river, and when it retreated, it was like the ebbing tide, leaving no trace. What satisfied him most was that his swordsmanship improved much faster after he had Director Zhang as his opponent. He had the experience of using the lane sword, which far exceeded the perfect level of swordsmanship and reached another realm. Although this experience and insights only come from one sword, it is like a beacon for Li Zhen's basic swordsmanship, guiding him in the right direction. After Director Zhang improved his strength to the middle stage of qi training, his battle with Li Zhen was almost evenly matched. He is at the same level as Li Zhen in terms of swordsmanship, but he has more combat experience. However, Li Zhen's reaction speed and the power of his sword exceeded the physical fitness demonstrated by Director Zhang's mid-stage qi training cultivation. Of course, Director Zhang's strength is not limited to close combat swordsmanship. If he were to use his flying sword at a distance, Li Zhen's advanced swordsmanship would be useless. What a pleasure! Li Zhen shouted. With Director Zhang's full display of swordsmanship, Li Zhen benefited a lot from this battle. Director Zhang's face was filled with joy. It was such a blessing that the Yiqian Hall was going to produce another sword-fighting genius. He already had an idea and wanted to apply for higher treatment for Li Zhen from the Han family. Now that Li Zhen has received funding from the Han family, it is just an investment from an outsider, and the resources provided are limited. In other words, Li Zhen's current cultivation level is very low, so these subsidies seem very good. With Li Zhen's talent in swordsmanship, he fully deserves higher treatment. Let's stop here today. Director Zhang swung out with his sword and stepped back while speaking. Li Zhen put away his sword, bowed to Director Zhang, and thanked him for his sparring partner. Li Zhen, how come your swordsmanship has improved so quickly? Director Zhang asked curiously, but he immediately added, "No need to answer. I was talking too much." If Li Zhen's talent was average, it wouldn't be a big deal for Director Zhang to ask about cultivation. But Li Zhen was obviously growing at an extraordinary speed, and asking rashly would be tantamount to making an enemy of Li Zhen. No one would tell others about their adventures. This was a secret kept only by monks. Li Zhen was thinking about how to answer, but when he heard Director Zhang's next words, he smiled and said nothing. No matter how you make up a story, there will always be loopholes, so it's better to say nothing. No one in Yiqian Hall can teach you anymore. Your sword skills at this level can only be improved through continuous fighting. Director Zhang changed the subject. But where can I go to join the battle? Li Zhen asked, shaking his head. I'll give you 2 suggestions. There is a safe way to improve, and there is a dangerous way to improve. Director Zhang said, looking into Li Zhen's eyes. Please give me some advice, Director. Li Zhen bowed. The safest way to improve is to participate in the school challenge competition, representing the school in the battle against students from middle schools across the continent. The challenge competition has powerful monks as referees, so there will be no problem with safety. The dangerous way is to go out of the city and wipe out the monsters. The monsters outside the city are not very strong, which is just right for your strength. The danger comes from the number of monsters and the possibility of encountering malicious robbers. Director Zhang suggested. Li Zhen checked the information of the school challenge through his identity bracelet. The school challenge starts in March every year. Each school selects contestants in advance, starting from the county level, then the city, and finally the winning contestants from each city are gathered in Donglishao. He had just become a student in the monk class and had the status of a monk. Ordinary people could not watch such school challenge events, so he did not know about it before. After reading the information about the school challenge, he realized that this was the most important competition for Donglishao Middle School. Winning a place in the competition will not only bring fame to the school, but will also affect the future allocation of resources for the school and even the county to which it belongs. The rewards for students are also extremely generous. What Li Zhen values most is the improvement in his status and position and the increase in his safety factor after winning the ranking. If he really won the top few places in the Donglishao School Challenge, when he triggered the distress signal, I'm afraid the county capital would come to rescue him immediately. As for going out of the city to fight, Li Zhen also needs to consider it. He has many tricks up his sleeve and is not worried about the number of monsters. He also doesn't care as long as the cultivator is not in the late stage of chi training. Although there are almost no first-year junior high school students participating in the school challenge, you, who possess great sword skills, have already met the requirements for being selected by number 2 middle school. To be honest, with the close combat ability you have demonstrated, even a high school student in the middle stage of chi training cannot be your opponent. Director Zhang added, I will seriously consider it. Li Zhen nodded heavily. Come with me. Director Zhang thought for a moment and said. He brought Li Zhen to his office, turned on the virtual screen on the desk, and operated it with his fingers. From now on, you'll be the true disciple of Yiqian Hall. You can use all the facilities of Yiqian Hall for free. All the books of Yiqian Hall are open to you, and primary nutritional supplements are also supplied unlimitedly. Director Zhang stopped what he was doing and said, Li Zhen had heard of the true disciples of the Yiqian Hall. It was said that the true disciples of the Yiqian Hall only appear once every few years, and the true disciples rarely show up in the Yi Qian Hall. This identity was more like an honor for those true disciples. In fact, there has never been a cultivator of Li Zhen's age who can pass on the true teachings of the Yi Qian Hall. Generally, those who can become the true disciples are mostly high school students. This kind of high school genius will soon be admitted to a good university and leave the small place of Yunxi County. For this kind of people, the identity of a true disciple of Yi Qian Hall is just a little connection with their hometown. Li Zhen's identity bracelet received a message from the Yi Qian Hall. Through his retina, he saw the electronic version of the Yi Qian Hall's classics, and all the electronic versions of the classics could be read. "Thank you, Director Zhang," he thanked again. This time he really benefited from it. Primary nutritional supplements were good stuff. After taking them, they allowed him to quickly recover his strength and thus extended his sword practice time in disguise. The Yi Qian Hall also has an Epidium poison detector, a cultivation simulator, a first-class superior cultivation room, etc., which are all important resources that can assist in cultivation, especially the first-grade superior training room, which he was not qualified to use before. Coming out of the director's office, Li Zhen saw Han Wenqin waiting outside his private practice room. "Have you become the true disciple of Yi Qian Hall?" Han Wenqin asked, even though she had received the notice. It's not her fault. She was the only one who became a true disciple in the first year of the new year, and she had only heard of Li Zhen. Not to mention the first year of junior high school. Even someone who could become a true disciple of the Yi Qian Hall during junior high school has not appeared in 100 years. If she didn't know what kind of person Director Zhang was, she would have thought that Director Zhang had received some kind of benefit to make such an irrational decision. "Thank you for your kindness, Director," Li Zhen replied with a smile. "After the official announcement, you will face challenges from other cultivators in the Yi Qian Hall." Han Wenqin reminded continuously. "What's going on?" Li Zhen asked puzzledly. "The true disciple in the Yi Qian Hall is the chief disciple. The status of a chief disciple is higher than that of a coach, so naturally many people will be dissatisfied." Han Wenqin explained. If Li Zhen was older, had a higher level of cultivation, and a greater reputation, he would be able to convince the people. But Li Zhen is not well known now and is only a freshman. How can he convince so many monks in the Yi Qian Hall? She also didn't know what Director Zhang was thinking. It was indeed an honor to receive the true teachings, but it also brought a lot of trouble. When he came back from the Yi Qian Hall, there were 5 bottles of primary nutritional supplements in his backpack. These were not what he wanted to take, but were sent to him by Director Zhang. After he finishes his training, he will have 5 bottles of primary nutritional supplements to take home, so that he can use them to restore his physical strength while practicing at home. This is also the benefit of the true teachings. After returning home, Li Zhen had dinner with his parents and then went to the practice room to practice for an hour. He did not stay in the Yi Qian Hall to practice in the first-grade superior training room. If he really wanted to practice the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method in the Yi Qian Hall, he would either have to reduce the time spent practicing swordsmanship or extend the time spent in the Yi Qian Hall. His current training speed is fast enough, and he does not need to reduce the time spent practicing swordsmanship and increase the time spent practicing martial arts. As for extending the time at the Yi Qian Hall, he would have to be home an hour in the evening, which would disrupt his parents' daily routine. Coming home too late would also make his parents worried. Although the spiritual energy in the training room at home is of the lower grade, it is a token of love from his parents. So Li Zhen tries his best to use up all the spiritual energy in the training room every day. He also knew that when he was promoted to the middle stage of Qi training, the effect of the first-grade inferior spiritual energy on his cultivation would be greatly reduced, and his parents would no longer be able to provide this care. He returned to his bedroom and planned his own training schedule. Now he had too many things to do and needed to plan his time well. Li Zhen knew that the most cost-effective way for him to practice was to increase his practice speed by swallowing auxiliary elixirs through the dragon heart space. This practice speed was many times faster than daily hard practice. Pills cannot be purchased in the fairyland, but in another world, as long as you have spirit stones, you can buy pills. The reason why he did not buy elixirs in another world was that his foundation was too shallow. After he became a talisman maker and publicly sold some of the talismans he drew, it would be natural for him to buy elixirs. Of course, the premise of all this is that the market town in the other world continues to exist safely and is not destroyed by the war between the two forces. Therefore, when Li Zhen did not have elixirs to swallow, he would practice for an hour each at school and at home. The time from after school in the afternoon to before dinner was when he would practice swordsmanship at the Li Zhen Hall. In the evening, he planned to spend more time practicing the black iron body, which had a significant effect on improving combat power. The rest of the time was spent reading classics. The classics available in the Li Zhen Hall could greatly enrich his knowledge system. Li Zhen focused his mind on the Dragon Heart space. He had already sold 2 first-grade inferior magic weapons in exchange for credit points, and he would not sell first-grade inferior magic weapons again for a long time. 1 or 2 first-grade low-quality magic weapons can be explained away by luck, but using more magic weapons will definitely arouse suspicion from other cultivators. He made up his mind and absorbed all the first-grade inferior magic weapons into the Dragon Heart space, except for those he kept for himself. There are dozens of magical weapons here. Although they're only first-level low-grade ones, they're great in number. He checked his information on the identity bracelet and found that only his fire spiritual root talent was increased to 20 and his earth spiritual root talent was increased to 16, and the rest remained unchanged. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Although he knew that swallowing a first-level low-grade magic weapon would be a loss, he didn't expect the loss to be so great. Originally, he thought that with dozens of first-level low-grade magic tools, he could use the quantity to upgrade a low-grade spiritual root to a medium-grade spiritual root, but the 2 low-grade spiritual roots of Water 20 and Gold 20 did not improve at all. He let out a long sigh. The rest of the mid-grade magic tools in the Dragon Heart space had to be kept for cultivation and must not be swallowed up by the Dragon Heart space. Instead, dozens of first-grade inferior magic weapons were swallowed up, making the Dragon Heart space no longer as messy as before. Li Zhen took out a first-grade medium-quality magic weapon and began to beat his body with it. At the same time, he practiced the black iron body and slowly absorbed the gold essence from the first-grade medium-quality magic weapon. This practice took a full 3 hours, during which he discovered the benefits of the primary nutritional supplement for practicing bodybuilding exercises. As he practiced with a first-grade, mid-quality magic weapon, his physical energy consumption increased, and he originally would not have been able to persist for 3 hours. But as long as the body is tired, drink a bottle of primary nutritional supplement and rest for a few minutes before practicing again. In his retina, the number flesh body, first level 33 out of 100, did not change until the end of 3 hours when he felt the muscles and bones all over his body ringing. Physical body, first level 34/100. The number increased a bit, which also indicated that his physical training had reached the middle stage of the first level, which was equivalent to the strength of the middle stage of Qi training. In addition, through these 3 hours of practice, it was also confirmed that the huge gains made in the last practice of Black Iron Body were due to the influence of Dragon Heart on himself. Li Zhen clenched his fists tightly, feeling the strong force in his hands. Do not underestimate the improvement from 33 points to 34 points. This improvement is a small change in realm, which brings about a huge enhancement of body functions. Of course, since there has been no actual combat yet, he can only estimate his own strength. It seems I have to find a chance to leave the city. After reaching the middle stage of the first level of body refining, Li Zhen had greater confidence in his own safety, and the danger outside the city was reduced. You should know that the monsters outside the city are all small and weak monsters. When there are fewer of them, even a cultivator in the early stage of Qi training can deal with them. With many trump cards in his possession, he is much more dangerous than the monsters outside the city. Principal Wang of No. 2 Middle School was looking at an application report. This was the application report sent by Teacher Zhou, which was asking Li Zhen to participate in the selection for this school challenge. A video was attached to the application report, which was the image of Li Zhen practicing basic swordsmanship in the battle room. Principal Wang, who is in the late stage of Qi training, is able to become the principal of No. 2 Middle School. Needless to say, his vision is broad. He could tell at a glance that Li Zhen's swordsmanship was at a high level. Not to mention the students, there were few cultivators in Yunfu County who could reach this level. Principal Wang used his authority to retrieve Li Zhen's family information. He found that Li Zhen's family was ordinary, and the only thing worth noting was that he was funded by the Han family. But with the funding from the Han family, he could reach the level of mastery of elementary swordsmanship in just a few months. The Han family did not have this ability yet. If the Han family really had this ability, they would have cultivated their own direct descendants long ago. Swordsmanship can make up for the lack of cultivation. It won't be a problem for Li Zhen to leap to a higher level in battle. If he is trained with emphasis, the remaining 3 months or so will allow him to further improve his cultivation. The important thing about letting him enter the trials in the first year of junior high school is to gain experience in competitions. After another 1 or 2 years, he will be able to be, but he is too good, and the high school department of number 2 middle school may not be able to keep him. Principal Wang muttered to himself. The next day, Li Zhen went to school as usual. The school bus resumed running normally, and he didn't have to walk anymore. Sitting on the school bus, the severely damaged buildings on the streets were covered with partitions. Apart from these, it was almost impossible to tell that the city had suffered a serious attack. No matter how high the status of the deceased person was, they were not indispensable to a city, and he did not want to be one of those unknown people. During the break, after 2 classes in the morning, Teacher Zhou called Li Zhen out. "Teacher Zhou, where are we going?" Li Zhen asked when he saw Teacher Zhou taking him towards the main office building. "Principal Wang wants to see you. You're really good at hiding things. I don't even know how you practiced the great sword technique." Teacher Zhou answered as they walked. If his injury hadn't healed yet, he would have wanted to have a fight with Li Zhen. "Teacher Zhou, you know it," Li Zhen said with some surprise. He immediately thought of the practice process in the school's battle room, and thought that it must have been at that time that he was discovered by Teacher Zhou. But there is nothing to hide. His great swordsmanship can only be attributed to his good talent in swordsmanship. The Fairyland has seen all kinds of geniuses. No wonder you were able to deal with the monster that appeared in the classroom. Teacher Zhou exclaimed. They had already arrived outside the principal's office. Teacher Zhou went forward and knocked on the door. After getting consent, he took Li Zhen into the principal's office. "Student Li Zhen, you have reached the 2nd level of Qi training," Principal Wang said in surprise, a gleam in his eyes. There was a big gap between Principal Wang and Li Zhen in terms of cultivation, and he used a secret technique to see through Li Zhen's Qi concealment technique at a glance. Being able to cultivate to the 2nd level of Qi training at this time, whether by taking medicinal pills or with the help of other external objects, at least proves that Li Zhen's spiritual roots are not lower than the inferior grade. If it is a false spiritual root, even if it is given a large amount of cultivation resources, it will not be able to advance to the 2nd level of Qi training in such a short time. "I just had a lucky breakthrough in the past 2 days," Li Zhen said modestly. "I was originally worried about your cultivation. It seems that you're not only talented in swordsmanship, but also in cultivation. You are really a good seedling," Principal Wang said with a smile. He stood up from behind the table, walked to the sofa for guests, and waved to Teacher Zhou and Li Zhen to sit down. He personally took 3 cups, took out a tea box from the storage bag at his waist, and put a piece of tea in each cup. "Principal, let me do it." Although Teacher Zhou was missing an arm, he took over the task of making tea. Li Zhen looked at the cup in front of him curiously. He made a guess from Principal Wang's actions. Spiritual tea is a luxury drink among cultivators. At least it is not accessible to cultivators in the early or middle stages of Qi training. The water in the kettle was boiled, and suddenly spiritual energy overflowed. The water in the kettle was spiritual water, and its quality was not low. When the spiritual water comes into contact with the spiritual tea leaves, green spiritual energy surges out of the spiritual tea leaves and merges with the spiritual water. The rising spiritual mist carries with it a strange tea fragrance. Li Zhen just sniffed it and felt his mind was exceptionally clear. "This is my treasure. It was picked from a 1st-grade premium tea tree and roasted manually." Principal Wang introduced with a smile. Principal Wang and teacher Zhou took a sip of the spiritual tea, closed their eyes, and enjoyed the spiritual pleasure brought by the spiritual tea entering their bodies. Li Zhen was not like them. He drank all the spiritual tea in the cup in one gulp. It wasn't that he was being rude, but his body instinctively desired the tea after smelling its fragrance, and he drank it all in one gulp. As the spiritual tea entered his body, it turned into spiritual energy that flowed into his whole body. The 17th edition of the basic Qi training method started to work automatically, gathering the whole body's spiritual energy into his dantian. After 100 breaths, the spiritual energy in Li Zhen's body finally calmed down. He looked up and saw Principal Wang and teacher Zhou looking at him with smiles. Feeling a sense of fullness in his dantian, Li Zhen controlled his identity bracelet, and his information appeared on his retina. Name, Li Zhen, male. Age, 12. Realm, second level of Qi training. 21.222-1619. Ectoplasm 1. Spiritual power, 30. Physical body, level 34, 100/. His spiritual power reached 30 points. It would have taken him dozens of days to reach this total spiritual power, but now it was achieved directly with just one cup of spiritual tea. In fact, if he had not intentionally suppressed the urge to break through, he might have already broken through to the third level of Qi training. It's not that he doesn't want to break through, but for a breakthrough at this level, it's better to calculate the success rate of the breakthrough through a simulator first to reduce the possibility of failure. Is it because your cultivation has improved? Drinking the first cup of spiritual tea can help a cultivator in the early stages of Qi training save more than a month of cultivation time. Principal Wang explained with a smile. Will this spiritual tea no longer have this effect in the future? Li Zhen asked Principal Wang as he looked at the spiritual tea leaves in the cup that had lost their spirituality. It's just that the effect is not that strong. From now on, a cup of spiritual tea is equivalent to the effect of several days of practice. It is not as good as high-quality spiritual pills that assist practice, but it has the advantage of not producing pill poison. Spiritual tea also has the effect of slowly improving spirits. Principal Wang waved his hand in reply. In fact, even though Principal Wang has a high status in Yunxi County, first-grade high-quality spiritual tea is not so easy to obtain. Not to mention the first-grade superior spiritual tea, even the first-grade inferior spiritual tea. Yunxi County's quota is extremely small. The reason why I took out the first-grade premium spiritual tea to entertain Li Zhen today was to focus on training Li Zhen. Now, every improvement in Li Zhen's cultivation can increase his chances of winning in the school challenge. Teacher Zhou told me that your swordsmanship has reached a high level. I never expected that a swordsmanship genius like you would appear in number 2 middle school. The school has decided to let you join the challenge team and take up a spot. Principal Wang continued. Li Zhen was stunned. He had just learned about the school challenge from Director Zhang yesterday and was still thinking about how to get a place in the school challenge. He didn't expect that the school was already prepared. Thank you, Principal. I will work hard to bring honor to our school. Li Zhen bowed and promised. The school challenge will start in March next year. There will be 3 official members and 1 alternate member. Your participation has been confirmed. Principal Wang said with a smile, without further explanation. The purpose of allowing Li Zhen to participate this year is to allow him to gain competition experience and lay a solid foundation for participating in school challenge competitions in the future. For formal members of the school's challenge, the school will provide them with cultivation-assisting elixirs and healing recovery elixirs. In addition, they can choose a mid-grade magic weapon to borrow from the school's arsenal. Principal Wang continued. The student identity information on Li Zhen's identity bracelet also includes the identity of a formal contestant in the number 2 middle school challenge. Under the guidance of Teacher Zhou, we went to the logistics department to receive 10 medium-grade qi-inducing pills, 2 medium-grade rejuvenation pills, and a Xingrui D13 longsword. The Xingrui D13 longsword is similar in appearance to the Xingrui E07 longsword, but its quality has been upgraded to the first-grade mid-level quality. Although the ownership of the Xingrui D13 longsword did not belong to Li Zhen, he was able to use the Xingrui D13 longsword during his study at No. Middle School. The most important thing is that Li Zhen has a first-grade medium-quality long sword magic weapon. With a first-grade mid-grade Xingrui D13 longsword hanging around his waist, Li Zhen entered the Yiqi Sword Hall. When passing through the hall of the Yiqian Hall, he found that the number of monks in the Yiqian Hall today was far more than yesterday. And when he walked into the hall, these monks stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Li Zhen, do you dare to fight with me? Teng Si stepped forward and saluted to Li Zhen with the long sword in his hand. Li Zhen looked at him, then looked at the other monks in the hall. He also knew that Teng Si had always looked down on him and looked down on the fact that he had been funded and invested by the Han family since he first started. Teng Si received investment from the Han family because he was promoted to the 4th level of Qi training after entering high school and became a mid-stage Qi training cultivator. Teng Si, like Li Zhen, was invited by Han Wenqin. Han Wenqin obviously paid more attention to Li Zhen, which made Teng Si jealous. In addition, there was a cultivator who had been instigating him, which made him stand up and challenge Li Zhen. There are so many cultivators in the hall. Why don't others challenge Li Zhen? Isn't it because they're worried about offending Han Wenqin, a direct descendant of the Han family? Teng Si's identity is just right. Teng Si lacks social experience and is more easily deceived. Li Zhen also realized that if he did not show some strength as a true disciple of the Yiqian Hall, he would have more trouble in the future. Since Senior Teng has invited me, I will obey his invitation. Li Zhen replied with a smile. At this time, Han Wenqin also arrived and saw the confrontation between Teng Si and Li Zhen. She asked someone nearby and found out what happened, and she couldn't help but look unhappy. But Teng Si challenged, and Li Zhen accepted the challenge, and this matter could not be stopped. Teng Si also saw the dissatisfaction in Han Wenqin's eyes. Only then did he come to his senses and realize how ridiculous it was to rashly challenge Li Zhen. He gritted his teeth. Now that things had come to this point, he needed to defeat Li Zhen as quickly as possible to show his own value. Draw your sword, he said to Li Zhen. Li Zhen slowly drew out the Xingrui D13 long sword, held the sword in front of his chest, and saluted, and Teng Si followed suit and saluted in return. After both sides saluted, the battle officially began. Relying on his higher level of cultivation, Teng Si infused a large amount of spiritual power into the sword in his hand. He was willing to use it to increase the power of the sword at the cost of quickly consuming the spiritual power. He swept his sword, and the sword light, empowered by spiritual power, swept out, and the area in front of him was within the attack range of the sword light. This is the advantage of having a high level of cultivation. Using powerful spiritual power to create large-scale attacks that suppress low-level cultivators, the effect of swordsmanship skills is reduced to a minimum. Of course, if this kind of fighting method is used between cultivators of the same level, the opponent will seize the initiative. The 4th level of Qi training versus the 2nd level of Qi training, the difference in swordsmanship does not matter. Just as he was thinking this, Li Zhen's figure in front of him suddenly disappeared from his sight. Then he felt a tightness in his chest, and his body flew backwards. He didn't understand what was happening until he fell to the ground. The monks watching from the sidelines saw clearly that as soon as Teng Si launched his attack, Li Zhen ducked and dodged to Teng Si's left side. The long sword in Li Zhen's hand seemed to have a spirit and easily pierced through Teng Si's sword light, and the spine of the sword hit Teng Si's chest. Teng Si was defeated in one move, and the hall fell into silence. No one expected that the battle between Li Zhen and Teng Si would end so quickly, and that Li Zhen would win. Although some cultivators present were not convinced that Li Zhen was the true disciple, they also knew that no matter what Li Zhen's current strength was, the combat power he had demonstrated had proved that Li Zhen was a swordsmanship genius, and his future achievements would be limitless. No one would think of offending Li Zhen, a cultivator with a bright future. Teng Si, are you okay? Li Zhen and Teng Si are good friends. He stepped forward to check on Teng Si's condition. He used his spiritual power to scan Teng Si's body and did not find any injuries. He also saw that Teng Si's eyeballs were moving constantly under his tightly closed eyelids. "I'll take Teng Si to treat his injuries." He understood that Teng Si was too ashamed to face everyone, so he lifted Teng Si up and said. Li Zhen was just about to tell Li Zhen that he didn't use much force in his previous attack. Otherwise, with his strength at the middle stage of the first level of physical training, he could have killed Teng Si on the spot with the spine of his sword. He shook his head. Teng Si was not on the same level as him. Although his chi training is not as good as Teng Si's, in fact, his strength is comparable to Teng Si's. The middle stage of body training and the middle stage of chi training are at the same level. However, his swordsmanship was much stronger than Teng Si, and it was a close combat swordsmanship contest, so his advantage was magnified many times, and it was normal for him to crush Teng Si. The battle with Teng Si made him clearly understand the strength comparison between himself and others. "I never thought that your swordsmanship has reached such a high level. When Director Zhang told me this news, I thought he was joking." Han Wenqin looked at Li Zhen as if he were a monster. Director Zhang reported Li Zhen's matter. Since Li Zhen was recommended by Han Wenqin, according to the rules of the Han family, Han Wenqin benefited from it. And the greater Li Zhen's achievements are in the future, the more rewards Han Wenqin will receive. I would also like to thank Squad Leader Han. Without the help of the Yijian Hall, I would not have been able to make any progress in swordsmanship. Li Zhen thanked Han Wenqin. "Without the Yijian Hall, you can still shine." Han Wenqin replied, shaking her head. She nodded to Li Zhen and went to her own practice room to train. Li Zhen's speed of progress had an inspiring effect on her. Li Zhen did not go to training. He went to the simulation room first. Now, he can use the simulation room at will without any restrictions. He activated the private mode and stopped the chi concealment technique, while the simulator scanned his entire body. The success rate for advancing to the third level of chi training is 99%. This result is for reference only. The simulator gave a simulated conclusion for advancing to the third level of chi training. Li Zhen saw that this success rate was the same as his success rate in advancing to the second level of chi training. Only then did he realize how important middle-grade spiritual roots were. Li's mother had always been a cultivator at the second level of chi training. She had also attended cultivator classes, so accumulating spiritual power was not a big problem for her. The only thing that prevented Li's mother from advancing to the third level of chi training was the bottleneck in her realm. However, Li Zhen, who possessed a medium-grade spiritual root, had no bottleneck in his advancement from the second level of chi training to the third level. He cleared the data in the simulator. The simulation conclusions could not be seen by others. After coming out of the simulation room, Li Zhen went to the dedicated practice room. Although Director Zhang's advice to Li Zhen was to let Li Zhen practice more in actual combat, Li Zhen knew his own situation well, and his potential in swordsmanship had not yet been fully tapped. Although this kind of ordinary practice will lead to slow progress, it will still have some effect if practiced for a long time. After returning home and having dinner with his family in the evening, he entered the practice room as usual. Since his spiritual power has reached 30 points, he can be promoted to the third level of chi training as long as he breaks through 30 spiritual power, so he does not need to consider the quality of the spiritual energy. Besides, although there is first-grade inferior spiritual energy at home, the cultivators corresponding to the first-grade inferior spiritual energy are cultivators in the early stage of chi training, which includes the first to third levels of chi training. He sat cross-legged in the practice room, practicing the 17th edition of basic qigong, and traces of spiritual energy entered his body. It took almost no time. When the first spiritual power transformed from spiritual energy entered his dantian, he felt his dantian shake violently. The dantian shrank rapidly. The spiritual energy vortex was compressed to the extreme, and the spiritual power vortex in his dantian exploded. Under the impact of the explosion, the space of dantian doubled. As his dantian expanded, he felt that he had been comprehensively improved, especially in spirit. However, the changes in his body were somewhat imperceptible, which was not surprising. He was already in the middle stage of the first level of body training, which was much higher than his Qi training level. Although he had broken through to the third level of Qi training, he continued to practice until all the spiritual energy gathered in the training room was used up, and then he ended his training for the day. He stood up and reached the third level of Qi training, which was already the level of cultivation of Li's father. In the Dragon Heart space, there are also 10 medium-grade Qi-inducing pills received from school. Li Zhen gave an order to the Dragon Heart space, and the Dragon Heart space swallowed 10 medium-grade Qi-attracting pills and transformed them into a ball of energy. In the days ahead, 10 mid-grade Qi-attracting pills will bring him 14 points of spiritual power, allowing him to make a great leap forward in the third level of Qi training. At the third level of Qi training, Li Zhen could not reveal his own level. If Principal Wang uses secret techniques to observe Li Zhen after today, he will no longer worry about Li Zhen's cultivation. Since he was able to advance to the third level of Qi training in such a short time, there was no need to doubt Li Zhen's spiritual roots, which were at least middle-grade spiritual roots. It can even be said that he has a very high spiritual root talent among the middle-grade spiritual roots. Otherwise, how could he have such a fast cultivation speed? Among Li Zhen's spiritual root talents, wood 21.22 belongs to the middle-grade spiritual root talent. But really speaking of wood 21.22, even with the help of elixirs, it is impossible to achieve his cultivation speed. The devouring ability of the Dragon Heart space is the main reason for Li Zhen's rapid growth in cultivation. Li Zhen was somewhat puzzled. If earthly spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots appeared in the immortal kingdom, it would be difficult to ensure the safe growth of such talented cultivators based on the immortal kingdom system he had seen. Of course, earthly spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots had never appeared in Yunxi County's history, and even the number of top-grade spiritual roots that appeared in the long history was limited. Saturday soon arrived. Li Zhen got up very early that morning and told his mother that he would not go home for lunch. Because of Li Zhen's excellence, his mother did not discipline him strictly. In the past, he would spend his holidays at the Yiqin Hall instead of at home. Li Zhen came out of his house, got on the bus, and got off at the North Gate stop. Some distance outside the North Gate, you can vaguely see holes on the ground. There is no ready-made road outside the city. It's not that the Fairyland doesn't want to build a road, but even if it is built, it will be destroyed. Weak monsters like the demon rat have actual combat power only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, but their reproductive capacity is extremely amazing. The most troublesome thing is that the demon rats live underground. Even if the immortal kingdom organizes monks to kill them, they cannot completely exterminate them. As long as a small number of demon rats are left, the demon rat race will recover its numbers in a short time. No matter how strong the road is, as long as there is no protection against monsters, the road can be easily destroyed by the teeth of monster rats, and monster rats particularly like to do such things. The demon rat is just one of many weak demon beasts. The distribution of weak demon beasts varies depending on the environment. The most common creature outside Yunxi County is the demon rat, which is also the favorite hunting target of low-level cultivators in Yunxi County. Of course, the demon rats are also intelligent. If the cultivator is too powerful, the demon rats will not take the initiative to provoke him. If the powerful cultivator gets too close, the demon rats will escape underground. Therefore, if you want to hunt demon rats, the best choice is a cultivator with a cultivation level below the fourth level of Qi training. It is difficult to see demon rats in the wild. Seeing the demon rat hole meant that Li Zhen had left the city's protected area. He cast the light body technique on himself, and his body became lighter, and he moved quickly into the wilderness. When he arrived at a forest, he didn't see anyone following him. The experiences during this period forced him to be cautious, but in the Fairyland, as there was no demon cult causing trouble, it was relatively safe. He had only stood there for a moment when a demon rat jumped out from the bushes above his head and opened its mouth to bite his neck. The demon rat pounced at an extremely fast speed and was close in the blink of an eye. Li Zhen's body reacted faster. He did not draw his sword, but slapped the demon rat. The demon rat was hit by a slap, and Li Zhen also intended to test the power of the black iron body, so he did not hold back the force of the slap. The demon rat turned into pieces in the air, and his hands were stained with the demon rat's blood. Too weak. Li Zhen felt that the demon rat was too weak to be used to test the strength of the middle stage of the first level of body refining. What made him even more helpless was that this slap destroyed the body of the demon rat, and not a single trophy was left. The meat of demon rats is also a kind of spiritual meat, accounting for a very large proportion of the spiritual meat in Yinxi County. The demon rat has a small body, and the items that can be produced from it are of good quality. The only part of its spiritual flesh that can be eaten is a strip of meat on its spine. The monks who go out to hunt demon rats do so for this piece of spiritual flesh. Li Zhen also wanted to harvest some spiritual meat when he went out of the city this time, so that his family could save credit points to buy spiritual meat. He shook his hands to get rid of the blood. Then he took out the green jade flying leaf from the dragon heart space. This mid-grade flying magic weapon had been refined by him. He had no chance to use it in the city, and when there was no one around outside, he wanted to feel the charm of flying. He injected a stream of spiritual power into the green jade flying leaf. He was now at the 3rd level of Qi training. Although it was still a little difficult for him to use the middle-grade flying magic weapon green jade flying leaf, it was not a problem to use it for a short period of time. The spiritual power in his body poured into the green jade flying leaf, which consumed 10 points of his spiritual power, which was almost 1/3 of his spiritual power. The green jade flying leaf instantly grew larger after being injected with spiritual power, turning into a jade leaf about 1 meter long. This is not the limit of the green jade flying leaf. If more spiritual power is injected, the green jade flying leaf